Chapter 1 It's Me Who Dumped You. Starbucks. The air conditioning is turned on like it's free. Wei, this Bulgari necklace on your neck is so beautiful. Oh my god, how much does it cost? A girlfriend who was doing an exquisite manicure spoke with a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the man opposite to hear clearly. Su Wei took a sip of caramel macchiato reservedly, and her fingertips seemed to casually brush across the shining necklace between her collarbone. Her gaze flickered towards Lin Feng. It's not much money. It was given to me by a friend. Her tone was calm, but the sense of superiority in the corners of her eyes could not be concealed and was about to overflow from the coffee cup. Lin Feng's eyes were fixed on her neck. That necklace is really bright. The silver chain and the fan-shaped pendant are inlaid with tiny diamonds, reflecting a dazzling light under the warm light of the cafe. The light made him dizzy. It also made his heart tighten. He remembered Su Wei's birthday last month. He worked 3 jobs in a row, playing for his boss in the internet cafe all night long, with bloodshot eyes. During the day, he had to serve dishes in a Western restaurant and was as tired as a dead dog. He saved 4,000 yuan from his teeth in 2 months. He took the money to the counter and bought her a Saint Laurent lipstick that she had liked on her social media, and a Coach bag. He imagined her surprised expression. But what did Su Wei say at that time? Thank you, Lin Feng, you are so nice. The tone was polite and courteous, as if he was thanking a passerby. No hugs. No surprises. He even read a hint of disappointment in her beautiful eyes. It turned out that he was too poor. She was so poor that she didn't even have the energy to pretend to be touched. Lin Feng. Su Wei finally spoke. She put down her coffee cup, leaned forward slightly, and assumed a negotiating posture. Let's talk. Zheng Xian, her best friend next to her, immediately chimed in, saying sarcastically, That's right, Lin Feng. What does Wei want from being with you? She can't be asking you to treat her to meals in the cafeteria every day, right? A girl's youth is very precious. Lin Feng ignored her and just looked at Su Wei quietly, waiting for her next words. You are a good man. Su Wei used the universal good guy card, with a programmed look of apology in her eyes. You are so kind to me. I am very touched. But, being touched is not love. Maybe we're not really suitable. You can't give me the life I want for now. She paused, as if she felt her words were too cruel, and added hypocritically. Shall we, just be friends? Be friends? Lin Feng almost laughed out loud. Should I continue to be her free labor and be available at her call? Or just be a pitiful and ridiculous background figure when she shows off her new love? He looked at the face in front of him that he had loved for more than a year. It once seemed pure and beautiful, but now only material remains, etched by desire. All those details that he had deliberately ignored now flooded into his mind like a tide, completely drowning his last bit of fantasy. She always posts the location of high-end restaurants on her moments, but never posts a photo of the two of them together. She always received expensive gifts from various friends, but she was dismissive of the things he bought with his own savings. Her phone bill, her takeaway, her new clothes. It almost drained all his energy and money. And he, like a fool. A willing fool. I thought that as long as I worked hard enough, I could satisfy her desires and keep this ridiculous relationship. So ridiculous. Lin Feng's back, which had been tense, suddenly relaxed completely. He smiled. It's not a wry smile, it's not a sneer. It was a laugh that came from the heart, with a hint of absurdity and relief. Why are you laughing? Su Wei felt a little frightened by his smile and felt uneasy for no reason. Lin Feng picked up the untouched glass of iced American coffee in front of him, tilted his head back and took a big gulp. The cold, bitter liquid slid down his throat, as if to wash away all the grievances and resentment he had felt over the past year. It also made his mind clearer than ever before. He raised his eyes. His eyes were like knives, piercing straight at Su Wei. Su Wei, the chain around your neck is really shiny. His voice was not loud, but it instantly attracted the attention of people at several tables around him. Su Wei straightened her back subconsciously, a smile of victory appearing on the corner of her mouth. She thought he was going to pester her and had already prepared a set of excuses to deal with it. However, Lin Feng's next words instantly froze the smile on her face. It's blindingly bright. It's so bright that it can clearly show the cheapness in your bones. What did you say? Su Wei's voice suddenly rose and her pretty face turned red instantly. Her best friend Zhang Qian also got anxious, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. Lin Feng, what do you mean? You can't eat the grapes, so you say the grapes are sour, right? You are poor and yet you can't stand others doing well. Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at her, his eyes were always fixed on Su Weiwei, with a hint of sarcasm at the corner of his mouth. I admit, I am blind. You mistake fish eyes for pearls, and you mistake calculations for affection. He pulled a few crumpled bills from his wallet and slapped them on the table. No more, no less, just enough for his iced American coffee. The action was not heavy, but the crisp sound was like an invisible slap in the face of Su Weiwei and Zhang Qian. He stood up and looked down at the pale-faced Su Weiwei. The originally gentle look now only showed cold determination. Take your broken chain and go find a temple that can support a golden Buddha like you. The entire cafe was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on this small booth, as if they were watching a good show. Lin Feng's voice echoed clearly in everyone's ears, bringing with it a sense of exhilaration and satisfaction. Besides, you remember it. It was me who dumped you. After saying this, he took one last look at Su Weiwei, whose face was pale, lips were trembling and she couldn't speak. The remaining nostalgia in his heart also disappeared. He turned around and strode forward without the slightest hesitation. From now on, we will sever all ties and have no further ties. The moment the words fell, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The huge rock that had been weighing on his heart for more than a year was finally removed by his own hands. Anger, resentment, humiliation. All kinds of emotions rolled in my heart, and finally gathered into a resolute force, breaking through some invisible shackles. It was at this moment. A cold, mechanical voice that did not belong to a human sounded in his mind without any warning. It is detected that the host has completely cut off the inferior emotional relationship. The anger value, determination value, and relief value have reached the critical point. The godly rich system is binding. 10%, 50%, 99%. Binding successful. Lin Feng had just stepped out of the door of the cafe when he suddenly stopped. Auditory hallucination? He frowned and shook his head, thinking it was just the aftereffect of his emotional excitement. The Newbie gift pack has been automatically opened. Congratulations to the host for winning the reward, 100 million yuan in cash. Lin Feng's footsteps stopped completely. He stood on the busy street, his face full of absurdity. 100 million? Isn't this daydream a little too far-fetched? He smiled self-deprecatingly and was about to take a step. Ding dong. The old cell phone in my pocket, with its screen cracked in several pieces, beeped with a text message alert at an inopportune moment. Lin Feng took out his cell phone in annoyance. It's probably some notice from the school. But when he saw the official text message from China Construction Bank on the screen, he was struck by lightning and froze in place. China Construction Bank, 100 million renminbi was transferred into your savings card account with the last number 8848 from ICBC at 1432 on September 15, and the current balance is 100 million and 58 renminbi and 32 cents. Chapter 2, 100 million cash, buy a cell phone to calm your nerves. The hustle and bustle of traffic on the street and the noisy laughter of pedestrians all became vague background noise. Lin Feng's entire world was filled with the bank text message on the cracked screen in his hand. He stared at the string of zeros. Absurd. This is fucking ridiculous. The previous second, he was still a poor student who worked like a dog for 4,000 yuan. The next second, he became a billionaire? Lin Feng's first reaction was not ecstasy, but a feeling of emptiness that was almost dizzying. This money seemed like the ultimate mockery of his humble efforts over the past year. If he had the money earlier, would Su Weiwei still say such nonsense as being touched is not love? He gripped the phone, his knuckles turning white from the strain. The sweat in the palms of my hands, mixed with years of oil stains on the screen, is so sticky that it makes me sick. No, need to confirm. What if it's a new type of scam text message? Lin Feng looked around and his eyes were fixed on a 24-hour self-service point of a bank not far away. He walked over quickly, his heart beating wildly, each beat hitting his chest hard. Standing in front of the ATM machine, he took out the bank card that he had used for several years, and the surface of the card was a little worn. But when he was about to insert the card, he hesitated again. There are people coming and going around. What if that string of numbers is real? Will the balance displayed on the screen cause unnecessary trouble? Lin Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. My poor mentality is really deeply rooted. He took back his bank card, retreated to a deserted corner, took a deep breath, and opened the old and laggy bank app on his phone. The loading circle turned for a full half-minute. This half-minute was even longer than the time he had spent waiting for Su Weiwei to reply. Finally, the page jumps. With trembling hands, he clicked on My Account. The familiar interface, but the string of black numbers at the top was so strange that it almost made him stop breathing. 100,058.32. The 9 digits before the decimal point were clear and cold, carrying an unquestionable sense of reality. Lin Feng leaned against the wall and slowly slid down. He neither laughed nor cried. Just staring at the phone screen, like a fool, motionless. It turns out that being dumped can really make you rich. The godly rich system. He whispered, the cold mechanical voice echoing in his mind. Anger, determination, relief. It turns out that these emotions are so valuable. The phone screen went dark, reflecting his confused and somewhat embarrassed face. He suddenly felt that the shabby cell phone in his hand was not worthy of his current fortune of hundreds of millions. Once this thought came up, it could no longer be suppressed. Lin Feng stood up and brushed off the dust on his pants. He glanced at the Starbucks not far away. Su Weiwei and her bestie were probably still inside, enjoying the winter's afternoon tea. He had no interest in going back and slapping them in the face. The best revenge is not to argue, but to make them no longer have the right to even look up at your back. Lin Feng put the bank card back into his wallet, put it in his pocket, and walked straight to the most prosperous commercial plaza in the city center. 15 minutes later, he was standing in front of an Apple flagship store. The transparent glass curtain wall and the huge white logo all exude sophistication and expensiveness. He pushed the door open and walked in. His washed-out t-shirt and old jeans did not fit in with the surroundings. A few shop assistants in blue overalls glanced at him and went about their business with professional but distant smiles on their faces. Lin Feng didn't care either. His eyes swept across the rows of brand new iPhones, iPads, and MacBooks. Just then, a young female clerk who looked like she had just started working, with a student-like look on her face, came forward. Hello sir, how can I help you? The latest iPhone with the most configuration. What color do you want? Lin Feng asked directly. The female clerk was stunned for a moment, obviously not expecting him to be so straightforward, and quickly introduced, it's the iPhone 16 Pro Max. Peak Blue and Midnight Purple are both popular colors this year. The maximum memory is 1 TB, and the price is 13,499 yuan. When she quoted the price, she carefully observed Lin Feng's expression, fearing that the price would scare him. A female clerk who seemed to be more experienced and was wiping the booth nearby raised a hint of subtle contempt when she heard this. I want 2. Lin Feng said lightly. 2? The young female clerk thought she had heard wrongly. Well, one is far peak blue, and one is dark night purple. Are they available now? Yes. Please wait a moment. The young female clerk's eyes lit up instantly, her voice was filled with excitement, and she hurried to the warehouse to pick up the goods. The old clerk next to him stopped wiping and looked at Lin Feng again with a scrutinizing gaze. Soon, 2 brand new mobile phones were taken out. Sir, the total is 26,998 yuan. Would you like to scan the code or pay by card? Lin Feng took out the bank card from his wallet and said, swipe the card. The old clerk's gaze fell on his ordinary CCB savings card, and the suspicion in his eyes became even stronger. The POS machine was taken away. Lin Feng took it and entered the password expressionlessly. Drop. A soft sound. The receipt was slowly spit out. Transaction successful. The smile on the young female clerk's face became more and more sincere, while the old clerk's expression became somewhat interesting. After Lin Feng signed, he took the brand new phone and shopping bag and nodded to the young girl who helped him, thank you. After saying that, he turned and left, without ever looking at the old clerk again. After walking out of the flagship store, Lin Feng found a bench to sit down and unpack the new dark purple phone. The silky smooth boot animation and smooth operating feel are completely different from his old computer that was as stuck as if it had Parkinson's disease. He was just about to log into his account when the screen of his old phone, which he had casually placed aside, suddenly lit up and vibrated. The name on the caller ID was extremely ironic at this moment. Su Weiwei. Chapter 3. Sorry, the user you dialed is no longer a licker. On the bench, the old cell phone was still vibrating relentlessly. Lin Feng's gaze moved from the silky smooth screen of the new phone to the buzzing old phone. He didn't answer it immediately. He even found it a little funny. In the cafe, she adopted a condescending negotiating attitude and spoke so decisively, as if granting him the status of friend was a great favor. How long has it been? Half an hour? Lin Feng slowly picked up the brand new dark purple iPhone and used the card pin that came in the box to poke open the card slot. He carefully took out his old SIM card, blew off the non-existent dust on it, and then placed it in its new home. Turn on and activate, all in one go. During the whole process, the old phone never stopped vibrating. Lin Feng watched leisurely as his address book and photos began to sync automatically. Looking back at the little things from the past year or so, those funny photos he took to make Su Weiwei happy, those bills he wrote down in his memo after working late at night. Now they are like a bunch of meaningless garbled codes, being quickly copied to this new carrier worth more than 10,000 yuan. Finally, the old phone stopped vibrating for a moment, and then started ringing again more urgently. Lin Feng swiped the screen of his new phone and pressed the answer button. Hello? The sound came through the brand new earpiece, clear, clean and without a trace of emotion. There was silence for 2 seconds on the other end of the phone, as if the person didn't react. Then came Su Weiwei's voice that suppressed her anger. Lin Feng. Where are you? What did you mean by what you said in the cafe just now? Are you crazy? Raise an army to punish the culprit. Lin Feng moved the phone a little further away from his ear, thinking her voice was a bit noisy. Oh, it's you. His tone was flat and emotionless. What do you mean by me? You? Su Weiwei almost couldn't breathe. She had expected Lin Feng to be in pain, to beg, and to roar in anger, but she had never expected him to be so cold, as if he was talking to a stranger. This feeling was like she put all her strength into punching out but hit a ball of cotton, making her feel extremely suffocated. She took a deep breath and forced her tone to soften, adding a hint of her usual, self-righteous reasonableness. Lin Feng, I know you were angry just now, and you said those words in anger. I won't bother with you. Where are you now? Come back and let's have a good talk. Don't be so childish, okay? Talk? Lin Feng chuckled, with undisguised mockery in his voice. What can I talk to you about? You. Su Weiwei's patience was completely exhausted, and her voice suddenly became sharp. Lin Feng, don't be so shameless. Who do you think you are? You're just a poor student, and I've been with you for more than a year, but you're not grateful and dare to humiliate me? Get back here right now and apologize. Apologize? Lin Feng changed to a more comfortable position and leaned back on the bench, watching the changing lights and shadows on the huge LED screen in the shopping mall in the distance. I'm afraid not. Why not? Busy. Lin Feng's tone sounded a little distressed. I just bought 2 mobile phones. It's a bit difficult to choose the color. I'm struggling to decide which one to use. Su Weiwei on the other end of the phone was stuck for a moment. 2 mobile phones? Difficult to choose? What is going on? That's not how the script works. He's been using that crappy phone for almost 3 years, and the screen is cracked like a spider web, but he still can't bear to replace it. Now he tells her that he's struggling over the color of his new phone? Lin Feng, what the hell is wrong with you? Things seem to be out of her control. Nothing. Lin Feng's voice sounded somewhat dull, as if he had lost interest in continuing the conversation. I just suddenly felt that some things have been used for a long time, they are old and stuck, and there are always some messy junk messages, which is very annoying. I should have replaced them long ago. You. Su Weiwei wanted to say something, but there was only a busy tone on the phone. He hung up. He actually dared to hang up his phone. Lin Feng hung up the phone casually, and the world became quiet in an instant. He looked down at the old phone that had finally gone silent, and there was still a missed call reminder from Su Weiwei on the screen. He picked it up, stood up, and walked to the trash can not far away. Without any hesitation, he loosened his hand. Bang! A soft sound. The mobile phone that carried his humble efforts for more than a year, along with the SIM card he once cherished, and that ridiculous relationship, were thrown into the cold trash can. After doing all this, Lin Feng felt an unprecedented sense of comfort. He clapped his hands, as if to shake off the last bit of dust on his body. He took a look at his washed-out t-shirt and the pair of jeans he had worn for a long time, and suddenly felt that they, like the mobile phone in the trash can, should be thrown away. A brand new identity naturally requires a brand new outfit. Lin Feng casually picked up the shopping bag containing another brand new mobile phone, turned around, and strode towards the brightly lit shopping mall that housed countless luxury brands. From now on, his life will be another version. A paid all-you-can-play version that belongs exclusively to him, Lin Feng. Chapter 4. The happiness of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. The air conditioning in the magnificent shopping mall was so strong that Lin Feng cursed, "It's freezing." The air was filled with the unique smell of a mixture of high-end perfume and money. The mirror-like marble floor reflected Lin Feng's pair of yellowed old sneakers. It seems out of tune with everything around it. Half an hour ago, he might have felt embarrassed by the security guard's scrutinizing gaze and ashamed of himself because of the well-dressed men and women around him. But now, he felt at peace. The thin card in his wallet is his greatest confidence. He glanced at the brand guide map on the first floor: LV, Gucci, Prada. These luxury symbols that once only existed in Su Weiwei's circle of friends are now open to him like goods on supermarket shelves. Without any hesitation, Lin Feng walked straight to Armani, an Italian menswear brand famous for its tailoring and texture. When the receptionist at the door saw him, the standard smile on his face froze for 0.5 seconds, and then he returned to his professional level, but the word welcome sounded a little absent-minded. Inside the store, a female clerk with delicate makeup and high heels was leaning against the counter. When she saw Lin Feng come in, she just glanced at him up and down, then looked away with lack of interest, as if he was a piece of walking air. However, a younger male clerk next to him, although there was a hint of surprise in his eyes, still came forward diligently to greet him. "Hello, sir, what would you like to see?" Lin Feng's eyes have fallen on a casual suit displayed on a mannequin. It is neatly tailored and the fabric has a low-key luster under the light. This suit, and the windbreaker next to it, and those loafers. Lin Feng pointed, his tone crisp and calm. The male clerk was stunned. He had seen cheerful guests before, but he had never seen one as cheerful as this one. "Don't ask the price, don't look at the details, just order directly?" "Sir, this suit is a new model this year, the price is 86,000, and the windbreaker is." No need for a quote. Lin Feng interrupted him, "Just find my size. I'm 180 centimeters tall and have a standard body shape." The male clerk's breathing paused. The female clerk next to her heard the noise and raised a mocking smile. She whispered to her colleague, "Here comes another one who wants to have fun. After he quotes the price, he should go back and discuss it with his wife." The sound was not loud, but it was loud enough for Lin Feng to hear in this quiet shop. Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, as if those words were not spoken to him. He continued to pace the store, as if inspecting his own cloakroom. "Pack that belt and that wallet together." "Oh. Okay. Please wait a moment, sir." The male clerk came to his senses, a flush of excitement rushed to his face, and he hurried to the warehouse to look for goods. If this deal really goes through, his commission this month will skyrocket. Soon, the male clerk ran out with a pile of clothes and shoeboxes, with sweat on his forehead. The female clerk leaned against the cash register, her arms crossed over her chest, with an expression as if she was ready to watch a show. "Sir, here are all the things you want. The total is..." The male clerk pressed the calculator, his hands shaking a little, 278,600 yuan. "Do you want to try them all on?" "No, thank you." Lin Feng took out the CCB card from his wallet and handed it over. "Swipe the card." Swipe the card? Not only the male clerk, but even the female clerk who was ready to laugh at the joke, had their expressions frozen in an instant. Her eyes were fixed on the card that Lin Feng handed over. It was just an ordinary savings card without even a gold or silver border. She has seen too many young people who are trying to show off their wealth. They hold a credit card with a limit of 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, but want to pretend to be rich here. "Sir, we charge over 50,000 yuan here, so we may need you to show your ID card for verification." The female clerk spoke before the male clerk, her tone full of undisguised suspicion. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't say anything, but took out his ID card from his trouser pocket and slapped it on the counter together with his bank card. The action was not heavy, but the crisp sound was like an invisible slap in the face. The female clerk's face turned pale and blue, but she finally picked up the POS machine reluctantly. She doesn't believe it. She would never believe that this kid wearing cheap clothes could come up with nearly 300,000. Enter the amount and insert the card. Lin Feng entered the password expressionlessly and pressed confirm. Time seemed to be stretched at this moment. Drop. A soft sound. A long purchase slip slowly came out of the POS machine. Transaction successful. These 4 words, like 4 hammers, hit the female clerk's face hard. Her expression changed from suspicion to shock, then to disbelief, and finally to an almost twisted flattery. Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin. Look, do you need anything else? We just got the latest watches in our store. Her voice was sickly sweet and her waist was bent. Where is your dressing room? Lin Feng didn't even bother to look at her and directly asked the male clerk, who was almost dumbfounded. Oh. Over here, Mr. Lin, I'll take you there. Lin Feng walked into the locker room carrying clothes. A few minutes later, when he came out again, the air in the store was quiet. The washed-out t-shirt and old jeans were gone, replaced by a well-tailored dark gray casual suit, a simple white t-shirt underneath, and brown loafers of excellent texture on his feet. Clothes change not only the appearance, but also the temperament of a person. Before, Lin Feng was a poor student who was inconspicuous in the crowd. At this moment, he had a tall and straight figure, broad shoulders and a narrow waist, and his handsome face, set against the expensive fabric, revealed a kind of dignity and aloofness that he had never had before. He walked to the mirror and looked at himself in the mirror, a person who seemed both familiar and unfamiliar. It turns out that money can not only make you stand up straight, but also change your face. Mr. Lin, your original clothes. The male clerk asked cautiously. Throw it away. Lin Feng said lightly. He picked up his newly bought wallet, put his bank card and ID card in it, and then threw the old wallet that he had used for several years into the trash can next to him. The whole process went smoothly. The female clerk was so surprised that she came up to him and handed him her business card. Mr. Lin, this is my business card. If you need anything in the future, you can always contact me. My name is. Lin Feng walked straight past her without even looking at her, and only nodded to the male clerk, who maintained basic politeness from beginning to end. Thanks. After saying that, he strode out of the store, leaving behind two shop assistants with completely different expressions. Standing in the busy atrium of the shopping mall, Lin Feng took a deep breath. The air still smells the same, but when it enters my lungs, it feels completely different. Just as he was thinking about whether to solve the accommodation problem next, the newly bought iPhone 16 Pro Max in his pocket vibrated. Not a phone call, not a text message. It was a push notification from the real estate app he had just downloaded. Hello, valued customer. The top-floor skylight flat of Tianyue Mansion that you are interested in has been released. It has a 360-degree panoramic river view and an infinity pool. Welcome to taste it. Chapter 5. Brother, this overwhelming wealth is your turn. Tianyue Mansion. These three words, in Zhangcheng, represent the best location, the most expensive housing prices, and a circle that ordinary people cannot reach in their entire lives. Lin Feng looked at the push notification on the phone screen, with a smile on his face. Home. This word is a bit far away for him. He has been in an orphanage since he can remember. It is a collective, a roof that protects us from wind and rain, but it is not a home. The university dormitory, with 4 people from all over the world, is more like a temporary stopover. When he was with Su Weiwei, he had fantasized about working hard after graduation, renting a small house first, and then slowly saving money for a down payment to give her a home. Thinking about it now, it's really ridiculous. A person who doesn't even have a home of his own wants to give a home to others. Okay. Since we are starting over, let us start from a real home. An indestructible fortress that belongs only to Lin Feng. Without any hesitation, he directly dialed the number of the account manager named Qin Shui according to the information on the app. Hello, Qin Shui from Tianyue Mansion Marketing Center. A mellow, pleasant, well-trained female voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, I just saw the top-floor skylight flat that you promoted. Can I come and see it now? Lin Feng's tone was direct and calm. There was a noticeable pause on the other end of the line. The top floor of Tianyue Mansion has a total price of over 100 million yuan. To view the house, you need to make an appointment in advance and verify your assets. 9 out of 10 of these spontaneous phone calls are just idle harassment. But Qin Shui's good professionalism prevented her from showing any impatience. Hello, sir. What's your name? It's like this. Our best apartment needs to be booked in advance. My last name is Lin. Lin Feng interrupted her. I'm at the commercial plaza near you. I can be there in 20 minutes. Just tell me if it's convenient now. The unquestionable certainty in his voice made Qin Shui's prepared words stuck in her throat. This didn't seem like a prank, but more like someone who was used to giving orders. It's convenient, Mr. Lin. I'll wait for you at the sales office. Qin Shui agreed for some unknown reason. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng stood there, watching people coming and going. A home would be too lonely if you are alone. A chubby face with eyes narrowed into slits when smiling immediately appeared in his mind. Wang Hao, his college roommate and brother who grew up with him in an orphanage. If there is anyone in this world who will treat him well without reservation, it is only this guy whom he jokingly calls Fatty. He remembered that once he had a high fever, Wang Hao carried him across 3 blocks to the hospital. He spent all his living expenses on buying gifts for Su Weiwei, and Wang Hao shared half of the instant noodles he ate with him every day. When he was pursuing Su Weiwei, Wang Hao was the first to stand up and oppose it, saying that the woman was too arrogant and didn't look like the same kind of person. Unfortunately, he was blinded by lard at that time. Lin Feng took out his brand new cell phone and dialed the familiar number. The call was answered almost instantly, followed by Wang Hao's signature loud voice, like a machine gun. Fengzi. Where have you been? I thought you jumped into the river for that gold digger. How's it going? Did you break up? Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Feng's nerves, which had been tense for the whole afternoon, finally relaxed completely and laughed and scolded, We broke up. We just dealt with the funeral. Fuck, good deal. Wang Hao's voice was filled with a sense of satisfaction. I should have kicked that bitch out long ago. Where are you? We came out to eat skewers tonight and didn't come back until we were drunk. Damn it, I'll treat you. You just died for your country, your pockets must be cleaner than your face. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. This is what brothers are. When he was at his lowest point, what he thought about was not the ridicule, but how to pull him out of the quagmire. You can drink, Lin Feng looked at the golden Tianyue mansion in the distance, but I'll decide the location. By the way, Fatty, haven't you always been talking about wanting to buy a new computer? Have you saved enough money? Damn, why did you bring that thing? Wang Hao said carelessly on the other end, This old machine of mine can last for another 3 years. Take care of yourself first. Do you have enough living expenses? If not, I'll transfer you 500 first. Lin Feng smiled. This is his best brother, who lives frugally but always thinks of him. That's enough. Lin Feng said softly, Send me your card number. Why do you issue a card number? I tell you, I won't go to a game that costs more than 200 yuan. The landlord doesn't have any extra money. Stop talking nonsense and send it over. Wang Hao muttered something, but still quickly sent a bank card number. Lin Feng opened the mobile banking app and his fingers moved quickly on the screen. Pay, Wang Hao. Transfer amount, 200,000. Without blinking, he pressed confirm. Then, he sent a WeChat message to Wang Hao, Let me know when I receive the money. Go buy a top-of-the-line Alienware first, and use the rest as pocket money. I'll drive to school to pick you up in the evening. As soon as the message was sent, his cell phone started ringing like crazy. It was Wang Hao calling. Lin Feng didn't answer the call. He just looked at Wang Hao's panicked profile picture on the phone screen and laughed. With this damn money power, of course you have to bring your best friends along to experience it together. He put away his phone and hailed a taxi. Master, go to the Tianyue Mansion Sales Center. Chapter 6, 20 million per set? Let's warm up with 2 sets first. The taxi drove smoothly along the wide Riverside Avenue, and outside the window was the glittering city skyline. The new cell phone in Lin Feng's pocket vibrated wildly for the 3rd time at a frequency that was almost wailing. The caller ID still showed Wang Hao. Lin Feng could imagine his silly brother on the other end of the phone scratching his head and fidgeting. He shook his head with a smile and finally pressed the answer button. Fengzi. Are you fucking crazy? Where did you get 200,000 from? Did you borrow money from a loan shark? Or did you sell an organ? I'm telling you, Lin Feng, if you dare to do anything stupid, I'm going to call the police right now. Wang Hao's signature loud voice, filled with anxiety and anger, came out of the receiver like a string of cannonballs, making Lin Feng's ears buzz. Fatty, can you use your imagination a little more? Lin Feng changed to a comfortable position and leaned back in the back seat. For example, I won the lottery. You won a lottery. You can't even spend the $2 on the lottery. Return the money to me. This money is too hot to handle. I don't dare to take it. There was a hint of crying in Wang Hao's voice. 200,000 is an astronomical figure that is enough to keep a student like him from sleeping at night if he comes from an ordinary family. Lin Feng felt warm in his heart. This is Wang Hao. He would not ask if he could have some of the money. His first reaction was to worry that he had gone astray. Okay, stop howling. Lin Feng's tone became relaxed. Take the money and buy the Alienware top-of-the-line model you like first. The rest can be used as pocket money. I'm not crazy, nor have I committed any crime, and I haven't sold any parts. The parts are all in good condition. Then this money. Just think of it as compensation for mental damages from God after being dumped. Lin Feng looked at the diamond-like buildings getting closer and closer outside the window. I'll pick you up in the evening and show you what overwhelming wealth is. After saying that, he didn't give Wang Hao a chance to continue questioning and hung up the phone. The world is pure again. The taxi stopped in front of the sales center of Tianyue Mansion, which was extremely luxurious and seemed to be made of gold. Lin Feng paid the fare and pushed the door open. Dressed in Armani, he matches perfectly with the splendor here. But when the tall receptionist at the door, who was wearing a cheongsam and had a slight figure, saw his overly young face, a hint of subtle surprise flashed across her professional smile. Hello sir, do you have an appointment? My last name is Lin, and I'm dating Qin Shui. Soon, a woman wearing a well-fitting black business suit and delicate makeup walked over quickly. She was about 27 or 28 years old, and had a mature and capable temperament. When she saw Lin Feng, the surprise in her eyes was even greater than that of the receptionist. Hello, Mr. Lin, I'm Qin Shui. She quickly adjusted her expression, extended her hand, and smiled impeccably. I didn't expect you to be so young and promising. There is a temptation hidden in the polite words. Qin Shui led Lin Feng towards the sand table while observing him quietly. He is wearing all branded clothes, but his temperament still has a bit of student spirit, unlike those old foxes who have been immersed in the business world for many years. In her mind, she had already labeled Lin Feng. Either he was a super rich second generation from a certain family who came out to gain experience, or he just came here to broaden his horizons and satisfy his curiosity. Most likely, it's the latter. Thinking of this, she changed her prepared speech to introduce herself as the king of buildings. Directly introducing a house worth hundreds of millions of dollars to someone else would be a sheer waste of time and emotion if the other party turned out to be just a passerby. Mr. Lin, our Tianyue mansion is the premier Riverview mansion in Jiangcheng. Considering your age, I personally highly recommend our small-sized Riverview flat. She pointed to a building with an excellent location on the sand table, her tone sincere. The 260-square-meter 4-bedroom apartment has a river view and is fully furnished. Most importantly, it is very cost-effective, with a total price of around 20 million yuan. It is the first choice for many young talents here. She quoted the price of 20 million, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's reaction. It's a clever number that is high enough to turn off 99.9% of the onlookers, but not high enough to offend potential customers. However, there was no change in Lin Feng's expression. He just listened calmly, his eyes sweeping over the beautifully made sand table model as if he was looking at an ordinary commodity. Qin Shui felt a little disappointed. It seems that I guessed right. This kind of calmness is probably just a pretense to save face after hearing the sky-high price. She was just about to say something to smooth things over, such as you can take a copy of the information back and think about it first, but she heard Lin Feng speak. Is there any room left for this apartment type? Yes. Of course. Qin Shui immediately perked up. There are several very good floors to choose from. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded, and then said something that made Qin Shui's brain crash instantly. Okay, give me 2 of this apartment type. The entire sales hall seemed to be on mute. The professional smile on Qin Shui's face completely froze and shattered. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Come, 2 sets? The house costs 20 million yuan, and he talks about it as if he goes to the vegetable market to buy cabbages and just picks up 2 extra ones? The expressions on the faces of the salesmen who were eavesdropping with their ears perked up were even more interesting, with their jaws dropping to the ground. Lin Feng seemed to be completely unaware of the unusual things around him. He seemed to remember something and added another sentence. I'll use 1 set for myself, and the other one will be given to my brother. Chapter 7. The full payment is 40 million, the young lady is numb. I'll use 1 set for myself, and the other one will be given to my brother. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it caused a huge wave. There was deathly silence in the sales hall. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. The professional smile on Qin Shui's face froze instantly, and then shattered into pieces. Her beautiful eyes, which had seen countless big scenes, were now as wide as copper bells, staring straight at Lin Feng, her mouth slightly open, but she couldn't utter a word. Come, 2 sets? What is the concept? This is not like buying cabbage at the vegetable market, where you feel one is not enough and then add another one. This is a luxury house with a total price of 40 million. Just decided it so casually? The salesman nearby, who had originally pricked up their ears to watch the joke or wait to get a bargain, now had a variety of expressions on their faces. Some opened their mouths so wide that an egg could be stuffed in, some rubbed their eyes subconsciously, suspecting that they were hallucinating, and there was also a saleswoman who had just looked down on Lin Feng. Her face turned pale and she regretted it so much. Mr. Lin. Xinhua finally found her voice, but when she opened her mouth, she found that her throat was so dry that her voice was trembling. You just said, you want 2 units of this 260 square meter apartment? She had to confirm it again, even if the question sounded like a fool's. Yeah. Lin Feng nodded, frowning slightly, as if he was a little impatient with this repetition. Is there a problem? Is there no house, or is it that the policy does not allow one person to buy 2 houses? This rhetorical question was like a shot of adrenaline, instantly waking up Qin Shui, who was wandering in the distance. Question? What could be the problem? This is not a problem at all, this is clearly a blessing from heaven. It is the walking RMB. It is the biggest god of wealth in her career. No problem. Of course, no problem. Qin Shui bent her waist instantly, with an unprecedented, almost fanatical smile on her face, and her voice rose 8 octaves. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Let's go to the VIP room to discuss in detail. Her attitude took a 180-degree turn. If there was a hint of tentativeness and professional politeness just now there is only almost humble respect. The way she looked at Lin Feng was as if she was looking at a shining golden Buddha. No need to be so troublesome. Lin Feng waved his hand. Just do it here, and make it quick. I have something else to do. He pointed to the empty round marble table in the hall. Oh. Okay. Qin Shui was stunned for a moment, then nodded even harder. Whatever the god of wealth says is what it is. Not to mention in the lobby, even if the contract had to be signed on the curb at the door, she would not object. She almost trotted to get the contract, her high heels making a series of rapid click sounds on the marble floor. Soon, 2 thick house purchase contracts were placed in front of Lin Feng. Qin Shui personally turned to the signature page for him, and handed him a valuable Montblanc pen with both hands. Her voice was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of it. Mr. Lin, you can just sign here. Lin Feng took the pen and signed his name in a flamboyant manner. During the whole process, he was too lazy to even read the contents of the contract carefully. After signing, it's time to pay. Qin Shui took a deep breath, trying to calm her pounding heart, and asked carefully, Mr. Lin, the total price is 40.28 million. Do you want to pay in installments or? Before she finished her words, Lin Feng had already taken out the ordinary CCB savings card from his wallet and placed it on the table. Full payment, by credit card. It's this card again. Qin Shui's pupils suddenly shrank. She looked at the ordinary savings card without even a gold border, and her heart almost jumped out of her throat. More than 40 million. Use a savings card to pay in one lump sum? This is no longer just a promising young man, this is so terrifying. She took the POS machine with trembling hands, and in front of all the sales staff, she entered a string of numbers that made her feel like she was dreaming. 40,280,000.00. Lin Feng took the POS machine, entered the password expressionlessly, and pressed confirm. Drop. There was a soft sound, like the sound of nature. Everyone's eyes were fixed on that small machine. The long wait seemed like a century. Finally, in the dead silence, a long purchase slip was slowly spit out. The 4 bold words "transaction successful" at the top were like 4 hot brands, deeply engraved in the hearts of everyone present. Qin Shui was completely numb. She felt her legs going weak and she could hardly stand. She looked at Lin Feng, and in addition to awe, there was also a hint of indescribable inquiry in her eyes. What kind of family can produce such a godly figure? He casually spent 40 million without blinking an eye, and even said that one of the sets was a gift for his brother. Okay, complete the formalities as soon as possible. Lin Feng took back the bank card, stood up, and casually put the Mont Blanc pen into the pocket of his suit jacket. His action was so natural that it seemed as if it originally belonged to him. The specific information about the house, as well as any follow-up information that requires my cooperation, will be sent to this phone. He gave his new cell phone number to Qin Shui, who was completely stunned. After saying that, he walked straight towards the door without even looking at the stunned salesman around him. It was not until Lin Feng's figure completely disappeared at the door that Qin Shui came back to her senses as if she had been electrocuted. She bowed deeply to his back. "Farewell, Mr. Lin." Behind her, all the sales staff bent down in unison, speaking in loud voices with shock and awe from the bottom of their hearts. "Farewell, Mr. Lin." Chapter 8. Brother, your 911 is here. Walking out of the Tianyue Mansion sales center, the afternoon sun was a bit dazzling. Lin Feng raised his hand to block it. The fabric of the Armani suit on his body glowed with a low-key and high-end luster in the sun. The air seemed to still be filled with the overly sweet scent of sales lady Qin Shui's perfume and the heartfelt "Farewell, Mr. Lin." He looked down at his new phone and saw a push notification from his bank app popping up, reminding him that he had a consumer expenditure of more than 40 million yuan. The balance in the card went from 100 million to 100 million minus 40 million, leaving more than 50 million. Looking at the string of numbers that still looked somewhat unreal, Lin Feng felt no ripples in his heart, just like spending a sum of virtual gold coins while playing a game. He still has something to do. Pick up Wang Hao. He promised to pick him up from school. You can't just go to the roadside and hail a taxi wearing this, right? It's too cheap. Just as he was thinking about it, a fiery red Ferrari whizzed past him. The roar of its engine was like a beast awakening, attracting the attention of passers-by. Lin Feng stopped. Car is the best toy for men. In the past, he only dared to look at pictures on the internet or cast envious glances on the street. And now, these steel beasts that were once out of reach are nothing more than goods on the shelves waiting to be picked. Since you want to give your brother a home, it seems reasonable to give him a big toy as well. One for myself and one for the fat man. Once this idea came up, it took root and sprouted wildly. He took out his mobile phone, opened the map skillfully, and searched for Porsche Center. The map showed that the nearest one was 3 kilometers away. Lin Feng did not take a taxi again, but chose to walk slowly along the sidewalk along the river. He needed some time to digest the tremendous changes that had taken place in just a few hours. The river breeze blew past, blowing away the last bit of dust from the past on his body. 15 minutes later, Porsche Center. Inside the huge glass curtain wall, brand new sports cars are parked quietly on the exhibition stand like works of art, exuding a cold and deadly charm. Lin Feng pushed the door open and walked in. Different from the treatment he received in the Armani store before, this time, as soon as he entered the door, a sales consultant in a neat suit and gold-rimmed glasses immediately came up to him with an impeccable smile on his face. "Good afternoon, sir. My name is Leo, and I'm happy to serve you. Do you have a car model you're interested in?" Leo's eyes quickly swept over Lin Feng. He was wearing an expensive Armani suit, his wrists were bare, but his eyes were calm and purposeful. He immediately judged that this was definitely a low-key potential customer. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the exhibition hall and finally stopped on the classic sports car on the central booth. Smooth lines, iconic frog-eye headlights, and that extremely sexy tail curve. Porsche 911. Every boy's dream. 911, Lin Feng pointed at the car. "Do you have any in stock?" Leo's eyes lit up and his smile became more sincere. "Sir, you have a good eye. 911 is the soul of our brand. Look, the one in our showroom is the latest Carrera S, in Guards Red, very classic. In addition, we have another one of the same model in the warehouse, in deep black metallic paint, which has not yet been put on display." He thought Lin Feng would hesitate between the two colors, or ask about the specific options and prices. However, Lin Feng just nodded. "Okay, these two." The smile on Leo's face froze. He stared at Lin Feng blankly, thinking he had heard wrongly. "Sir, what do you mean?" Lin Feng looked at him, his tone as calm as if he was asking about today's weather. "Wei Hong, and the black one you mentioned, I want them all." All? Leo's professionalism suffered an unprecedented impact at this moment, and his brain froze for a full 3 seconds. Buying 911 is like buying Coke, and buying 2 bottles at a time? Which deity came down to earth to experience life? Is there a problem? Lin Feng asked. No problem. Leo shuddered and came back to his senses in an instant. He seemed to be injected with chicken blood, and his voice was slightly changed because of excitement. "No problem at all. Mr. Lin, please come this way. Let's go to handle the formalities." The following process went as fast as a dream. No haggling, no inquiries about loans, no questions about insurance. The only question Lin Feng was concerned about was, When can we leave at the earliest? When Leo quoted the total price of the two cars plus purchase tax, which was more than 3.8 million yuan, Lin Feng once again took out the ordinary CCB savings card from his wallet. Card payment, full payment. When the POS machine spit out the receipt with transaction successful written on it again, Leo felt like he was floating. The way he looked at Lin Feng changed from looking at a customer to looking at an idol. Half an hour later, two brand new Porsche car keys lay quietly in Lin Feng's palm. One is Wei Hong, the other is deep black. He put the black key in his pocket, then took the red one and walked out of the Porsche Center's door. The fiery red 911 is parked at the exclusive parking space at the door, like a burning flame. Lin Feng opened the car door and sat in, feeling the wrapping feeling of the leather seat and the unique new car smell inside the car. He didn't start the car immediately. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to the fat man who was still waiting for his call. Wait for me at the school gate. Your new toy has arrived. Chapter 9. This is not a toy, this is my ancestor. South Gate of Jiangcheng University. The afternoon sun was shining brightly, and the school gate was bustling with people, filled with the scent of youthful hormones. Wang Hao, wearing a plaid shirt and baggy beach pants, was like an ant on hot pot, pacing around under the big banyan tree at the door. He held the phone in his hand, and on the screen was the WeChat chat interface between him and Lin Feng. The words "I've received the money," squeak, and the text message he just received that 200,000 yuan had arrived in his bank account, were like two huge mountains, weighing him down and making it hard for him to breathe. As for the following sentence, "I'll drive to the school to pick you up in the evening," he didn't believe it at all. Drive? What car? Are you riding the shared bike that makes noise everywhere except the bell? Is Fengzi really going to do something stupid? Wang Hao was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks, and his chubby face was full of anxiety. He was just about to call Lin Feng for the 18th time when a low and wild engine roar came from far away, like a cheetah hunting, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Two dazzling shadows, one in front and one behind, broke the tranquility at the school gate. One was a burning red flame. One is the dark night that swallows the light. Two brand new Porsche 911s were parked steadily in the most conspicuous position at the university entrance in a visually impactful posture. Fuck. 911. 2. The latest model. Who are these? They are so awesome. Take pictures quickly. Share them on WeChat Moments. The crowd instantly became agitated, and countless mobile phone cameras were pointed at the two steel beasts that seemed to not belong to this dimension. Everyone stretched their necks, curiously guessing who was sitting in the car. Wang Hao, like everyone else, stared with his eyes wide open, his mouth wide open enough to fit a meat bun in. He had only driven a car of this level in games in his life. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the door of the fiery red 911 opened upwards. A pair of shiny brown loafers popped out first, followed by a pair of long legs wrapped in well-cut trousers. Lin Feng got out of the car. He was dressed in Armani, with a tall figure and a cool temperament. The afternoon sun cast a layer of gold around his body, and that familiar handsome face now revealed a kind of dignity and alienation that made Wang Hao feel extremely unfamiliar. The entire university entrance was suddenly silent. Everyone's attention shifted from the car to the people. Wang Hao's mind went blank with a buzzing sound. He looked at Lin Feng, who seemed to have walked out of a movie, then looked at the flip-flops on his feet and the shorts on his body, and felt that there was a species separating him from his brother. Fengzi? Wang Hao's voice was trembling. Lin Feng smiled at him and walked over. At the same time, a man in a suit and tie got out of the driver's seat of the black 911. It was Leo, the sales manager of the Porsche Center. He walked respectfully to Lin Feng and handed him a car key with both hands. "Mr. Lin, your car." Lin Feng took the key and nodded to Leo. "Thank you for your hard work, you can go back first." "Okay, Mr. Lin. If you need anything, feel free to ask me at any time." Leo bowed deeply, then got into a special car that had been waiting on the roadside and disappeared in a neat and tidy manner. This action once again stunned the students around. Wang Hao finally came to his senses and rushed over. He ignored the flashy sports car and grabbed Lin Feng's arm, looking him up and down. He lowered his voice and was so anxious that he almost cried. "Fengzi, tell me the truth. Are you kept by a rich woman? Or did you go to northern Myanmar? Give the money back to her. We don't do this. At worst, I can give you 2/3 of the instant noodles in the future." Lin Feng was amused by his appearance and patted his shoulder. "What are you thinking about?" I said, "The parts are still there." He raised the black car keys in his hand and threw them to Wang Hao. Then, Wang Hao took it subconsciously, and the heavy key with the Porsche shield emblem fell into his palm. It was so hot that he shivered and almost threw it away. He looked at the keys in his hand, then looked up at the black 911 that exuded an icy aura like a black warrior, and was completely stunned. What do you mean? What I mean is, Lin Feng pointed at the car, his tone as relaxed as if he was saying that bottle of water is yours, I bought it for you, a new toy, do you like it? Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. He felt as if his heart was hit hard by a sledgehammer, and his breathing stopped. The next second, he let out a shrill howl and stuffed the key into Lin Feng's arms with all his might. Brother! Dear brother! I call you brother, okay? This isn't a toy. This is my ancestor. I have to burn incense to worship this thing every day. How dare I drive it? If someone scratches the back of this car, I'll have to work in a repair shop for the rest of my life to pay off my debts. He hugged Lin Feng's arm, his fat face wrinkled into a ball, and he almost knelt down. Fengzi, take it back quickly. My heart is not in good condition, I can't stand this stimulation. I'm afraid that if I drive out, the accelerator will be mistaken for the brake, and I will be sent away with the car. Seeing his cowardly look, the last bit of gloom in Lin Feng's heart caused by the past completely disappeared. He embraced his best brother and scolded him with a smile, look at what you have accomplished. It's just a car. From today on, you will follow me. I promise that there will be many more thrills in the future that will make your heart unable to bear it. Chapter 10. This car is yours, and so is the house. At the university gate, the air seemed to freeze. Wang Hao tightly grasped the Porsche key, and the sweat in his palms warmed the cold metal. His chubby face was squeezed together due to extreme shock and panic, making him look like a wronged meat bun. Brother! Dear brother! I was wrong. Wang Hao's voice was filled with tears. He stuffed the key into Lin Feng's arms as hard as he could, as if it was a hot potato. I take back what I said just now. Are you still being kept by a rich woman? This sounds much more reliable than selling your kidneys. I really don't dare to take this thing. The students around had not yet recovered from the shock of the two 911s, and were amused by Wang Hao's tearful performance, and bursts of whispers could be heard. Lin Feng looked at his funny brother and couldn't help laughing out loud. He did not take the key. Instead, he reached out and patted Wang Hao's shoulder. The force was not strong, but it brought an unquestionable sense of security. Promising. These two simple words made Wang Hao's wail stuck in his throat. It's just a car. Lin Feng's tone was as calm as if he was talking about a t-shirt. If it's scratched, repair it. If it's hit, replace it. If you think it's hard to drive, I'll take you to buy a Ferrari tomorrow. Gudong. Wang Hao swallowed hard. He looked at Lin Feng's calm face and suddenly felt that the brother in front of him seemed really different from before. The calmness and confidence that came from the bones was something he had never seen before. Lin Feng ignored him and opened the passenger door of the black 911, then raised his chin at Wang Hao, who was still in a daze. Get in the car, I'll drive first, you feel it. Ah? Oh. Wang Hao's mind was a mess. Almost instinctively, he squeezed himself into the passenger seat with stiff hands and feet. The wrapping feeling of the leather seats and the unique leather smell inside the car instantly isolated him from the familiar world outside. He straightened his back nervously, holding the door handrail tightly with both hands, like a child riding on a plane for the first time. Lin Feng closed the car door and sat in the driver's seat. With a low roar of the engine, the black 911 slid out smoothly like a ghostly shadow. The fiery red 911 followed closely behind like a loyal knight, driven by a designated driver sent by the Porsche Center. Two streaks of light disappeared amid countless envious, jealous, and shocked gazes, leaving behind only a legend that the students of Jiangcheng University could talk about with relish for a whole semester. The car was driving steadily on Binjiang Avenue. Wang Hao looked at the street scene rapidly receding outside the window and felt like he was dreaming. He secretly glanced at Lin Feng, who was driving next to him. The latter was holding the steering wheel with one hand, looking focused and relaxed, as if this sports car worth nearly 2 million was no different from the shared bicycle he used to ride. Fengzi. Wang Hao finally couldn't help but speak, his voice still a little shaky. What's going on? Tell me honestly, did you rob the lottery center? It's too small. Lin Feng looked ahead, a smile on his face. How much money can I get from robbing the lottery center? He paused and said casually, the truth is, I broke up with Su Weiwei and my luck changed. Let's just let it go and don't mention it again. Wang Hao opened his mouth and wanted to ask more questions, but when he saw Lin Feng's calm profile, he swallowed his words back. He knew Lin Feng's temper. If he didn't want to talk about something, no matter how he asked, it would be useless. He only knew that his brother was really different. Then this car. This is for you. Lin Feng said firmly, you don't have to live in the dormitory anymore. I have a place to stay. Your place? Wang Hao was stunned. You rented a house? Lin Feng didn't answer, but just smiled mysteriously and stepped on the accelerator. The powerful push on his back instantly pressed Wang Hao firmly onto the seat. He subconsciously closed his eyes and let out a meaningless cry. When the vehicle stabilized again, Wang Hao opened his eyes and saw a complex of buildings as dazzling as diamonds appearing in front of them. Tianyue Mansion? Wang Hao's voice changed. As a native of Jiangchang, even if he had never eaten pork, he had seen pigs run. He knew what Tianyue Mansion was like better than anyone else. That is the ceiling of housing prices in Jiangchang, a place that ordinary people dare not even dream of. Lin Feng parked the car steadily in the exclusive parking space in the underground garage. Next to it, the fiery red 911 was also parked. Get off. Wang Hao mechanically unbuckled his seatbelt and followed Lin Feng into the owner-only elevator hall, which was magnificent and comparable to the lobby of a five-star hotel. The butler in a neat uniform bowed respectfully immediately when he saw Lin Feng. Good afternoon, Mr. Lin. Lin Feng nodded and walked into the elevator with Wang Hao, who was completely petrified. The elevator rose steadily, and the numbers on the LCD screen jumped rapidly, finally stopping at a floor that made Wang Hao feel suffocated. 58. Bite. The elevator door opened, and a corridor covered with top-quality wool carpet and decorated as luxuriously as an art gallery appeared in front of us. There were only 2 households on the entire floor. Lin Feng led Wang Hao to the heavy rosewood door on the left, took out a black magnetic card, and swiped it lightly on the door lock. With a soft click sound, the door opened. This set is mine. Lin Feng pushed the door open but did not go in. Instead, he turned around, took out another identical black magnetic card from his pocket, and stuffed it into Wang Hao's still slightly trembling hand. He pointed to the identical door opposite, and the smile on his face looked particularly bright under the bright light in the corridor. That set is yours. From now on, we are neighbors, brother. Chapter 11 Prince Wang pays for all the expenses. Wang Hao's eyes were fixed on the identical rosewood door opposite him, and then slowly, inch by inch, moved back to the cold black magnetic card in his hand. His Adam's apple rolled up and down, making a loud gulp sound. The brain is completely frozen. The CPU burned out directly. A luxury house in Tianyue Mansion? For him? Neighbor? Wang Hao suddenly raised his head, and what was revealed on his fat face was not ecstasy, but a kind of fear and pity that was almost like looking at a mental patient. He grabbed Lin Feng's arm, his voice trembling. Fengzi, let's go to the hospital now and make an appointment with a brain specialist. I'll pay for it. I'll take out all the money I saved to buy aliens. Can you cure the brain first? Lin Feng was so angry at his look that he laughed, and slapped him on the forehead with his backhand. I'll cure your head. Fuck you. Wang Hao covered his forehead, his eyes reddened. You gave me a 2 million car, and I thought you were crazy. Now you give me a 20 million house. Lin Feng, do you think I, Wang Hao, am a fool? Or do you think I am greedy? I can't take this thing. I can't take it even if I die. He stuffed the magnetic card into Lin Feng's hand with all his might, his attitude as resolute as a martyr ready to die heroically. Lin Feng didn't answer. He just looked at Wang Hao quietly, looking at this brother who had grown up with him, snatching steamed buns with him in the orphanage, getting beaten with him, and growing up with him. The smile on his face slowly faded, and his tone became serious. Fatty, I'm not kidding you, and I'm not crazy. From childhood to adulthood, we have always shared everything. Now that I am able to afford it, isn't it only natural for me to give you a car and a home? Do I have to watch you live in a dormitory, take the bus, and save money for a computer worth thousands of dollars for half a year, while I live in a mansion and drive a sports car, for me to be considered normal? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting Wang Hao's heart hard. Wang Hao's movements froze. He looked at Lin Feng's clear and determined eyes, and suddenly felt his nose sore. Yes. That's how they get along with each other. If he had a steamed bun, he would definitely share half of it with Lin Feng. If Lin Feng had a bowl of instant noodles, he would definitely share half of the only sausage with him. But this time, Lin Feng got a house and a car. But, this is too. Wang Hao's voice choked. No buts. Lin Feng pushed his hand back and pressed the magnetic card back into his palm. Take it. This is what you deserve. He patted Wang Hao on the shoulder and said, come on, stop being a woman. Change your clothes and I'll show you what the nightlife of the rich is like. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Phantom, the top nightclub in Jiangcheng. Wang Hao, dressed in Versace casual wear from head to toe, felt his calves feel weak as he looked at the glittering door in front of him that seemed to lead to another world. He felt like a groundhog stuffed into a tuxedo, feeling uncomfortable all over. Fingzi, how about, let's go back and eat some skewers? This place. I feel like I'll be slaughtered like a pig if I go in. He tugged at the t-shirt with a huge Medusa head printed on it and muttered softly. Lin Feng ignored him and walked straight past. The two bodyguards in black suits at the door saw Lin Feng and Wang Hao, especially when they noticed the two 911s, one red and one black, parked side by side in the VIP parking space behind them. They immediately bent down and opened the heavy door. Welcome. The deafening music and rolling heat waves, the blurry lights, the crowd dancing wildly on the dance floor, and the smell of alcohol and hormones in the air made Wang Hao feel short of breath. An account manager wearing a cheongsam with a slit to the thigh came up to him with her slender waist, her eyes fixed precisely on Lin Feng. Handsome guy, is this your first time here? Do you need a booth? Lin Feng swept his eyes around the venue and pointed to the circular booth with the best position facing the dance floor. Well, I'll take care of it tonight. The manager was stunned for a moment, then laughed so hard that his body shook with laughter. Handsome guy really has good taste, that's the best seat here, but the minimum consumption is. Lin Feng interrupted her directly, took out a black card from his wallet and threw it on the tray. This is the Centurion Black Gold card with unlimited credit just awarded by the system. He pointed at Wang Hao, who was still looking around like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden, and said to the manager indifferently. Go, tell your boss that all the expenses tonight will be charged to this prince's account. The manager's smile froze on his face. Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out of his sockets. Feng. Fingzi, you, what did you say? Wang Hao grabbed Lin Feng and said in a hoarse voice, Young Master Wang? Who is young Master Wang? Me? Put it on my account? Do you fucking want me to crawl out of here tonight? Lin Feng patted his hand soothingly and raised his chin towards the manager who was completely dumbfounded. Didn't you hear? Go tell everyone that Prince Wang will pay for all the food tonight. Chapter 12, Serve Prince Wang for me. The entire meal will be paid for by Prince Wang. In the Phantom nightclub, the air seemed to freeze at the moment Lin Feng finished speaking. The professional smile on the account manager's face seemed to be frozen by a cold wind of -50°C. Wang Hao grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly, his fat body shaking like a sieve. He lowered his voice and wailed in despair, Fingzi. You are my brother. Can you stop playing? If you keep playing, we won't be able to crawl out of here tonight, we will be carried out by others. Pay for the whole place? Is he Wang Hao? How is this any different than streaking in Times Square? No, this is much more exciting than streaking. Streaking naked can only lead to social death, but this is real death. Lin Feng ignored him and just looked at the petrified manager calmly. He tapped his finger lightly on the Centurion Black Gold card in the tray. What? Lin Feng's tone was very calm, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. Do you think I'm joking, or do you think this card is not important enough? The crisp knocking sound, like a thunderclap, instantly woke the manager up. She lowered her head sharply, her eyes focused on the completely black card with the portrait of a Roman centurion printed in the center. As the manager of Jiangcheng's top nightclub, she might not have received it personally, but she had definitely seen this legendary king of cards countless times during training. Unlimited credit limit, a symbol of top status. No. Enough. Too much. The manager's breathing became rapid in an instant, and her face flushed with a morbid flush of excitement. She almost snatched up the intercom and shouted in a trembling voice that was almost screaming, DJ! DJ! Stop the music! As loud as possible. Quickly! The harsh electronic music stopped abruptly. The crowd dancing wildly on the dance floor and the men and women toasting each other in the booths all stopped in confusion, and the whole place fell into an eerie silence. The next second, the manager's voice resounded through the speakers in every corner of the nightclub, with a kind of breaking frenzy. Dear distinguished guests, please allow me to announce an exciting news. Tonight, our Prince Wang in booth A01 will pay for all the consumption in the venue. Let us cheer for Prince Wang together. Dead silence. There was 3 seconds of dead silence. Immediately afterwards, the entire nightclub erupted in a roar like a tsunami. Holy crap! Awesome! Long live the prince! I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight. Damn it! This is what a rich man looks like. Come on, Ace of Spades, give me 10 bottles first. I'll be considered a prince. Countless people raised their glasses and saluted frantically in the direction of booth A01. Those pairs of fanatical eyes gathered into a searchlight, shining intently on Wang Hao. Wang Hao felt a black screen in front of his eyes and he wanted to bury his head in the crack of the sofa on the spot. He felt that he was not the prince who was admired by others, but a monkey who had just been released from the zoo and was not wearing any clothes. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa and snapped his fingers lazily. The manager immediately came over like a hound that had received an order, bending his waist 90 degrees. Mr. Lin, your orders. Lin Feng pointed at Wang Hao, who was almost curled up beside him, and said lightly, Go, call a row of the most beautiful and playful girls here to me. He paused, his eyes swept over Wang Hao's fat face that was about to cry, and added, Today they don't have to do anything, they only have one task: to serve this young Master Wang for me. If Prince Wang is unhappy. Lin Feng raised a playful smile, I will make your boss unhappy. Yes. Yes. I'll do it right away. The manager left in a tumble. In less than 3 minutes, 12 top beauties of different heights, long legs, plumpness, and styles stood in front of the booths in a neat row, bending over in unison, like a team of soldiers ready to be inspected. Hello, Prince Wang. The delicate voice merged into a pink wave, instantly drowning Wang Hao. When had he ever seen such a scene? He was as stiff as a stone. 2 beauties sat down on his left and right. One of them held a wineglass to his mouth, and the other handed him a peeled grape. Prince Wang, let's drink. Sir, ah. Wang Hao was so frightened that he shuddered and almost jumped up from the sofa. No, no, no. Sisters, I was wrong. I am allergic to alcohol, and I am also allergic to grapes. Looking at his brother's cowardly look, Lin Feng couldn't help laughing. At this moment, a discordant snort came from a booth not far away. A young man wearing a floral shirt and with hair dyed like a parrot hugged 2 internet celebrities and curled his lips in disdain. Why are you pretending to be so cool? You even paid for the whole place. Do you know how much money you spent tonight? I'm afraid that when you pay the bill later, there's no money in your card and you'll just run away. The sound was not loud, but loud enough for people at the surrounding tables to hear. These words were like a bucket of cold water, calming down the manager who had just been extremely enthusiastic. She took a look at the black card and her heart began to beat. Although this card is real, what if the balance on it is not enough? If she gets out of control tonight, the boss will skin her alive. She hesitated again and again, but still walked over with a smile that was uglier than crying. Mr. Lin. Look, according to our rules, for such a large purchase, do we need to pay a deposit first? Lin Feng's eyes turned cold. Before he could say anything, the parrot-headed young man shouted again in a sarcastic tone, What's wrong? No money? If you don't have money, don't pretend to be rich. You want to pick up girls with just a savings card? It's so funny. He obviously mistook Lin Feng's pitch-black Centurion card for an ordinary savings card newly issued by a bank. Savings card? Lin Feng smiled. He didn't even look at the parrot, but slowly took out another card from his wallet. It was that ordinary CCB savings card that was used to pay for a house worth more than 40 million yuan and a car worth nearly 4 million yuan. He casually threw the card on the table, making a soft pop sound. There's probably only about 50 million left on this card. The password is 6/8. Lin Feng picked up the wineglass and shook it gently, his tone so indifferent as if he was talking about someone else's business. If you don't trust the black one, use this one to pay a deposit of 10 million first. Is that enough? Chapter 13, 10 million deposit, just for fun. There's probably only about 50 million left on this card. The password is 6/8. Lin Feng's voice exploded a huge mushroom cloud in the already boiling air of the Phantom nightclub. About 5 million? Anything left? That is? These words combined together create a surreal, almost absurd impact. The account manager, who had a suspicious look on his face just now, felt his knees go weak and his brain went blank. Only one thought kept echoing in his mind: tonight, the god of wealth has come down to earth to help me survive. The sneer and disdain on the face of the young man whose hair was dyed like a parrot instantly solidified, cracked, and then collapsed. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something to save face, but found that his throat seemed to be stuffed with cement and he couldn't squeeze out a single word. The two internet celebrities beside him looked at Lin Feng with eyes that had changed from looking at a pretentious person to looking at a prehistoric beast covered in human skin. Lin Feng ignored everyone. He simply glanced at the manager who was already stunned. There was no urging or anger in those eyes, only a pure, condescending indifference. The manager was startled, and her soul returned to her body. With an almost pilgrimage-like posture, she held up the ordinary CCB savings card on the table with both hands, and picked up the POS machine with her other hand, trembling. Mr. Lin, I will do it for you right away." She tremblingly pressed a series of zeros on the POS machine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 zeros. 10 million. When this number appeared on the small screen, the air around the entire booth seemed to be sucked out. The parrot-headed youth's face had turned from pale to liver color. He stared at the POS machine so intently that his eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. He doesn't believe it, even if he is beaten to death. The manager handed the POS machine to Lin Feng, bending his waist almost to the ground. Lin Feng took the POS machine without even looking at it, casually pressed 6/8 with one hand, and then pressed the confirmation button. In the entire nightclub, everyone's eyes were focused on this small machine. Time is infinitely stretched at this moment. Drop. A soft sound. In the dead silence, the sound was as clear as the ringing of a church bell. Then, amid a sound of people gasping for air, a long purchase slip was slowly and firmly handed out. Transaction successful. The 4 bold words were like 4 ruthless slaps in the face of the parrot head. Plop. The parrot-headed young man sat back on the sofa, his face as pale as paper, his eyes unfocused, and he muttered unconsciously, "Impossible. This is impossible." The moment the manager saw the purchase order, his legs went weak and he almost knelt down to Lin Feng. She used all her strength to steady herself, and then respectfully handed the receipt and bank card back to Lin Feng with unprecedented enthusiasm and flattery. "Mr. Lin. Your card. The deposit is ready. Do you have any other instructions?" Lin Feng didn't answer. He just picked up the wineglass, took a sip, then looked past the manager and fell on the distraught parrot head, and spoke lightly. "Now, is that enough?" The parrot head trembled all over, as if it had been stung by a scorpion. It crawled to its feet and forced a smile on its face that was uglier than crying. "Enough. Enough. Big brother. I was wrong. I didn't recognize the great man. I am just a fart. Please be magnanimous and let me go." As he spoke, he even raised his hand and slapped himself twice. There was no trace of emotion in Lin Feng's eyes. He was too lazy to even look at this clown and just waved to the manager. "Let him go away and stop getting in the way here." "Yes. Yes." The manager turned around and shouted at the parrot head as if he had been pardoned. "Did you hear me? Mr. Lin told you to get out. Why don't you get out now?" The parrot head seemed to be pardoned and disappeared into the crowd, crawling and tumbling. This little incident completely solidified Lin Feng's image of Prince in everyone's mind, and even deified him. The atmosphere of the entire nightclub was even more frenetic than before. And our Prince Wang himself, Wang Hao, at this moment, was sitting in the middle of the sofa like a stone sculpture. He looked at the purchase order form on the table with a long string of zeros on it, then looked at himself who was at a loss as he was surrounded by a dozen beauties. He felt that his worldview was collapsing and then being reshaped in an irreversible way. A pure-looking girl who looked like a girl next door approached Wang Hao cautiously and looked at him with admiration and a bit of shyness. "Wang. Young Master Wang, you are amazing." The girl's voice was very sweet, with a softness that made people feel pity. Wang Hao was stunned, his fat face turned red, and he waved his hands. No, I'm just a follower, and the powerful one is my brother." The girl was amused by his honest look, and her eyes flickered, making her even more charming. She poured a glass of wine for Wang Hao, handed it to him, then picked up a glass herself and sighed softly. The sigh was as light as a feather, but it accurately scratched Wang Hao's heart. "What's wrong?" Wang Hao, a straight man, couldn't help but ask. The girl's eyes suddenly turned red. She tried hard to hold back her tears, shook her head, and forced a smile. "Nothing. I just saw you so happy, Prince Wang, and it reminded me of my mom. My mother is seriously ill and is waiting for surgery in the hospital. She is still short of 200,000 yuan for the surgery. My father is a gambler and is in debt. People come to our house every day to collect debts. I also have a younger brother who is in college and can't even pay his tuition. As she spoke, tears fell like beads from a broken string, but she wiped them away stubbornly with the back of her hand, choking with sobs. But it doesn't matter, I will try my best. I will work a few more days here, and I will definitely be able to collect enough money. Mr. Wang, don't worry about me, just have fun. This performance, which was so pitiful and tearful, simply stunned Wang Hao. How could he, a child who grew up in an orphanage, have ever seen such a scene? My sympathy overflowed instantly and I didn't know where to put my hands. You, don't cry. Just when Wang Hao was about to say, how about I ask my brother to help you, a hand gently rested on his shoulder. It's Lin Feng. I don't know when he came over, with a playful smile on his face, looking at the girl who was crying. It's a good story. Lin Feng's voice was gentle, but it made the girl's cry instantly stuck in her throat. She raised her head and looked at Lin Feng with tearful eyes, her face full of confusion and innocence. Lin Feng smiled, took out the black gold card from his wallet and waved it in front of the girl. How about this? Show me your mother's hospital diagnosis certificate, your father's IOU, and your brother's tuition payment notice now. As long as it's true. Lin Feng's smile turned a little cold. Don't say 200,000, 2 million, I'll give it to you now. Chapter 14. The script is good, but the director is me. Lin Feng's gentle voice was like an ice pick, instantly piercing the bubble of sadness that the girl had carefully woven. Her crying stopped abruptly. There were 2 lines of tears on that tearful face that had not been wiped away in time, but her expression was frozen and her eyes were full of panic of being exposed. Wang Hao's sympathy was overflowing, and when he saw the situation, he immediately became anxious. He grabbed Lin Feng's arm and lowered his voice, almost shouting. Funzi, what are you doing? The girl is in such a miserable state, and you still doubt her? Do you have any sympathy? He felt that his brother must have gone crazy today. First he paid for the whole place, and now he came to bully an innocent girl selling drinks. The girl seemed to have found her savior. She immediately looked at Wang Hao for help. Her eyes turned red and she was about to cry. Master Wang, it's okay. Mr. Lin, maybe he just doesn't believe me. She bit her lower lip in grievance, her voice trembling. How could I possibly joke about my mother's illness? Look! Look! Wang Hao became even more anxious, thinking that Lin Feng was totally unreasonable. Hurry up and apologize to him. Lin Feng didn't even look at Wang Hao, but just looked at the girl with interest. He smiled, with a hint of coldness in his smile. Don't rush to act, I haven't finished speaking yet. He sat up straight on the sofa, leaning forward slightly. The invisible feeling of oppression made the girl subconsciously want to shrink back. You said your mother is sick. Which hospital? Which department? What's the name of the attending doctor? I'll call her now to ask about her condition. The girl's face turned pale. Your father is a gambler. Who does he owe money to? A loan shark? What's his name? Where does he hang out? Tell me, and I'll help you find someone to settle the matter. I guarantee that no one will dare to come to your house in the future. The girl's lips began to tremble. Your brother is in college. Which university? What's his major? What's his student number? I'll call the finance department of his school right now and pay all his tuition for 4 years. With every question Lin Feng asked, the smile on his face deepened, but his eyes became colder and colder. Why aren't you talking? He picked up the wine glass on the table and shook it gently. I'm giving you a chance, you have to take it. Wang Hao was stunned as he listened. No matter how dumb he was, he could tell that something was wrong. Lin Feng's series of questions accurately dissected the girl's seemingly perfect tragic story. The girl's face turned from pale to dark blue, and finally turned the color of liver. She pinched the corner of her clothes, hesitating for a long time, and could not answer a word. Aye. Let me tell it for you. Lin Feng was too lazy to wait for her to continue, and his voice suddenly turned cold. Your mother is in good health and still dances in the square every night. Your father is just an ordinary retired worker who likes to drink a little wine. You don't have any brothers, you are an only child. Lin Feng pointed to the small bag she placed in the corner of the sofa. The Chanel dress you're wearing is a new model this year, and it costs 18,000 yuan. The Cartier bracelet on your wrist is a classic model, and it costs 36,000 yuan. Even though your bag is a high-end imitation, it's well made, and it costs at least 1,000 yuan. He paused, his eyes scanning the girl's delicate face like an X-ray. And your face, your nose is padded, your chin is shaved, your eyes are opened, and your apple cheeks are injected with hyaluronic acid. This whole thing must cost at least hundreds of thousands, right? Sister, your tactics need to be improved. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, drank the wine in the glass and chuckled. Tell me, am I crazy, or do you think my brother is a fool? The girl's face was completely bloodless. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes full of fear, as if she was looking at a devil. Wang Hao, standing aside, was completely petrified. He opened his mouth wide, looked at Lin Feng, then at the girl, and felt that his brain capacity was seriously insufficient. He just almost believed it? And quarreled with his brother because of her? Thinking of this, Wang Hao's fat face instantly turned red, not because of anger, but because of shame. Roll. Lin Feng only said one word. The girl stood up as if she had been pardoned. She even forgot to take her bag and fled into the crowd in panic. Lin Feng called the account manager who had been waiting nearby and pointed at the 12 beauties still standing in a row. You can let them all go. The manager nodded quickly, yes. Then, Lin Feng pointed to the purchase receipt of 10 million yuan and the black gold card on the table. Take the receipt. You don't have to return the money. Just use it as the payment for tonight's drinks. The rest will be given to all the employees working tonight, from the cleaners to the security guards. Everyone will have a share. It will be considered a reward from Prince Wang. When the manager heard this, he almost fainted with happiness on the spot. He thanked the manager repeatedly, then ran with the list and card to announce this great news. Finally, Lin Feng and Wang Hao were the only two people left in the entire booth. Deafening cheers broke out in the nightclub again. This time, the shouts were not "Prince Wang is awesome," but "Thank you, Prince Wang," from the bottom of their hearts. Wang Hao, however, was not happy at all. He lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong, picking at his fingers, and managed to utter a word after a long time. Fingzi, You're promising. Lin Feng patted his shoulder and scolded him with a smile, "You're still helping count the money after being sold." Wang Hao's face turned even redder, and he wished he could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. I just saw how pitiful she was crying. Remember this in the future. Lin Feng's tone became serious. This world is much more complicated than you and I imagined. Money can make us stand higher, but it can also make us prey in the eyes of others. He looked at his brother and said word by word, "I can give you a car, a house, and endless money. But you have to grow your own brain." Wang Hao nodded heavily, and there was something in his eyes that had never been there before. At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Feng's pocket vibrated. Not a phone call, not a text message. He took it out and looked at it. A new prompt popped up on the screen, coming from the mysterious super-rich system. Ding! Newbie mission released. Spend all 1 billion. Task reward, 10 attribute points. China Construction Bank, your savings card account with the last number 8848 received 1 billion renminbi from ICBC at 1432 on September 15, and the current balance is 1,047,050,660 renminbi and 32 cents. Chapter 15, 1 billion? Then spend 500 million first. Lin Feng looked down at the screen of his mobile phone. The noisy music and the frenzied cheers around him seemed to be blocked out by an invisible wall. Ding! Newbie mission released. Mission goal, spend 1 billion. Task reward, 10 attribute points. China Construction Bank, your savings card account with the last number 8848 received 1 billion renminbi from ICBC at 1432 on September 15, and the current balance is 1,047,050,660 renminbi and 32 cents. 1 billion. Looking at the long string of zeros, there was no shock or ecstasy in Lin Feng's pupils, but instead a hint of anticipation. To spend 1 million, he needs to be calculated. To spend 100 million, he needs a plan. Now, the system directly gave him 1 billion yuan and asked him to spend it all. And the reward of 10 free attribute points made him even more excited. This system finally revealed another side besides giving money. Attribute points? Will it make him stronger or smarter? This game is becoming more and more interesting. Fengzi. Wang Hao's voice brought Lin Feng back from his thoughts. He came closer, his fat face filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and deep awe for Lin Feng. I almost believed it just now. I am such a pig-brain person. He took a big gulp of the wine, as if to use the alcohol to wash away the stupidity and embarrassment just now. You're right. I need to use my brain. From now on I will follow you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. If you tell me to chase a dog, I will never catch a chicken. Lin Feng looked at his confident expression, smiled, and said nothing. He just returned his gaze to the phone with a pondering look in his eyes. Wang Hao looked at his expression and started to feel uneasy again. He made a tentative joke. Fengzi, what are you planning? Ha ha. He laughed dryly, trying to liven up the atmosphere. However, Lin Feng slowly raised his head and looked at him with extremely serious eyes. Your suggestion is good. Wang Hao's laughter stopped abruptly, like a chicken with its neck strangled. Ah. I say, Lin Feng leaned on the sofa, tapping the table with his fingers, his tone as relaxed as if he was discussing what to eat for dinner. Buying this store seems to be a good way to spend money quickly. Oh my god. Wang Hao jumped up from the sofa with such agility that he didn't look like a 200-pound fat man at all. He snatched the wine glass in front of Lin Feng and pretended to pour it on his head. Brother. Dear brother. I'm a bad mouth. I'll slap you in the face. I was just kidding. This place is a den of infamy, a bottomless pit, we can't jump in. He is really scared now. Lin Feng's courage in spending money has far exceeded what he can understand. He was really afraid that a joke he made would turn into a bank transfer message the next second. At this moment, a man in his 40s, wearing a black silk shirt, with a well-maintained figure and shrewd eyes, walked over quickly, surrounded by a group of security guards and managers. He was holding a bottle of red wine that looked to be of extraordinary vintage, with a flawless smile on his face. This must be Mr. Lin. I'm the owner of this store, Long Xiaotian. You can just call me Brother Long. Long Xiaotian did not have the mercenary spirit of an ordinary businessman. Instead, he had some of the boldness of a man of the world. He personally poured wine for Lin Feng and Wang Hao, and was very humble. Mr. Lin is so young, yet he has such courage. It's really beyond the reach of others. All expenses for Mr. Lin and your friends tonight will be on my account. Just consider it as making friends. He waved his hand, and someone behind him immediately handed him several membership cards made of pure gold. This is our Phantom Supreme VIP card. From now on, when young Master Lin comes here, all his purchases will be free of charge. This operation not only gave face, but also wanted to use favors to bind Lin Feng, the rich man. Wang Hao was watching from the side and was secretly amazed, thinking that this boss was really a shrewd person. Lin Feng didn't even look at the gold cards. He just picked up the wine glass and clinked it lightly with Long Xiaotian. You're welcome, Brother Long. He took a sip of his wine and got straight to the point. Brother Long, is your store for sale? Cough cough cough. Long Xiaotian almost spit out the wine after taking a sip. He started coughing violently and his face turned red. The manager next to him hurried over to pat him on the back. He finally caught his breath and looked at Lin Feng with surprise in his eyes. He thought he had heard wrongly. Mr. Lin, what did you just say? Wang Hao covered his face with his hands. It was over. The thing he was most worried about had happened. I say, your store, name a price. Lin Feng's tone remained flat, as if he was not talking about a business worth billions, but buying a skewer of grilled gluten at a roadside stall. Long Xiaotian's expression changed. He has been in the business world for so many years and has seen countless people of all kinds. He can see through the rich, powerful, pretentious, and boastful people at a glance. But he couldn't see through the young man in front of him. Those eyes were as calm as an ancient well with no bottom. You could not see any emotion in them, so you had no way of judging whether they were true or false. This is the most terrifying thing. The smile on his face faded a bit, and he said tentatively, Mr. Lin, you are joking. Mirage is the hard work of me and a few brothers. It is not for sale. Besides, this location, this scale, this customer flow. If we really want to sell it, the price will be. He deliberately dragged out the sound, hoping that Lin Feng would give up. Lin Feng tapped his index finger on the table, interrupting him. Make an offer. These two simple words carried an unquestionable command. Long Xiaotian frowned. Being forced into abdication like this, he began to feel a little angry. He thought that the young man was probably drunk and was making fun of him. Okay, since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. He stretched out a hand, spread out 5 fingers, and sneered. If young Master Lin is really sincere, this amount. Wang Hao next to him took a breath. 50 million? Although the price is ridiculously high, with Lin Feng's madness, it seems not impossible. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't react, Long Xiaotian thought that he was intimidated, and the sarcasm on his face became even stronger. Why? Young Master Lin thinks it's too expensive? I'm not talking about 50 million. I mean. He was just about to say 500 million, a sky-high price that would scare away 99.99% of the rich, but was interrupted by Lin Feng again. Lin Feng seemed a little impatient. He stood up and looked down at Long Xiaotian. 500 million? Long Xiaotian was stunned and the words got stuck in his throat. He originally wanted to say 500 million to humiliate the other party, but he didn't expect the other party to say it directly. Yes. It's 500 million. I won't sell it for a penny less. Long Xiaotian simply gave up and shouted out the price. He waited to see the look of surprise and embarrassment on Lin Feng's face. However, Lin Feng just nodded, then took out the ordinary CCB card from his wallet and threw it on the table. Okay. In a word, understatement. The muscles on Long Xiaotian's face were completely stiff. The managers and bodyguards behind him were all stunned, as if they had heard some Arabian Nights fairy tale. Give me your company's public account. Lin Feng took out his mobile phone and opened the bank app. I will transfer it to you now. Transfer? Long Xiaotian felt his tongue was getting bigger. Mr. Lin, this is 500 million, not 5 million. There is a limit on bank transfers. Mine doesn't have one. Lin Feng's answer was simple and rough. Fine beads of cold sweat began to appear on Long Xiaotian's forehead. He felt that things were sliding in a direction that was completely out of his control. He looked at Lin Feng's calm face, and suddenly a strong fear surged in his heart. This kid, is he serious? Wang Hao, standing aside, had completely given up thinking. His brain was no longer able to process the information it had received tonight. He just stared at Lin Feng blankly, looking at his brother, like a director, controlling the emotions and fate of everyone in the audience. What? You don't dare? Lin Feng raised a mocking arc at the corner of his mouth. Or is it that your store is not worth 500 million at all? Who said I dare not? He was so angry that his blood boiled. He gritted his teeth, took a business card from his assistant and slapped it on the table. The account is right here. If you have the ability, transfer it now. He just didn't believe that someone could transfer 500 million yuan on the spot using a mobile phone. Lin Feng picked up the business card, took a look at it, and then started operating quickly on his mobile phone. Enter the account number and the account name Jiangcheng Phantom Entertainment Company, Limited, and then in the transfer amount column, steadily enter a 5 and 8 zeros. Click to confirm. The whole world seemed to have quieted down. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng's phone. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. Buzz. Lin Feng's cell phone vibrated. It was not a notification that the transfer was successful, but a phone call. Long Xiaotian heaved a sigh of relief and a sneer of as expected appeared on his face. It must be the bank calling to stop it. How can such a large amount of money be transferred so easily? Lin Feng answered the call and pressed the speakerphone. On the other end of the phone came an extremely respectful, even slightly flattering female voice. Hello, Mr. Lin. I am the account director of the private banking department of the Construction Bank head office. My name is Qin Jing, employee number 9527. I just detected that you have a public transfer of 500 million yuan. Is this done by you? Have you been coerced in any way? The sound was clearly heard throughout the booth. Long Xiaotian's sneer froze on his face again. Lin Feng glanced at him and spoke into the phone with an indifferent tone. It was me, I was not coerced. Please hurry up, I'm waiting to sign the contract. Chapter 16 Brother Long, stand firm. On the phone, the woman who claimed to be the customer director of the head office spoke in a respectful and gentle voice. Please hurry up, I'm waiting to sign the contract. Lin Feng spoke into the hands-free phone. These words came out lightly, but they were like a 10,000-ton boulder, smashing into the hearts of everyone present. On the other end of the phone, Shen Jing's voice became sweeter due to excitement. Okay, Mr. Lin. I'm very sorry to bother you. I will authorize you right away. Please wait. I wish you a happy life. The phone call was hung up. the entire A01 booth was dead silent. The sneer on Long Xiaotian's face had not yet completely faded away, and it just hung stiffly at the corner of his mouth, like low-quality butter that had been quickly frozen at low temperatures, looking funny and pathetic. The veins on his forehead were throbbing and a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his carefully groomed temples and dripped onto his expensive silk shirt, leaving a small dark mark. Wang Hao, standing aside, had completely given up thinking. In order to prove that he is not joking, his brother, Lin Feng, is using his mobile phone to buy a nightclub worth 500 million yuan. Even the author of Qi Dian's cool novel Wun Ti dare to write this kind of plot if he was drunk. Time passes by second by second. Every second hit Long Xiaotian's fragile nerves. His expression changed from disbelief to surprise and doubt. He began to frantically make excuses for himself. This is impossible. It must be a scam. It must be a play that was performed by someone else. Yes, the woman who made the phone call must have been a paid hire. Just when he was about to convince himself and was about to start mocking again. Buzz. The slight sound of a vibrating cell phone seemed particularly abrupt in the dead silence. It's not Lin Feng's phone. It's Long Xiaotian's. Everyone's eyes were focused on the latest Huawei phone in Long Xiaotian's hand. Long Xiaotian's body trembled violently. He felt like what he was holding in his hand was not a mobile phone, but a red-hot soldering iron. His Adam's apple rolled, he swallowed hard, and his fingers stiffly swiped across the screen. A push message from the bank was lying so clearly at the top of the screen. XX Bank, your company's public account 1988 received a transfer of 500 million renminbi at 15:08 on September 15, and the current balance of the account is 501,247,556 renminbi and 88 cents. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 zeros. 1 5. 500 million. Not a penny less. Long Xiaotian felt that his eyes were burned by the string of numbers, and his vision went dark and the world was spinning. He staggered and his knees went weak. If the assistant behind him hadn't quickly supported him, he would have become the first boss in Jiangcheng to kneel down in fear after receiving a huge sum of money. Brother Long, stand firm. Lin Feng's voice came from afar. He had sat back on the sofa without knowing when, holding the wine glass and gently shaking the ice cubes in it. Don't kneel down. This sofa of mine is not suitable for worship. Puff. Wang Hao couldn't hold back a gulp of wine and spat it out. He quickly covered his mouth, his fat face turned red, his shoulders shrugged, and he looked extremely painful, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Long Xiaotian was supported by his assistant, his face completely pale. He looked at Lin Feng. There was no longer any of the heroism and temptation of a gangster in his eyes. Instead, there was only fear and awe as if he had seen a ghost. Mr. Lin. His lips trembled and even the way he addressed her changed. From Mr. Lin to Mr. Lin, the difference of one word makes a world of difference. Lin Feng ignored him and just cast his gaze at the account manager behind him who was completely dumbfounded. What about the contract? Ah. Oh. Contract. Contract. The manager woke up as if from a dream and ran out, shouting, "Quick! Go call lawyer Wang from the legal department. Bring the company's complete set of transfer contracts. Quick!" The whole scene was chaotic yet orderly, with a sense of absurd drama. Long Xiaotian took a deep breath and forced a smile that was uglier than crying. He personally picked up the bottle of expensive red wine and filled Lin Feng's glass with trembling hands. Director Lin. Just now, I was blind and looked down on you. I will drink 3 cups as punishment to make amends to you. As he said this, he didn't even use the wine glass, but directly drank 3 big gulps from the bottle. Lin Feng just watched his performance quietly, without any emotion in his eyes, until he finished drinking, then he spoke slowly. Brother Long, this store is mine now. He paused and looked over Long Xiaotian's red face. From now on, you will be working for me. Any problem? No problem. Absolutely no problem. Long Xiaotian put the bottle of wine heavily on the table and patted his chest. Don't worry, Director Lin. From today on, I, Long Xiaotian, will be your most loyal dog. If you point east, I will never go west. Wang Hao was amazed at the speed of the changing expression. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly turned his head and looked at Wang Hao, who was still in a trance. There was a hint of teasing in that look. Fatty. Ah. Wang Hao was startled and sat up straight, like a student being called by the teacher in class. Lin Feng smiled, and that smile looked particularly bright under the dim light. What are you standing there for? He pointed at everything around him, from the magnificent decoration, to the crazy crowd in the dance floor, to Long Xiaotian who was standing straight and not even daring to breathe. From now on, you are the owner of this store. Come here and get acquainted with your property. Chapter 17 Help. My brother wants me to be the boss. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a bolt of thunder, striking Wang Hao's crown precisely. He pointed to this flashy world built of money, alcohol and hormones and declared ownership to his best brother. From now on, you are the owner of this store. Come here and get acquainted with your property. After being down for a full 10 seconds, Wang Hao's brain finally restarted in a catastrophic way. He was not ecstatic, not excited, not even a trace of excitement. He just shuddered violently and grabbed Lin Feng's arm. His whole fat face was distorted due to extreme fear, and his facial features were twisted into a ball. He looked even more miserable than the crying Long Xiaotian just now. Boss? Me? Wang Hao's voice was as sharp as a duck with its neck pinched. Fengzi. Brother. Dear brother. Can we stop making trouble? Let's go home. Let's go home and play games. I'll return my 200,000 to you. No, I'll also give you the 5,000 yuan I saved. Let's buy a top-of-the-line computer and use it together. Please. Let's not go crazy here. He is now 100% sure that Lin Feng was not in good luck, but was possessed by an evil spirit, and the evil spirit has already attacked his heart, making him terminally ill. Let him be the boss? Manage this nightclub? What a joke. He can't even figure out the cleaning duty schedule for the university dormitory, and you're asking him to be in charge of such a huge den of money? Isn't this like throwing a husky into a nuclear missile silo and giving it a launch button? Lin Feng looked at him and saw that he was about to cry. Instead of being angry, he was amused. He patted Wang Hao's hand, which was holding him tightly and whose knuckles had turned white. Let go. A boss should act like a boss. What's the point of pulling and tugging? I look like your father. Wang Hao was so anxious that he blurted out, Lin Feng, listen to me, Wang Hao's biggest dream in this life is to eat and wait for death, and be a happy salted fish. You are now trying to roast this salted fish over the fire, and forcing me to turn over. Just as Wang Hao was about to accuse Lin Feng of his atrocities in tears, a figure came over respectfully. It's Long Xiaotian. This man, who was a well-known figure in Jiangqing's underground world just a second ago, now looks like the most humble younger brother. He bowed deeply to Wang Hao, and his attitude was more respectful than to his own father. Hello, Mr. Wang. Long Xiaotian's call of Mr. Wang was like a starting gun. The managers, security guards, and customer managers behind him who were still in a petrified state suddenly woke up as if from a dream, and bent down in unison. Their voices merged into a torrent, echoing throughout the booth. Hello, Mr. Wang. Boom. Wang Hao felt like his world had collapsed. He watched Brother Long, who had been so arrogant just a moment ago, now looking at him with an almost pilgrim look. He watched helplessly as the elites around him, dressed in suits and ties with beautiful legs and cheongsams, performed such a great honor on a fat guy like him, whose Versace t-shirt looked like something from a street stall. This scene is so magical. The impact was 10,000 times more powerful than the one that just swiped away 500 million. Wang Hao's legs went limp, his eyelids fluttered, and he almost fainted from happiness on the spot. Lin Feng quickly supported him and whispered in his ear, "What a shame." He turned his head and ignored the unconscious Wang Hao, and his eyes fell on Long Xiaotian. Brother Long, from now on you will be the general manager of this store, assisting Mr. Wang. His words are my words. Do you understand? Long Xiaotian shuddered all over, and cold sweat instantly broke out. He nodded and bowed quickly. I understand. Director Lin, don't worry. I will definitely serve Director Wang comfortably. No, I will assist him well. Lin Feng nodded with satisfaction. He wanted to use this most direct and brutal way to pull his brother out of the shell of inferiority and cowardice in the past. Cars, houses, and money are just external things. What he wanted to give Wang Hao was a whole new world, a brand new identity, and enough confidence to make him stand up straight. Just when Lin Feng was about to give Wang Hao another strong dose of medicine to make him completely accept the reality. Bang! With a loud bang, the heavy gilded door of the nightclub was roughly kicked open by someone from the outside. The deafening music suddenly faded away, as if an invisible hand had grabbed its neck. The attention of the whole audience was drawn to it. At the door, a man wearing a flowered shirt, a thumb-thick gold chain around his neck, and a shaved head walked in swaggeringly, surrounded by a group of equally ferocious-looking strong men. The leader, a man with a crew cut, had a cigar in his mouth and a face full of flesh. He looked around the venue arrogantly, and finally his eyes fell on Side-01 and on Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian, I heard that you sold the place? The man with the crew cut had a hoarse and arrogant voice. He exhaled a puff of thick smoke, pointed his cigar at Long Xiaotian, and then at Lin Feng beside him. What? Have you found a new master? This one is quite tender, have you changed your taste now? The obscene language is unbearable to hear. Long Xiaotian's face turned pale in an instant, and his fists clenched so hard that they made a clattering sound. Lin Feng's eyes also turned cold. However, the man with the crew cut didn't take them seriously at all. His gaze passed over everyone and finally fell on Wang Hao, who was supported by Lin Feng, with a pale face, sweat all over his forehead, and looked like a frightened quail. He looked Wang Hao up and down, his eyes looked like he was looking at a joke. He grinned, revealing a row of teeth yellowed by smoke, and spoke contemptuously in an extremely sarcastic tone. Hey, where did this fat pig come from? Long Xiaotian, don't tell me this guy is your new boss? Chapter 18. Who do you think you are? Hey, where did this fat pig come from? Long Xiaotian, don't tell me this guy is your new boss? The voice of the man with a crew cut pierced through the stagnant air in the nightclub. The insulting words and extremely arrogant tone made the people, who had just recovered from the shock of 500 million yuan, feel their hearts in their throats again. Long Xiaotian's face suddenly became so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. He had just changed the dock and his new master was right in front of him. The first one among his subordinates who jumped out to find trouble was Hu Biao, a well-known tough guy in Jiangcheng. This was not just a slap in the face, it was like putting him, Long Xiaotian, over the fire and burning him back and forth with a branding iron with barbs on both sides. However, he didn't dare to move. He subconsciously looked at Lin Feng, the new boss who was young but made him feel chilled to the bone. Lin Feng's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He didn't get angry, didn't yell, and didn't even raise his eyebrows. He just looked at the man named Hu Biao with interest, and there was even a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, as if he was watching a farce that had nothing to do with him. Wang Hao, on the other hand, felt as if he had been electrocuted. The word fat pig pierced the most sensitive part of his heart. He had heard similar nicknames countless times since he was a child. He had long been accustomed to diffusing embarrassment with a silly grin and self-mockery, wrapping up those thorns and pretending they didn't exist. But today is different. Just a few minutes ago, he was respectfully called Mr. Wang by dozens of people. Just a few minutes ago, his brother Lin Feng told him that everything here belonged to him. This needle is extremely painful. Wang Hao's fat face instantly turned the color of liver, and his breathing became heavy. The hands that were trembling with fear unconsciously clenched into fists. Lin Feng felt the stiffness of his brother's body, and the smile on his face became even more intense. He turned his head slowly, not looking at Hu Biao, but at Wang Hao, whose face was flushed and whose eyes were even watery. He spoke slowly in a voice that was neither too loud nor too soft, but loud enough for everyone around to hear. Director Wang. The word Mr. Wang made Wang Hao tremble all over and he raised his head suddenly. Lin Feng's eyes were calm and deep, carrying an unquestionable power. Someone is causing trouble in your territory and scolding you. He picked up the wine glass and shook it gently. What do you think we should do? Boom. Wang Hao's brain exploded. What to do? How the hell was I supposed to know what to do? Can it be eaten cold? Can I call the police to arrest him? How about I get down from my seat and kowtow to him, begging him to stop hitting me? An earth-shattering storm was unfolding in Wang Hao's heart, with countless cowardly thoughts running wildly through his mind. He opened his mouth, but there was a blockage in his throat and no sound came out. Seeing this, Hu Biao became even more proud and let out a shrill laugh. Ha 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 ha. Long Xiaotian, your new master is a mute? Mr. Wang? I think he's the king of turtles. He pointed at Wang Hao and mocked him as much as he could. Let him speak? Can he speak? Besides humming and moaning, what else can he do? Who the hell are you saying can't speak? A loud shout, like thunder from out of nowhere, suddenly exploded. Not Lin Feng. Not Long Xiaotian either. It's Wang Hao. The fat man who was as cowardly as a quail just now had red eyes and his chest heaving violently. He didn't know where the courage came from, he just felt a surge of blood rushing to the top of his head, burning away all his fear, hesitation, and helplessness. He pointed at Hu Biao and, using all his strength, shouted out the most powerful words he had ever said in his life. You! Get out of here! The entire nightclub fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in amazement at the fat man who suddenly exploded. The smile on Hu Biao's face also froze. He didn't seem to expect that this fat pig in his eyes would dare to talk back. After a brief moment of surprise, there was boundless rage. Fuck! You fat pig, how dare you scold me? Hu Biao threw the cigar in his hand to the ground, rolled up his sleeves, revealing his tattooed arms, and rushed forward to grab Wang Hao by the collar. Wang Hao instinctively shrank back in fear. However, Hu Biao stopped 3 meters away from the booth. It wasn't that he wanted to stop. It's Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't even stand up, he just gently placed the wine glass in his hand on the table. Bang! There was a soft sound, not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. He raised his eyelids, and for the first time, his eyes, which had always been calm, were tinged with a hint of coldness. His gaze did not fall on Hu Biao, but on Long Xiaotian's face. Boss Long. Lin Feng's voice was very light, but it contained a chilling question. Did I spend 500 million to invite you to watch a show? Long Xiaotian's whole body trembled violently, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This is exactly what he was waiting for. The new boss has paid the money, now it depends on whether this old employee is worth the price. Are they all fucking dead? Long Xiaotian turned around abruptly and roared at the group of black-suited bodyguards behind him who were already ready to attack. Break the legs of Hu Biao and his gang. Throw them out. Yes. With a uniform response, more than a dozen professional bodyguards with burly builds and cold eyes rushed forward in an instant like hungry wolves pouncing on their prey. The gangsters brought by Hu Biao usually acted arrogantly on the streets, but where had they seen such a scene? They didn't even have time to react before they were choked and their arms were tied, and they were pinned to the ground cleanly and neatly. Hu Biao himself still wanted to resist. Relying on his brute force, he punched the leading security captain. But the security captain did not dodge, but just leaned sideways, grabbed Hu Biao's wrist with his right hand like a pair of pliers, and twisted it. Crack! There was a teeth-grinding sound of bone cracking. Ah! Hu Biao let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, and fell to the ground like a puddle of mud. The fist he swung out was twisted at a strange angle. The whole process takes less than 10 seconds. Crush! A complete crush. All the guests in the nightclub were stunned. Only then did they understand why Phantom Nightclub had become the best in Jiangcheng. The security guards employed here were not ordinary security guards at all. Long Xiaotian didn't even look at Hu Biao, who was howling on the ground. He quickly walked up to Lin Feng and bowed deeply, with a hint of fear and determination on his face. Director Lin, it's my fault for not disciplining you and Director Wang. Don't worry, after tonight, there will be no more people like Hu Biao in Jiangcheng. Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just stood up, slowly adjusted his cuffs, and then walked step by step to Hu Biao, who was kneeling on the ground, sweating in pain. He looked down at him, with no anger in his eyes, only pure indifference, as if he was looking at an ant. Just now, you asked me what my brother was? Hu Biao grimaced in pain and looked up at Lin Feng with fear in his eyes. Lin Feng smiled, and that smile made Hu Biao feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He is the owner of this store, Mr. Wang. Lin Feng stretched out his foot and gently patted Hu Biao's face with his expensive leather shoes. Who are you? Hu Biao was shaking all over and couldn't utter a word. Lin Feng retracted his foot, turned around, and waved to Wang Hao, who was still gasping for breath. His face was pale, but there was a strange light flashing in his eyes. Come over. Wang Hao walked over subconsciously. Now, Lin Feng pointed at Hu Biao on the ground, his tone calm as if he was giving an order for a small matter. I'll give you a chance to apologize to our director Wang. Hu Biao's eyes widened, his face full of humiliation. Let him apologize. Lin Feng said to Wang Hao. Wang Hao looked at Hu Biao on the ground, and then at Lin Feng, who was calm beside him. He took a deep breath, and imitated Lin Feng, speaking to Hu Biao in a tone that was unfamiliar to him and a bit stiff and majestic. Apologize. Under the gaze of dozens of eyes and under the force of 2 security guards, Hu Biao, the arrogant tough guy just now, finally lowered his shaved head in humiliation. Wang. Mr. Wang. I'm sorry, I was wrong. The sound was as thin as a mosquito, but it was clearly transmitted to Wang Hao's ears. Wang Hao felt that something was different in his body. At this moment, the cell phone in Lin Feng's pocket vibrated at an inopportune time. He pulled out his cell phone and checked the caller ID. The faint smile that had always been on his face faded slightly for the first time, and was replaced by a complex and incomprehensible expression. Wang Hao came over curiously and asked quietly, "Who is it?" Lin Feng didn't say anything, but turned the phone screen towards him. 3 words were clearly jumping on the screen. Su Weiwei. Chapter 19, a fatal multiple choice question. On the mobile phone screen, the 3 words Su Weiwei are like a thorn stuck in the flesh. It doesn't hurt, but it is uncomfortable. Wang Hao came over to take a look curiously, and the fat face, which had just turned red due to the excitement, instantly twisted into an expression of disgust. Fuck. Su Weiwei? Why are you calling again? Wang Hao's voice was full of undisguised contempt. As Lin Feng's best brother, he was not optimistic about this relationship from the beginning. He had witnessed with his own eyes that Lin Feng had eaten steamed buns for a week in order to buy a lipstick for Su Weiwei. He had also seen Su Weiwei posting ambiguous photos with other men on her WeChat moments behind Lin Feng's back. But at that time Lin Feng was stuck in it and he couldn't persuade him. Now, this phone call is like a belated fly, buzzing and annoying. Lin Feng didn't answer the call, nor did he hang up. He just stared at the screen quietly until it went dark by itself. Ignore her, Fengzi. Wang Hao patted his shoulder. Just get rid of this kind of woman. Just treat it as stepping on a pile of dog shit. Clean your shoes and move on. Lin Feng smiled and put the phone back into his pocket. There was no anger or nostalgia in his eyes as Wang Hao had imagined, only the calmness of an adult looking at a childish game. He glanced at Hu Biao, who was still kneeling on the ground, being held down by 2 security guards, his face full of humiliation and fear. Then he looked at Long Xiaotian, who was standing upright next to him, as if he had received some mysterious baptism. Brother Long. Here. Mr. Lin, please give me your orders. Long Xiaotian was startled and bowed quickly. Here, I'll leave it to you to clean up. Lin Feng pointed at the mess on the ground. I don't want to see a single word about tonight in any news in Jiangqing tomorrow. In addition. He paused and turned his gaze to Wang Hao, who was almost unable to stand. Assign a driver and an assistant to Director Wang. Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly, and just as he was about to protest, Lin Feng glared back at him. That look said, shut up and listen to me. Yes. I guarantee that it will be done properly. Long Xiaotian took the order and directed his men to start cleaning up the scene efficiently. Lin Feng pulled Wang Hao, who was still in philosophical thinking about who am I, where am I, and why do I want to be a boss, out of the Phantom nightclub. At the door, 2 Porsche 911s, 1 red and 1 black, looked like 2 ferocious beasts ready to attack in the night. Fengzi, I really can't do it. Wang Hao had a sad face and made his last struggle. It's up to me whether it works or not. Lin Feng threw the black car key to him. What you need to learn now is not how to manage people, but how to get used to all this. Go back and have a good sleep. Starting tomorrow, you will be Director Wang. After saying that, Lin Feng got into his red 911 and sped away with a low roar of the engine. The next day, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's still the same Starbucks, and still the seat by the window. The sunlight shines through the glass window and onto the table. Everything is exactly the same as it was a few days ago. Lin Feng was exactly the same as he was a few days ago. He was still wearing the same washed-out t-shirt and old jeans, and a pair of ordinary sneakers. He sat there quietly, holding a cup of the cheapest American coffee in his hand, drinking it slowly, and looking calmly at the hustle and bustle of traffic outside the window. If there was any difference, it was the way he sat. A few days ago, he sat here with his back slightly hunched, with a hint of flattery and humility. Today, he leaned back in his chair, his posture relaxed and stretched out, as if this chair and this space naturally belonged to him. When Su Weiwei pushed the door open, she saw Lin Feng at first sight. She was stunned for a moment. She had imagined countless reunion scenes. Lin Feng might question her angrily, get drunk decadently, or cry and beg her to get back together. But she never expected that he would be like this. So calm, as if nothing had happened. She took a deep breath, adjusted the dress she had carefully selected, quickly put on a tearful expression on her face, and walked over quickly. Lin Feng. Her voice had just the right amount of trembling and grievance. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at her. There was no emotion in his eyes. He just nodded lightly. Come on, sit down. This reaction made Su Weiwei's prepared words stuck in her throat. She sat down opposite Lin Feng somewhat at a loss, twisting her bag straps nervously with her hands. Lin Feng, I'm sorry. She bit her lower lip, her eyes reddened. "That day, the day I was wrong, I shouldn't have said those words to hurt you. I've thought a lot these past few days, and I realized that no brand name, no necklace, can compare to how good you are to me." She raised her tearful eyes and looked at Lin Feng affectionately. I regret it. Let's reconcile, okay?" This performance was so heartfelt and heartwarming that I felt pity for the actor. If it was Lin Feng a few days ago, he might have softened his heart and believed it. But now Lin Feng just looked at her quietly, as if he was watching a movie with an old-fashioned plot. He even had the leisure to notice that the manicure she was getting today cost 880 yuan. "Forget it," Lin Feng responded calmly. What do you mean?" Su Weiwei's expression froze. "It means, it's over." Lin Feng finished the last sip of coffee in the cup and stood up. "I have something else to do. I'll take you back." His decisiveness and indifference were like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Weiwei's heart hard. All her calculations and preparations became a joke at this moment. A huge feeling of humiliation and unwillingness surged in her heart. She stood up suddenly and asked sharply, "Lin Feng, do you have someone else outside? How could you do this to me?" Lin Feng ignored her hysteria and walked straight to the door. Su Weiwei was angry and anxious, and followed him unwillingly. She didn't believe it. She didn't believe that Lin Feng could really treat her like this. He must be angry and taking revenge on her in this way. The two walked out of Starbucks one after the other and stood on the side of the road. Su Weiwei wanted to say something, but when she saw the scene in front of her, all the words were stuck in her mouth. There were two cars parked side by side on the road. One of them was the most common, even somewhat worn-out shared electric car with mud spots on its body. The other one is a Porsche 911 with smooth lines, cool shape, and bright red color. In the sunlight, the expensive car paint shines with a dazzling brilliance. One is in heaven, the other is underground. Lin Feng was standing between the two cars. He turned around and looked at the stunned Su Weiwei with a playful smile on his face. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the two cars. "I'll give you a chance. Which one do you want to get on?" Chapter 20, She Really Can't Do This Question. The sun was blazing, and the air smelled like a mixture of cheap perfume and car exhaust. Su Weiwei stood there, as if she was immobilized by a spell. In front of her, there was a shared electric car that was rusty and had half-dried mud spots on its wheels. On the other side, there is the Porsche 911, which looks like a burning flame, with every curve shouting the word expensive. Lin Feng stood between the two cars with a calm expression, like a teacher asking questions, calmly waiting for the students' answers. This multiple-choice question is too cruel and too tempting. Su Weiwei's brain was working fast. Porsche? Lin Feng, yes? No, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. He can't even afford to buy himself a new t-shirt. How can he afford a luxury car worth millions? It must be rented. Yes, it must have been rented to show off and deliberately humiliate myself. This thought brought back a bit of her pride. She couldn't be fooled and couldn't let him see her worshipping money, as that would be too cheap. But what if this car is real? That thought was like a poisonous sweet seed, taking root and sprouting wildly in her heart. She thought of Lin Feng's abnormal behavior in the past few days, buying a house, buying a car, giving gifts to his brother, those incredible rumors she had heard from others. Her heart began to beat uncontrollably. Lin Feng, what do you mean? Su Weiwei forced a reluctant, somewhat annoyed expression on her face, trying to use questioning to cover up her inner panic and greed. Do you think this is fun? Renting a car to show off to me? Do you think I'm still the little girl you fooled me with? She acted as if she was looked down upon and insulted, and her eyes began to turn red again. Lin Feng looked at her, said nothing, and just smiled. In that smile, there was no sarcasm or showing off, only a kind of calmness that seemed to see through everything. He saw through her outward appearance and her inner weakness, and also saw through her pitiful self-esteem. He didn't wait for her answer. Because he already knew the answer. Lin Feng turned around, walked straight to the shabby shared electric car, straddled it, and sat on it. He skillfully scanned the code to unlock the door, tapped the ground with one foot, and looked back at Su Weiwei, who was still standing stiffly in place. Come on, I'll take you back to the dormitory. His voice was not loud, and his tone was so relaxed, as if nothing had happened between them. Just like before, he would ride his squeaky bicycle and take her around the campus. At this moment, the last bit of doubt in Su Weiwei's heart disappeared. It's rented after all. He is still the poor Lin Feng. A nameless anger suddenly rose up in my body, along with great disappointment and humiliation of being made fun of. She felt like a fool. For a moment she actually thought that he had become very successful. Lin Feng Yu. She was about to open her mouth to curse when a sharp roar of an engine interrupted her words. The window of the fiery red Porsche 911 slowly rolled down. In the driver's seat, a young man wearing trendy clothes and sunglasses, looking nonchalant, poked his head out. He didn't even look at Lin Feng. His eyes were fixed on Su Weiwei, and he whistled loudly. "Hey, beautiful lady, where are you going?" The man's voice was filled with a frivolous sense of superiority. "It's too hot standing here alone. Get in the car. I'll take you for a ride." Su Weiwei's breathing stopped for a second. She subconsciously glanced at the man, then looked at the genuine Porsche under him. Then, her eyes fell on Lin Feng, who was riding on a shared electric bike and wearing a washed-out t-shirt. One is the top rich second generation who is within reach. One is a poor student who is in a hopeless situation. This multiple-choice question suddenly became simple. The anger and humiliation on Su Weiwei's face quickly turned into a sweet smile that was shy and somewhat reserved in just 2 seconds. She touched her hair and said softly to the man in the Porsche, "Hello." Then she turned her head and looked at Lin Feng. There was no longer any trace of affection or grievance on that face. All that was left was politeness and alienation, and even a hint of disgust. "Lin Feng," she said, "you go back first. I met a friend here and chatted with him for a while. I will go back later by myself." After saying that, she didn't even look at Lin Feng again. She walked towards the Porsche gracefully in her high heels and twisting her waist. The man driving the car opened the door attentively, and she bent down and sat in. Her movements were skillful and natural, as if such a luxury car was born to be hers. Bang! The car door closed, separating the two worlds. The red Porsche roared and sped away, leaving Lin Feng with only a dashing rear end and a burst of hot exhaust. Lin Feng sat on the shared electric bike and watched the car disappear around the corner. There was no change in his expression, but a hint of mockery flashed in the depths of his eyes. He took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message. "Thank you for your hard work. This month's bonus will be doubled." Just as the message was sent, Wang Hao called. His voice was as if he had seen a ghost. "Fuck. Fengzi. Fengzi. I was driving past the school gate just now and I saw her. I saw Su Weiwei." Wang Hao's voice was anxious and angry. Why did she get into a red Porsche? That license plate, why does that license plate look so familiar? Damn, isn't that your car? Who is the man driving the car? Someone is stealing your girlfriend? Lin Feng was amused by his noisy appearance. He pedaled the electric bike slowly, feeling the hot wind blowing towards him. "Don't get excited. I'm not being stolen. What's going on? That bitch Su Weiwei." "Fatty," Lin Feng interrupted him, with a hint of laughter in his tone. "Do you remember what I told you?" "Ah? What did you say?" "This world is much more complicated than you and I imagine." Chapter 21, I gave you a chance, but you are useless. On the other end of the phone, Wang Hao was anxious and angry. "What's so complicated? What's the point of watching a show? Are you watching the show on the green grassland above your head? Who is that grandson? I'm going to turn around and go back now. Don't get excited." Lin Feng's voice sounded unusually calm amid the noisy hot wind. "You can't accomplish great things if you're impatient." He pedaled the shabby shared bicycle slowly on the non-motorized vehicle lane, as if everything that had just happened had nothing to do with him. "Where are you?" "I'll be there right now." Wang Hao was almost going crazy on the other end. Tianyue Mansion, Underground Garage Area B, Parking Space 13. Lin Feng reported a precise address with a smile on his face. "If you want to watch the finale, go back to the garage at home." After saying that, Lin Feng simply hung up the phone, no matter how crazy Wang Hao was over there. He raised his head, squinted at the sun in the sky, and sighed softly. Some people can't seize the opportunity even if they are given it. At the same time, the atmosphere in the fiery red Porsche 911 was very lively. The air conditioning is very cold, the leather seats are delicate to the touch, and the air is filled with the scent of high-end fragrances. Su Weiwei felt as if she had instantly entered another world, a world she had always dreamed of. She turned sideways and looked at the man who was concentrating on driving beside her. His carefully groomed profile was so handsome in Su Weiwei's eyes. Hey handsome, where are we going? Her voice was sickeningly sweet, and her body leaned inwards towards the man unconsciously. The man driving the car was none other than Xiaoli, that actor arranged by Lin Feng. At this moment, he was suppressing his inner uneasiness and trying hard to play the role of a cynical rich second generation. I'll take you to a nice place. He replied coolly without looking away, I guarantee you'll like it. You are amazing. You drive a Porsche at such a young age. Su Weiwei's eyes were full of admiration. She complained at the right time, unlike my ex-boyfriend, who rode a shared bicycle to disgust me even after we broke up. He was so poor and childish. She stepped on Lin Feng mercilessly, trying to elevate herself so that the rich second generation around her would feel that they had picked up a treasure. Xiao Li's mouth twitched, and he cursed inwardly, fuck, but he said, that poor guy should be separated from as soon as possible. Staying with you is an insult to you. Su Weiwei was so delighted by his words that the smile on her face became even more charming. The vehicle drove smoothly into a brightly lit underground garage that was so clean that it could serve as a mirror. There were all kinds of luxury cars parked around, including Rolls-Royce, Bentley, Lamborghini, each one made Su Weiwei's heart beat faster. This is the life she wants. The Porsche finally stopped in front of an extremely spacious private parking space. Xiaoli turned off the engine and the car fell into silence. Su Weiwei's heart beat faster. She adjusted the hem of her skirt and began to rehearse in her mind what might happen next. Go straight upstairs to his mansion? Or will he give himself a romantic surprise? She was just thinking about how to behave in a reserved manner when someone suddenly knocked twice on the driver's window. Knock, knock. The sound was not loud, but it made Xiaoli feel like a frightened bird. His whole body trembled violently and he almost jumped up from his seat. Hoo-hoo! Su Weiwei was startled by his excessive reaction and looked out the window curiously. I saw a familiar figure standing outside the car window. It's Lin Feng. They didn't know when he had arrived here. He was still wearing the washed-out t-shirt and had a faint smile on his face. He appeared in front of them silently like a ghost. Su Weiwei's pupils suddenly contracted. Why is he here? How did he keep up? Before she could figure it out, Xiaoli in the driver's seat seemed to be on fire. He hurriedly unbuckled his seatbelt, pushed open the car door, and rushed out, rolling and crawling. Under Su Weiwei's shocked gaze, Xiaoli stood straight and bowed deeply to Lin Feng, his voice loud and trembling. Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? These two words were like a bolt from the blue, hitting Su Weiwei on the head and shocking her completely. Lin Feng didn't even look at Xiaoli, he just took out the electric bike key from his pocket and threw it over. You performed well. Go to Brother Long and ask him to give you a bonus. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Thank you, Mr. Lin. Xiaoli felt as if he had been pardoned. He took the key, bowed again, and then ran away without looking back. He ran so fast that it seemed as if there was a ghost chasing him. The whole world suddenly became quiet. The only sound left was the slight crackling sound of the engine cooling down and Su Weiwei's increasingly heavy breathing. She sat in the passenger seat, motionless, as if all her strength had been drained away. My mind went blank, unable to process this extremely magical scene before my eyes. The rich second generation is an actor? This Porsche belongs to Lin Feng? This underground garage filled with top-of-the-line luxury cars, is it also his? Lin Feng opened the passenger door, leaned slightly against the doorframe, and looked down at her. There was no longer the warmth or anger of the past in those eyes. Instead, there was only a kind of calmness that saw through everything, and a hint of pity. I originally wanted to give you a chance. His voice was very soft, but it was like a needle, piercing into Su Weiwei's heart. Su Weiwei's lips were trembling and she couldn't utter a word. Lin Feng smiled, and that smile contained a bit of self-mockery and a bit of relief. What a pity, he shook his head, his tone showing undisguised disappointment, you are useless too. These words were like a loud slap in Su Weiwei's face. All her shrewd calculations, her beauty, and means that she was proud of, became a huge joke at this moment. Her face turned red in an instant, and turned pale the next second. Get out of the car. Lin Feng straightened up, without any unnecessary expression on his face. Humiliation, shock, regret, countless emotions were like an overturned pallet, sneered wildly on Su Weiwei's face. She pushed open the car door in a daze. As soon as her feet touched the ground, her legs went limp and she almost fell to her knees. Just then. Squeak. The sound of harsh tire friction broke the silence of the garage. The black Porsche 911 did a beautiful drift and stopped steadily a few meters away. The car door was pushed open with a bang, and Wang Hao jumped out of the car in a hurry, his fat face full of anxiety and anger. When he saw the scene in front of him clearly, he was stunned. Lin Feng, Su Weiwei, and that dazzling red Porsche. Wang Hao's brain was working rapidly, and he connected everything in an instant. He pointed at Su Weiwei, his eyes wide as copper bells, and cursed. Fuck. Fengzi. Did you set up this trap? He then turned to Su Weiwei, his disgust and contempt in his eyes undisguised. Su Weiwei. You are such a materialistic woman. I told Fengzi back then. Fatty. Lin Feng just called him lightly. Wang Hao's cursing stopped abruptly. A cold, playful smile reappeared on Lin Feng's face as he looked at his ex-girlfriend, whose face was as pale as paper and who was on the verge of collapse. The good show has just begun. Chapter 22, Killing Someone and Destroying Their Heart? Fatty. Lin Feng called out lightly, interrupting the national quintessence that Wang Hao was about to burst out. Wang Hao's curse was like a duck with its neck strangled, stuck in his throat. His face flushed, he pointed at Su Weiwei, then looked at Lin Feng, his eyes full of disbelief, and finally uttered, Fengzi, you. Lin Feng ignored him and just widened the playful smile on his face a little. He took 2 steps forward and stood in front of Su Weiwei, whose face was as pale as paper and whose body was shaky. The light in the underground garage was pale, making Su Weiwei's carefully applied makeup look a little funny. The shock, regret, fear and unwillingness in her eyes were like an overturned paint palette, mixing into a mess of colors. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but found her throat was so dry that she couldn't make a sound. Su Weiwei. Lin Feng spoke. His voice was not loud, but it echoed clearly in the empty garage with a cold texture. Is this question difficult? Su Weiwei trembled all over and looked at him blankly. Is it that difficult to choose between a shared bike and a Porsche? Lin Feng's mouth curled up, and there was no warmth in that smile. I thought you would hesitate, even if you were just pretending to hesitate? Wang Hao, who was standing by, finally tasted something. He looked at Lin Feng's cat and mouse posture, then looked at Su Weiwei's lost look, took a breath, and subconsciously took half a step back. Not only kill people, but also destroy their hearts. Fengzi, you've really become a bad person now. Su Weiwei's lips trembled violently. She finally found her voice, sharp and distorted. You did it on purpose. Lin Feng. You did it on purpose from the beginning. Yes. Lin Feng nodded calmly, and that matter-of-fact look made her more upset than if he had just scolded her. I just want to see, Lin Feng's eyes, like a scalpel, calmly analyzed her, to see what kind of person the person I liked before was. He paused, a hint of regret in his tone. I gave you a chance. Right in front of Starbucks, you just had to get on that shared bike. Even if you cursed me 1,000 times in your heart, even if you just wanted me to give up and to maintain your pitiful, noble image, as long as you got on it. Lin Feng pointed at the red Porsche behind him, then pointed at Wang Hao's black car not far away. Finally, he pointed his chin towards the top of his head. This car, that car, or the house in Tianyue Mansion. Pick any one of them, and consider it my severance pay to buy out our past relationship. What a pity. Lin Feng shook his head and chuckled. You're too lazy to even act. Boom. These few words were like a spiritual atomic bomb, exploding in Su Weiwei's mind. Severance pay? Pick one? That SA Porsche worth several million and a mansion worth 20 million. She just needs to sit on that broken bicycle? All she had to do was sit on it with disgust and pretending to be reserved, as she had done countless times before, and then all the things she had never dared to dream of would be within her reach? An indescribable regret, like the most violent tsunami, instantly drowned her. She felt like her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand, and the pain was so severe that she couldn't breathe. The shrewdness that she was proud of, the calculation that she relied on for survival, at this moment, turned into a huge joke directed at herself. No. No. Lin Feng, please listen to my explanation. Su Weiwei completely collapsed. She staggered forward and tried to grab Lin Feng's arm. Tears rolled down her cheeks like beads from a broken string. I thought it was someone else, I thought you. Lin Feng just took a step back and avoided the hand she extended. That action, though simple and understated, was like an insurmountable chasm that completely separated the two of them. Don't explain, it's ugly. The smile on Lin Feng's face had disappeared, replaced by a bone-chilling indifference. I am not the same person as before, but you are still the same person as before. That's enough. After saying that, he took out 200 yuan bills from his wallet, snapped his fingers, and the 2 red banknotes fell lightly at Su Weiwei's feet. Taxi fare, go home. His tone was as if he was sending away a beggar who was pestering him on the street. Insult. A naked, undisguised insult. Su Weiwei stared blankly at the 200 yuan on the ground, then looked up at Lin Feng's indifferent face. All her defenses and disguises were shattered at this moment. Ah! She let out a hysterical scream, covered her face, turned around and ran. Her high heels made a messy and panicked drumbeat on the smooth ground. Like a stray dog with a broken spine, she disappeared in a panic at the exit of the garage. The whole world is finally quiet. Wang Hao stood there, looking at the direction where Su Weiwei disappeared, then looked at the 200 yuan on the ground, and finally cast his gaze at Lin Feng, who was calm and composed. After a long time, he finally uttered a word. Fengzi, you're awesome. The way he looked at Lin Feng now was not just awe, but even contained a hint of fear. The honest and even somewhat cowardly Lin Feng he knew was completely dead. Now standing before him was a powerful and terrifying being that was completely unfamiliar to him. Lin Feng didn't respond. He just walked to his car, opened the door, got in, then lowered the window and said to Wang Hao, who was still stunned, "Get in the car and go home." Oh. Wang Hao woke up as if from a dream and ran quickly to his black 911. The two beasts drove out of the basement one after the other and blended into the night scene of Zhongcheng. Back on the 58th floor of Tianyue Mansion, as soon as Wang Hao entered the door, he threw himself heavily into the huge leather sofa in the living room, letting out a satisfied groan of ouch. Great! He shouted at the ceiling, "Damn, it's so great! Wang Hao, have never seen such a great scene in my life." Fengzi, didn't you see Su Weiwei's expression at the end? It was uglier than eating shit. She deserves it. This kind of gold digger should be treated like this. He rolled around on the sofa excitedly twice, then sat up again and looked at Lin Feng, who was pouring water at the bar, with a hint of worry on his face. But Fengzi, are you okay? After all, before. What could it be? Lin Feng handed him a glass of water, took a glass himself, and sat down on the single sofa next to him. He's just a passerby. He can't affect my mood for even a second. His eyes were calm and truly calm, without any disguise. Wang Hao looked at him and finally confirmed that he had really let it go. That's good. Wang Hao took a big gulp of water, then slapped his thigh as if he remembered something. Oh, right. Over at the nightclub. Brother Long just sent me a WeChat message saying that Hu Biao's grandson has been dealt with. Yeah. Lin Feng responded without much reaction. Wang Hao felt uneasy when he saw his calm demeanor. He couldn't help but ask, Fengzi, seriously, what are you going to do next? Buying a house, buying a car, buying a nightclub, slapping the ex-girlfriend in the face. After going through this set of processes, even the Qi-Dian novels would not dare to be written like this. He really couldn't think of anything else that could stimulate his brother. Lin Feng took a sip of water, looked at the brilliant night view of Jiangcheng outside the window, and was silent for a moment. Then he turned his head, looked at Wang Hao, and suddenly smiled. That smile, unlike the previous indifference or playfulness, carried a hint of real, pure excitement. Fatty. Want to try something more exciting? Chapter 23. This game has just begun. Fatty. Want to try something more exciting? Lin Feng's voice rang out in the spacious and luxurious living room. It was apparently very light, but it made the hairs on the back of Wang Hao, who had just calmed down from extreme excitement, stand up again. Wang Hao jumped up from the sofa, still holding the unfinished glass of water in his hand, and looked at Lin Feng with horror, as if he was looking at a madman who was about to drag him to jump off the building. Still exciting? Wang Hao's fat face was almost wrinkled into a bun. Brother. Can we be quiet for a while? What else do you want to do? He walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and overlooked the lights of the city below. The neon lights of the city flowed in his eyes, reflecting a deep light. Today, I found a good way to spend money. What method? Wang Hao came closer, his face full of curiosity. Fighting counterfeiting. Fighting counterfeiting? Wang Hao was stunned, then his eyes lit up. Fengzi, you are awesome. You even know about antiques? Let's go. Let's go to the antique market tomorrow and buy 8 or 10 pieces of Tang Sankai. Let's see which grandson dares to sell fakes to us. We will just use our money to kill him. Seeing him excitedly ready to mess things up, Lin Feng shook his head. It's not that kind of fake. He turned around and his eyes fell on Wang Hao. I hit the fakeness of people's hearts. Wang Hao's excitement was instantly stuck, and the expression on his face froze. Lin Feng raised his lips with a playful smile. I suddenly feel that there should be many women like Su Weiwei in this world. They disguise themselves carefully, put a price on it, treat feelings as business, and treat sincerity as a joke. Wang Hao stared at him blankly, his brain unable to process the logic of these words for a moment. So, Lin Feng said word by word, I decided to enforce justice on behalf of heaven and eliminate harm for the people. Purify the air in Zhangcheng. The living room fell into deathly silence for 10 seconds. Wang Hao opened his mouth, looked at Lin Feng, then looked at the ceiling, as if to confirm whether he was still on Earth. Fengzi. He spoke carefully, with a hint of tenderness in his tone, caring for a mentally retarded child. Are you too shocked today? Otherwise, I will accompany you to the hospital? Get out. Lin Feng cursed with a smile. He sat down on the sofa again, his whole body sinking into the soft leather, his posture relaxed and comfortable. Just think about it, this game is so interesting. We find a target every day, just like doing a live broadcast, and put on an annual face-slapping drama. By the way, we can also educate those young people with distorted values. It's a three-pronged approach, how great. As Wang Hao listened, his eyes gradually widened. His mind involuntarily replayed Su Weiwei's final appearance of collapse, despair and disarray, and he recalled the trembling feeling he felt from the soles of his feet to the top of his head at that time. It seemingly, indeed. It's quite interesting. But, what does this have to do with us? Wang Hao was still making his final moral struggle. Why is it okay? Lin Feng asked confidently, think about it, we are so rich now, we will definitely become the #1 hunting target of countless gold diggers in the future. We are not meddling in other people's business, this is called clearing minds in advance, killing demons and monsters, this is called exercise. Wang Hao was stunned by his set of twisted theories, and felt that they did make some sense. He shook his head vigorously, getting rid of the not-so-good thought in his mind, and replaced it with a new kind of excitement that was eager to try. Done. Wang Hao slapped his thigh, his fat face flushed with excitement. Fengzi, wherever you point, Wang Hao, will hit. It's just an exercise. I'm risking my life. Looking at his heroic appearance, Lin Feng smiled. Great, the team is complete. Then where should we find the target tomorrow? Wang Hao couldn't wait any longer. Where else can we go? Lin Feng picked up the water cup and took a sip, back to the place we are most familiar with. Our hunting ground. The next day, Jiangcheng University. The sun is shining, the campus is shaded by green trees, and it is full of youthful atmosphere. Two brand new Yachty electric vehicles, one on the left and one on the right, slowly drove into the campus and stopped in the square in front of the library. Lin Feng and Wang Hao each rode a bicycle, with long legs and graceful movements. Wang Hao looked at the mount that he had bought at a huge sum of 3,000 yuan, and then looked at the younger students coming and going around him, and he felt that he had been sublimated. Fengzi, I finally understand. Wang Hao said with a serious expression. Understand what? What does it mean to be a great hermit in the city? Who would have thought that we two ordinary college students riding electric bikes are top tycoons with luxury houses and cars and a net worth of hundreds of millions? This contrast is so damn fascinating. Lin Feng was too lazy to pay attention to him. The two found a bench under the shade of a tree and sat down, like two old men with nothing to do, and began to observe the people coming and going. Fengzi, look at that. Wang Hao lowered his voice and pointed with his chin at a girl with heavy makeup not far away. I know her. She's from the foreign languages department. She shows off her wealth on WeChat moments every day, saying how good her boyfriend is to her. But last time I saw her getting out of a BMW 5 Series, and the driver was a Mediterranean. My rank is too low. Lin Feng shook his head. I might not look as good as you without makeup. It's not challenging. What about that one? Wang Hao pointed in another direction, a girl wearing a Lolita skirt who looked very cute. She is the goddess of our anime club. She always says that she is living on dirt and begs the club leader to take her to buy action figures. But she turned around and went to a luxury store to buy a donkey brand bag. Nothing new. Lin Feng's gaze stayed on the girl for 2 seconds before he lost interest. This is a routine operation. The plot is not tortuous enough, and the fight is not exciting. Wang Hao lost his temper and slumped on the bench. You're asking for quite a lot. What kind of person do you think you're looking for? Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just looked around the square calmly. He was like an experienced old hunter, patiently waiting for his prey to appear. Just then, a figure entered his field of vision. It was a girl, very tall, probably over 1.7 meters tall. She was wearing a simple white dress, with her long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She had no makeup on, or rather, she had on the kind of fake makeup that was barely noticeable. The whole person is as clean as a glass of pure water, with a cool temperament and impeccable facial features. As soon as she appeared, the attention of almost all the boys in the square was attracted by her. Fuck! Wang Hao also noticed it and took a breath of cold air. Lu Qingyao, the beauty of the finance department. The recognized goddess of Jiangda University. She? Lin Feng raised his eyebrows. Fengzi, this won't do, this absolutely won't do. Wang Hao shook his head like a rattle. This is a real white, rich and beautiful girl. I heard that her father is an executive of a listed company, and the people chasing after her can line up from the south gate to the north gate of the school, and many of them are rich second generations who drive Ferraris and Lamborghinis, but she doesn't like any of them, saying that she only wants to find an ordinary person who is truly good to her and have a pure love. This is our friendly army. We can't fight. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just watched quietly. Lu Qingyao walked to the steps at the entrance of the library, and a boy wearing a plaid shirt and looking shy handed her a carefully wrapped gift box with a blushing face. Lu Qingyao took it, a light and gentle smile appeared on her face, and she said something to the boy. The boy immediately became excited and his face turned red. He waved his hands repeatedly, and then walked away, looking back every few steps. The whole picture is as pure and beautiful as an idol drama. Look! Look! Wang Hao patted Lin Feng's arm excitedly. What a beautiful girl! She is simply a white lotus in the mud. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth slowly curled up in an imperceptible arc. His eyes fell on Lu Qingyao's actions. She took the gift box and turned to walk towards a trash can on the side of the library. The smile on her face had disappeared, replaced by a faint, accustomed look of disgust. She didn't even open it to take a look. With a flick of her wrist, the gift box carrying the boy's pure love drew a precise parabola and fell steadily into the other garbage bucket. After doing all this, she took out wet wipes from her Chanel bag and wiped her hands carefully, as if she had just touched something dirty. Then, she put on her cool and detached expression again and walked into the library. The whole process was smooth and completed in one go. Wang Hao was stunned, his mouth opened so wide that an egg could fit in it. This is too good of an acting skill. Lin Feng turned his head and laughed at his brother's stupid look as his worldview collapsed. He stood up and brushed the dust off his pants. Fatty. Ah. Wang Hao was still in shock and hadn't come to his senses. The game begins. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with the excitement of a hunter who discovered top prey. Target locked, Finance Department, Lu Qingyao. Chapter 24. This is not a drill, this is a hunt. In just 1 minute, Wang Hao's worldview went through the entire process of being established, collapsed, and then shattered. He stared blankly at Lu Qingyao's back as she walked into the library, then turned around and looked at his brother beside him who had a calm smile on his face that said, just as I expected. She. Wang Hao's tongue was tied. He pointed in the direction of the trash can, then pointed at the library, and couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. Not bad for your acting, right? Lin Feng patted his shoulder, his tone sounding like he was reviewing a movie that had just been released. His facial expression management, action details, and emotional transitions are all professional. Who would have thought of this if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes? Wang Hao shuddered violently, as if he thought of something extremely terrible. He grabbed Lin Feng's arm, and his whole fat face turned pale with fear. Fengzi. Brother. Can we change it? This one won't work. This one absolutely won't work. Why not? Why? Wang Hao's voice changed. Didn't you see? This is the queen of movies. If we ride Yachty up there, isn't that the equivalent of going to fight a max-level demon king from the novice village? We're courting death. Wang Hao was really scared. People like Su Weiwei are at most bronze-level gold diggers. They are a little clever, but their level is not high, and their thoughts are written on their face. But Lu Qingyao is different. She played the characters of pure, unworldly, and not interested in money to perfection and deceived all the men in Jiangcheng University. How scheming must a woman like this be? How terrifying must the cunning be? This is not just a slap in the face, this is just forcing your face against someone else's iron plate. Lin Feng analyzed slowly. She wants to maintain her image of not loving money, so of course she can't accept it. But she made a note of it in her heart, that it is a potential high-quality fish fry. As for the boy who gave her a gift just now, Lin Feng smiled. He doesn't even deserve to be remembered by her name, so his gift is naturally garbage. Wang Hao was stunned after hearing this. He felt that he had lived in vain for the past 20 years. His taste in looking at women was not as good as Lin Feng's in just a few days. Then what are you going to do? Wang Hao's voice was filled with tears. You can't just drive the Porsche over there, right? Wouldn't that make you the biggest fish in her pond? You'd be exposed. Who said I was going to drive? Lin Feng stood up, stretched, and then got on his brand new Yachty electric car. Wang Hao's eyes almost popped out. You don't want to? Yes. Lin Feng twisted the handlebars, making a crisp bell sound. Just go over like this. Wang Hao felt that his respiratory system was shutting down. He watched Lin Feng riding his 3,000 yuan Yachty bike slowly towards the library entrance like an ordinary college student. At that moment, there was only one thought left in Wang Hao's mind: it's over, my brother has gone crazy. People come and go at the entrance of the library. Everyone's gaze would more or less linger for a moment on the steps where Lu Qingyao had just stood, as if the goddess's warmth was still lingering there. Lin Feng, riding an ordinary electric bike, stopped at the entrance of the library amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. He didn't get out of the car. He just leaned on the car with one foot on the ground casually. Then, he took out his mobile phone and started playing games. The students passing by gave him strange looks. Who is this person? Riding an electric bike and parked at the entrance of the library, is he waiting for his girlfriend? But he doesn't look like he has a girlfriend. Moreover, he stopped here just after Lu Qingyao left. What does that mean? Do you want to commit fraud? Wang Hao hid in the shade of a tree in the distance and felt like he was about to suffocate. The whispers of the people around him pierced him like needles, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He couldn't figure out what Lin Feng was up to. Time passes by every second. Half an hour later, Lu Qingyao finally reappeared at the entrance of the library. She seemed to have just finished reading a book, with a trace of tranquility on her face. The sunlight shining on her made her whole body look like she was glowing, incredibly beautiful. As soon as she came out, the atmosphere of the entire square changed. Wang Hao's heart instantly rose to his throat. Here it comes. Here it comes. The moment of judgment has finally come. However, Lin Feng still kept his head down, staring at the screen of his mobile phone intently, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Lu Qingyao naturally noticed this strange man. Her delicate brows were slightly frowned, almost imperceptibly. She didn't like this feeling. A boy who looked so ordinary made her feel that her perfect image was offended to some extent. She looked straight ahead, took a long step, and prepared to walk past Lin Feng, pretending not to see him. Just when the two were about to pass each other, Lin Feng put away his phone and raised his head. His gaze fell calmly on Lu Qingyao's face, without surprise or obsession, as if he was looking at an ordinary passerby. Then he spoke. The voice was not loud and the tone was flat, but it was clearly heard by Lu Qingyao. Let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Feng. Lu Qingyao paused. She slowly turned her head, and for the first time, a hint of obvious surprise appeared in her cold eyes. She has seen countless ways of picking up girls. There are shy confessions, arrogant displays of wealth, and self-righteous literature in art. But she had never seen such a simple, crude, and yet so natural opening. A boy riding an electric bike and wearing an ordinary t-shirt approached her in a very calm tone. It was an insult to her charm. Lu Qingyao's face still had that cold and distant expression, but deep in her eyes, there was a hint of undisguised contempt and impatience. She opened her red lips slightly, and was about to say the sorry that she had said countless times. Lin Feng's next words rang out immediately afterwards. Can I treat you to dinner tonight? His eyes were still as calm as a pool of deep water, as if making this invitation was the most normal thing for him. Lu Qingyao's prepared refusal was stuck in her throat. She looked at the man in front of her. He's not bad looking, but he's definitely not one of the most handsome guys. He didn't have any brand name clothes on him, and the total value of everything he had on him might not even be enough to buy her bottle of face cream. He rides a ridiculous electric bike. In the most calm tone, he invited this goddess, who was pursued by countless rich second generations, to dinner. A sense of absurdity came over me. Lu Qingyao suddenly felt that this was a bit interesting. She wanted to see what tricks this ordinary boy who had no idea of his own limitations was trying to play. She wanted to see what kind of expression would appear on his face when he found out that he couldn't even afford a decent meal. So, under the shocked gazes of everyone around and under the watchful eyes of Wang Hao, who was almost fainting in the distance, a smile slowly bloomed on Lu Qingyao's face, which was as cold as an iceberg. That smile, shallow and gentle, like a spring breeze on the face, is enough to melt any man. She nodded gently at Lin Feng. Okay. Chapter 25, Experts Fight, Every Move is Fatal. Okay. Lu Qingyao's voice was like the clearest spring water in a mountain stream. With a ding-dong sound, it struck the hearts of every boy around who pricked up his ears. Then, smashed their hearts to pieces. The entire library square fell into an eerie silence. If looks could kill, Lin Feng would have been tortured to death at least 10,000 times by now. Countless gazes, filled with shock, jealousy, anger, and confusion of "this world has gone crazy," were fixed on him and the cheap yachty electric car. Under the shade of the trees in the distance, Wang Hao felt as if he had been struck from head to toe by a bolt of lightning. He was burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, and his soul was almost gone. He watched Lu Qingyao, the ice goddess who refused Ferrari and ignored Lamborghini, smile like an angel at his brother who rode an electric bike worth 3,000 yuan. It's over. Wang Hao sat on the ground, his face ashen, muttering to himself. This girl is too skilled. My brother is throwing meat buns at a dog, there is no way back. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and sent a WeChat message to Lin Feng with trembling fingers. Fengzi. Run. However, Lin Feng, who was in the center of the square, didn't even look at his phone. He just patted the back seat of the electric car naturally, and nodded at Lu Qingyao with his chin. Get in the car. 2 words, simple and straightforward, with a sense of self-evidentness that cannot be questioned. The smile on Lu Qingyao's face was stiff for a fraction of a second. A hint of barely perceptible disgust flashed across her clear eyes. She looked at the slightly dusty back seat. But only for a fraction of a second. The next moment, the smile on her face returned to that shallow and gentle arc. Good. She lifted the hem of her white dress and carefully, with an elegant and reserved posture, sat down sideways. The movements were very light, and the body was slightly tense, trying to reduce the contact area with the car body as much as possible, like a white swan that did not want to be tainted by the world, landing on the edge of a muddy pond. Hold on tight. Lin Feng ignored his brother's dying struggle. He pushed his foot and the yachty electric bike made a brisk beep sound, carrying the dreams of all the boys in Jiangcheng University, and slowly drove out of the square. The wheels rolled over the road, making a squeaking sound, which was particularly harsh among the countless heartbreaking sounds. Outside the west gate of Jiangcheng University is a famous street of decadence. On one side, there is a high-end restaurant with bright lights and exquisite decoration, and the waiters at the door are all wearing neat uniforms. On the other side, there are food stalls filled with smoke, bustling people, and plastic benches on the sidewalk. Half is heaven, half is earth. Lin Feng's yachty electric vehicle stopped steadily in the middle of the street. He got out of the car, stretched out his long legs, leaned against the front of the car, and pointed to the left and right. On the left is the romantic French restaurant. Inside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, candlelight flickers and piano music plays melodiously. Every table is covered with a snow-white tablecloth, and the average consumption per person starts from 4 figures. On the right is Wang Ermazy crayfish. Under the red plastic shed, shirtless strong men are playing fist-fighting games, and girls with greasy faces are sucking shrimps. The air is filled with the smell of minced garlic, 13 spices, and beer, full of the flavor of fireworks. Lin Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Lu Qingyao with a calm smile on his face. This is another multiple-choice question. A multiple-choice question that is more heartbreaking than the one between shared bikes and Porsches. Because this time, the person who asked the question was a poor student riding an electric bike. Lu Qingyao got out of the car and stood between the 2 stores. She glanced at the well-dressed men and women in the French restaurant on the left, and then glanced at the busy diners in the food stall on the right. There was no trace of embarrassment or hesitation on her face. It seemed that this problem was as simple as 1 + 1 = 2 to her. She didn't even look at the French restaurant for a second, as if the exquisite decoration and expensive prices were no different from a trash can on the roadside in her eyes. She turned her head and smiled at Lin Feng, a smile that was brighter and more sincere than the one she had just shown at school. In that smile, there was a hint of joy and nostalgia like a little girl. Let us eat crawfish. She stretched out her slender finger and pointed at the greasy Wanger Maisie crayfish sign without hesitation. I haven't eaten it for a long time. When I was abroad, this taste was what I missed the most. Her tone, her expression, the twinkle in her eyes were so perfect that there was not a single flaw to be found. Through her actions, she perfectly demonstrated what it means to be a true goddess who does not love vanity and only yearns for the mundane world. At this moment, if Wang Hao was present, he would kneel down to Lu Qingyao and shout, "Queen of Films!" Lin Feng looked at her with an unchanged smile on his face. But deep in that smile, there was a hint of excitement of meeting a worthy opponent, which he himself was not even aware of. Expert. This is definitely a master. Good. He nodded, pushed the electric bike, and took the lead to walk towards the bustling food stall. The two found a greasy plastic table in the corner and sat down. The boss was a middle-aged man with a beer belly. He walked over with a cigarette in his mouth and a dirty menu in his hand. When he saw Lu Qingyao, his eyes widened and his attitude became more enthusiastic. Handsome guy and beautiful girl, what do you want to eat? Lu Qingyao was just about to say in a reserved manner, just order what you want, I don't care. Lin Feng had already taken the menu, and without even looking at it, he said to the boss, "Boss, crayfish, first, 10 caddies of garlic and 10 caddies of 13 spices." The boss was stunned for a moment, and the cigarette in his mouth almost fell out. Young man, 20 kilograms? Two of you? The smile on Lu Qingyao's face also froze slightly. If it's not enough, add more. Lin Feng's tone was still calm. Give me another box of ice beer, the coldest kind. After saying that, he put the menu on the table, raised his head, looked at Lu Qingyao who had a subtle expression, and gave an apologetic smile. Sorry, I have a big appetite. His smile was sincere and his eyes were clear. He looked like a simple and honest poor student who had been hungry for a day and finally had a full meal. Lu Qingyao looked at him, and the doubts in her heart about the 20 kilograms of crayfish were instantly dispelled. She put on that gentle smile again and shook her head sympathetically. It's okay. It's a blessing for a boy to be able to eat. In fact, I can eat a lot too. As she spoke, she skillfully pulled out 2 pairs of chopsticks from the chopstick holder, took out her wet wipes, and carefully wiped the dishes and chopsticks in front of Lin Feng. Her movements were natural and considerate, as if she had done it thousands of times. Lin Feng watched her performance quietly, with only one thought in his mind. This game is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 26. Sorry, I don't know how to peel shrimp. The greasy plastic tabletop was soon filled with plates. 2 large pots of bright red crayfish, one with a strong garlic aroma, the other with a strong spice flavor, piled up like 2 small mountains, steaming with white smoke, making one's mouth water just by looking at them. With a clang, the boss placed a whole box of ice-cold beer in glass bottles on the floor beside the table. Fine water droplets were still hanging on the bottles, giving off an enticing cool breeze. Young man, eat slowly. If it's not enough, call again. The boss walked away with a smile. Lin Feng seemed not to hear the vague discussions around him. He took out 2 bottles of beer from the box and with 2 bangs, he pried open the bottle caps cleanly with chopsticks, and foam gushed out instantly. He pushed one of the bottles in front of Lu Qingyao, picked up the other bottle, tilted his head back, took a big gulp, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ha, cool! The whole movement was smooth and full of the everyday life of the city, forming a wonderful contrast with his handsome face. Lu Qingyao looked at the bottle of beer in front of her that was still sizzling with cold steam, then looked at Lin Feng. The perfect, gentle smile on her face finally showed a tiny crack. Her delicate eyebrows were lightly frowned, she pinched the hem of her skirt with 2 fingers, her body leaned back slightly, and her voice was light and soft, with a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry. She raised her eyelids, glanced at Lin Feng quickly, and then quickly lowered her head, as if she was afraid that he would misunderstand that she was pretending. I can't drink ice. Lin Feng's reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. He didn't ask why, nor did he show any disappointment or frustration. He just said oh very naturally and nodded, as if this was normal. Then he raised his hand and shouted to the boss not far away. Boss! Hey! Here they come! Please bring a large bowl and a kettle of freshly boiled hot water. Although the boss was puzzled, he still delivered the items quickly. Under Lu Qingyao's astonished gaze, Lin Feng placed the glass bottle of beer steadily into the large bowl, then picked up the kettle and slowly poured the boiling water into the bowl. Hua la la! The hot water quickly covered half of the bottle. A layer of white mist instantly condensed on the cold glass wall of the bottle and was quickly melted by the high temperature. A peculiar smell mixed with malt aroma and water vapor spread. Okay. After Lin Feng finished all this, he pushed the bowl in front of Lu Qingyao again, with a considerate and slightly honest smile on his face. It won't be cold now, you can drink it later. Lu Qingyao. The smile on her face completely froze. The whole person was like a piece of fine porcelain struck by lightning, covered with invisible cracks from the inside out. She had seen countless men who, after she said no ice drinks, considerately replaced her drinks with room temperature ones, or gently advised her to drink more hot water. But this was the first time in her life that she saw someone warm beer for her. This operation was beyond her understanding and was totally out of the ordinary. Wang Hao, who was across the street, was stunned. He stared blankly at the screen of his mobile phone, his mouth open so wide that an egg could fit in it. He was halfway through typing a WeChat message in his hand but couldn't continue. Fuck, warm beer. Fingzi, are you a devil? Lin Feng ignored Lu Qingyao, who had been petrified. He put on disposable gloves, grabbed a huge crayfish, and began to devour it. His movements were very skillful. He removed the head, pinched the tail, sucked and peeled the shrimp, and the plump shrimp meat fell into his mouth intact, filling his mouth with oil and fragrance. Lu Qingyao watched him wolf down the food, then looked down at the bowl of steaming warm beer, and felt that her worldview was being dismantled and reassembled in a very rough way. Eat, what are you standing there for? Lin Feng raised his head in the midst of his busy schedule and said vaguely, didn't you say you haven't eaten it for a long time and you're craving for this taste? Lu Qingyao took a deep breath and forced her facial expression back to gentle mode. She also put on gloves, picked up a crayfish, and began to peel it slowly and methodically in an extremely elegant yet extremely laborious manner. However, crayfish is a food that is inherently incompatible with elegance. The greasy soup quickly flowed down her gloves onto her white wrists. She tried for a long time but could only peel out a small piece of broken shrimp meat, and almost splashed the red oil onto her white dress. She looked at the shrimp she had peeled so badly, then looked at the mountain of shrimp shells piled up in front of Lin Feng. Finally, a trace of unconcealable irritation and disgust flashed across the depths of her eyes. She put down the shrimp in her hand, took off her gloves, wiped her hands carefully with a wet towel, then raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. Her clear eyes were filled with innocence and a pleading look. The corners of her mouth were slightly pouted, with just a hint of grievance. I'm not very good at peeling shrimps. I'm so stupid. The voice is soft and the eyes are pitiful. This is her ultimate move. No man can refuse the request of a goddess who looks at you like this. Lin Feng stopped eating. He raised his head and looked at Lu Qingyao quietly. Lu Qingyao also looked at him, the expectation and tenderness in her eyes almost overflowing. The air seemed to freeze. Then, Lin Feng smiled. He took off his gloves, wiped his hands on a napkin, and picked up a clean crayfish. It's okay. His voice was gentle, I'll teach you. After saying that, under the gaze of Lu Qingyao's gradually widening eyes, Lin Feng began his teaching. You see, peeling crayfish is actually very simple and requires skill. He pinched the shrimp, like a rigorous biology teacher dissecting a specimen. First, the first step is to grab the shrimp head and twist it gently. It will come off with a crunch. The shrimp roe inside can be sucked out. It's very fragrant. He demonstrated it. Then, look at the shrimp's body. It has 5 segments in total. The key point is the third segment. You crush the shell of the third segment from both sides, right, like this, with a little force. After crushing it, pinch the shrimp tail and gently pull it. As he moved, a whole piece of chewy, plump shrimp meat covered with soup was miraculously pulled out of the shrimp shell intact. See, isn't it simple? Lin Feng waved the perfect shrimp in front of Lu Qingyao, then stuffed it into his mouth and chewed it with satisfaction. After eating, he smacked his lips, still feeling unsatisfied. The whole world is quiet. The expression on Lu Qingyao's face could no longer be described as stiff. It was a state of stunned shock, humiliation, and disbelief that one experiences after being slapped hard in the most gentle way. Lin Feng seemed not to notice her expression that was about to collapse. He wiped his hands with a napkin, then pushed the large bowl of intact crayfish in front of him towards Lu Qingyao. That sincere and honest smile appeared on his face again, and his eyes were full of encouragement. Come on, try it. Chapter 27. Come, I'll teach you. Come on, try it. Lin Feng had a sincere and honest smile on his face, and his eyes were full of encouragement. The air seemed to freeze. The noise from the surrounding diners and the honking of vehicles on the street seemed to be muted at this moment. Lu Qingyao could only hear the proud heart in her chest wailing under the heavy burden. She looked at Lin Feng's harmless face, then looked at the large pot of steaming crayfish in front of her. She knew that she had nowhere to retreat. This dinner party that she had taken the initiative to accept was not a dinner party from the very beginning. This is a war. And she absolutely cannot lose. Lu Qingyao took a deep breath and forced down the humiliation and anger that was about to burst out from the bottom of her heart. When she raised her head again, that shallow and gentle smile was on her face again, and she was even braver and more studious than before. Okay, I'll try. But you have to teach me well. She said this in a coquettish tone, as if the embarrassing scene just now had never happened. She put on her gloves again, picked up a crayfish, and imitated what Lin Feng had just done. The first step is to twist the shrimp head. She closed her eyes and twisted her slender fingers hard. There was a soft pop sound. The shrimp head fell off, but the force was too great and a small stream of boiling red soup oozed out from the broken end, splashing right onto the chest of her flawless white dress. A small, dazzling, greasy plum blossom quietly bloomed on her chest. Lu Qingyao's body stiffened instantly. She slowly lowered her head and looked at the stain, her pupils shrinking to the size of a needlepoint in an instant. It's over. The dress she wore was a new model of Dior this year, and she spent tens of thousands of dollars to have someone bring it back from France. She wore it specially today to show her low-key temperament that is as pure as a lotus flower but also has an extraordinary background. Now, it's all ruined. It was ruined by a crayfish worth less than $5. His eyes fell on Lu Qingyao's face with interest, as if he was enjoying a wonderful drama. After being petrified for a short period of time, Lu Qingyao did not scream or panic like an ordinary girl. She just looked at the stain quietly, then slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Feng. The circles around her eyes turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye. A crystal teardrop rolled down from her clear eye socket just right, passed through her flawless cheek, and hung on her pointed chin, about to fall but not yet. That face was full of grievance, helplessness and self-blame, as if what she had soiled was not her own skirt, but she had lost Lin Feng's most precious thing. I'm sorry. Her voice was trembling with tears, so soft that it could melt the hearts of men with a heart of stone. Am I stupid? I stained my skirt. I'm sorry. She didn't complain or get angry, but simply attributed all the mistakes to her own clumsiness. This move is a sure kill. Several boys at the neighboring tables couldn't stand it anymore and pointed at Lin Feng with condemnation in their eyes. What's wrong with this guy? He made the goddess cry. That's right, didn't you see that the girl doesn't know how to peel shrimp? Will you die if you help her? You have no manners at all. You deserve to be single. Lin Feng finally took action. Under Lu Qingyao's tearful and expectant eyes, he picked up the napkin on the table and handed it over. A smug sneer flashed across Lu Qingyao's heart. Sure enough, no man could resist her move. She stretched out her delicate hand, ready to take the tissue and show how pitiful she was. Lin Feng spoke. It's no big deal that the skirt is dirty. His voice was still gentle, even a little concerned. Lu Qingyao sneered even more in her heart, waiting for his next words. The main thing is, Lin Feng looked at her and continued seriously, your way of peeling shrimp is still wrong. Lu Qingyao's outstretched hand froze in midair. The expression on her face also froze. Lin Feng seemed not to see it. He put the tissue on the table, picked up a new crayfish, and started the second round of on-site teaching. Look, when you twisted the shrimp head just now, the angle was too upward, so the soup splashed out. You should twist it downward, yes, with a decisive and neat method, you see, like this. Also, when you pinch the shrimp shell, the force must be even. Don't just pinch one point. You have to form a force-bearing surface. The most important thing is your mentality. When peeling crayfish, you can't treat it as an elegant thing. You have to treat it as a battle. Be fast. Be accurate. Be ruthless. As Lin Feng spoke, he peeled a shrimp quickly, then naturally stuffed it into his mouth and ate it with relish. The whole world fell into deathly silence again. Lu Qingyao looked at the man in front of her who was seriously reviewing the shrimp peeling skills for her. She felt like her brain had completely crashed. What is this? Insult. This is 1,000 times more insulting than dirtying her skirt or embarrassing her in public. She could no longer keep the expression on her face. That pure and moving face began to distort slightly because of extreme anger. Just when she was about to explode. Squeak! A sharp brake sound cut through the night. A black Mercedes-Benz G500 stopped directly in front of the door of the food stall in an extremely arrogant manner, blocking half of the road. The car door was pushed open with a bang, and a young man wearing a Versace floral shirt and a Richard Miller watch jumped out of the car angrily. He immediately saw Lu Qingyao sitting at the greasy table and the glaring oil stain on her chest. The young man's face instantly turned livid, and he rushed over in 2 steps, pointing at Lin Feng's nose and cursing. "Who the hell are you? Who told you to bring Yao Yao to this kind of hellish place?" He then turned to Lu Qingyao, and the anger on his face instantly turned into distress and anxiety. "Yao Yao, are you okay? Did he do anything to you? Don't be afraid, I'm here." Lu Qingyao was stunned when she saw the savior who suddenly appeared. Lin Feng raised his head and glanced at the arrogant young man dressed in branded clothes, then looked at Lu Qingyao's face, which suddenly became complicated. He put down the crayfish in his hand and wiped his hands slowly with a napkin. Then he smiled. There was a hint of amusement in that smile, and a hint of excitement that the show was finally about to begin. He looked at the young man and spoke in a calm tone. "We're dating, you have a problem with that?" Chapter 28: Insufficient Balance? Dating? The young man wearing the Versace floral shirt seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. The voice instantly rose an octave, attracting the attention of the entire food stall. His name is Zhao Wei, a famous rich second-generation student at Jiangcheng University. He has been pursuing Lu Qingyao for almost a year, but they have never even held hands. Today, he saw his goddess sitting in such a greasy place eating crayfish with a poor boy wearing cheap clothes. This was more difficult for him to accept than his father declaring the company bankrupt. "Say it again, you F-King fellow?" Zhao Wei pointed at Lin Feng's nose, the Richard Miller watch on his wrist flashing a blinding light under the light. "You are such a poor fellow, are you worthy enough to date Yao Yao?" Lu Qingyao's eyes turned red. She stood up at the right time, walked to Zhao Wei, and tugged at his clothes softly, with tears in her voice. "Zhao Wei, don't be like this, it's none of his business. I just wanted to try it myself." Her appearance of being wronged but still thinking about the other party instantly ignited Zhao Wei's anger. In his opinion, Lin Feng simply used sweet words to trick the innocent and kind-hearted Yao Yao into coming to such a place and even made her cry. This is intolerable. Lin Feng didn't even raise his eyelids, and just wiped the oil off his hands with a napkin, as if the furious rich second generation in front of him was just a buzzing fly. "We were eating and you were blocking the light," he said calmly. Fuck. Zhao Wei was so angry that he almost choked. He pointed at the pile of shrimp shells and empty wine bottles on the table, then at the oil spots on Lu Qingyao's skirt, and roared at Lin Feng. "Look at what you've done. You brought Yao Yao to this kind of rubbish place, and made her eat such rubbish. You even stained her skirt. Do you know how much her skirt cost? Even if I sold you, I still can't afford it." Lin Feng finally finished wiping his hands and threw the tissue into the trash can on the table. He raised his head and looked at Zhao Wei calmly, then turned his gaze to Lu Qingyao. There was no trace of guilt in his eyes, but instead a kind of all-knowing amusement. Lu Qingyao's heart suddenly skipped a beat and she subconsciously avoided his sight. "Boss, let's settle the bill." Lin Feng shouted to someone not far away. The boss with the beer belly had been too frightened by the scene to come over. He ran over with courage after hearing the call and reported a number carefully. "Handsome man, the total is 268. Zhao Wei sneered, pulled out 3 red bills from his wallet and threw them contemptuously on the greasy table. "No need to give me the change. Use the remaining money to buy yourself a better set of dishes and chopsticks, and don't bring anyone into the store." The boss's face instantly turned purple, but he was angry but could not say anything. Lin Feng didn't even look at the 300 yuan. He took out his mobile phone and scanned the boss's payment code. Beep. WeChat payment, 268 yuan. A clear reminder sound rang out, like a silent slap on Zhao Wei's face. After paying the money, Lin Feng stood up. He was half a head taller than Zhao Wei. He walked up to Lu Qingyao, looked at the glaring oil stain on her chest, and a slightly apologetic expression appeared on his face. "The skirt is stained. It's really my fault," he said sincerely. "How about this, I'll take you to the next street to buy you a new one. That's my apology." After these words were spoken, Zhao Wei was stunned for half a second, and then burst into earth-shaking laughter. "Ha ha ha. Buy a new one? Did I hear you right? Boy, did you go out today without taking your medicine? Do you know how much this new Dior dress from Yao Yao costs? 50,000. Are you going to the next street? Are you going to the clothing wholesale market to buy her one for $9.09 with free shipping? Lu Qingyao also lowered her eyes, with a barely perceptible sneer on the corner of her mouth. She knew that this man had run out of tricks. However, when she raised her head, her face was filled with that considerate and gentle look, and she said softly, "Student Lin Feng, no need, there's really no need to bother with that. I can go back and wash myself." "No, you have to pay for it if it gets dirty. This is a matter of principle." Lin Feng interrupted her, then took out his phone and opened the WeChat QR code. "Add WeChat, I'll send you the location of the mall, and we'll meet there directly." Zhao Wei's laughter stopped abruptly. Lu Qingyao was also stunned. What is this operation? Under Zhao Wei's murderous gaze, Lu Qingyao somehow took out her cell phone and scanned Lin Feng's QR code. Friend requests are approved in seconds. All right. Lin Feng put away his phone, then patted the back seat of his yachty electric car, and gave a sunny smile to the confused Lu Qingyao and murderous Zhao Wei. I'll go ahead. You guys driving the G500 should be able to catch up with me, right? After saying that, he got on the electric bike, pushed his foot, and with a series of crisp beep sounds, he instantly merged into the traffic flow like a blue lightning and disappeared. Only Zhao Wei was left disheveled in the wind. He felt his IQ was repeatedly rubbed against the ground by the opponent. Ah! I'm so pissed. This bastard. Zhao Wei kicked his car wheel angrily, then opened the door and yelled at Lu Qingyao, "Get in the car. I want to see what tricks he can come up with today." 10 minutes later, we arrived at Zhongcheng's top luxury shopping mall, Plaza 66. The black Mercedes-Benz G500 braked suddenly like a beast and stopped at the VIP parking space. Zhao Wei and Lu Qingyao got out of the car angrily. Damn it, a guy riding a broken electric scooter dares to play this trick on me. Zhao Wei cursed while looking around. Where is he? Where did he go? Could it be that he didn't have money to pay the parking fee and was stopped outside? Lu Qingyao adjusted the hem of her skirt, with a reserved smile on her face, but her heart was full of satisfaction. She couldn't wait to see Lin Feng's embarrassed and ashamed look. Just then, a familiar beep sound came from far away. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a blue yachty electric car nimbly passing through several luxury cars waiting to enter, and with an extremely stylish drift, it stopped steadily in front of them. Lin Feng got out of the car, supported himself on one foot, and hung his helmet on the rearview mirror with smooth movements. He glanced at Zhao Wei, whose face had turned green with anger, then glanced at Lu Qingyao, who was stunned, then patted the seat of the electric bike and nodded with satisfaction. It's okay. It didn't bring shame to our electric vehicle. Zhao Wei looked at him and said through gritted teeth, "The electric donkey is really fast. Just average, third in the whole field." Lin Feng waved his hand modestly. Zhao Wei was too lazy to talk nonsense with him, so he pulled Lu Qingyao into the mall and went straight to the LV store on the second floor. Lin Feng locked the car slowly and followed them. In the LV store, the clerk, who was wearing a professional suit and exquisite makeup, immediately had a warm smile on her face when she saw Zhao Wei and Lu Qingyao. But when their eyes swept over Lin Feng, who was following behind, the smiles instantly cooled and turned into professional scrutiny and vigilance. Zhao Wei enjoyed this feeling very much. He walked around the store with a swagger, then pointed to a white dress hanging in the most conspicuous position. "Didn't you say you wanted to compensate me with a skirt?" He pointed at the skirt with his chin and said to Lin Feng provocatively, "I think that one is pretty good. It suits our Yao Yao's temperament just fine." Everyone's eyes were focused on the skirt. And the tiny price tag next to it, 38,800. There was undisguised contempt in the clerk's eyes. Lu Qingyao's heart was pounding with excitement. She turned around and looked at Lin Feng pitifully with her big, expressive eyes, her voice soft and light. "Student Lin Feng, can I try?" Lin Feng's eyes swept across the price tag without any change in expression. He looked at Lu Qingyao and nodded. "Go ahead. If you like it, buy it. It's my way of making amends to you." A hint of ecstasy flashed in Lu Qingyao's eyes, and she walked into the fitting room surrounded by the shop assistants. A few minutes later, when she came out again, the whole audience gasped. The cut of the dress perfectly accentuated her tall, slender figure, making her entire body seem to glow. A determined smile appeared on Zhao Wei's face. "Good show, it's time to reach its climax. That's it, wrap it up." Zhao Wei said to the clerk, then turned to Lin Feng, crossed his arms over his chest, with an expression of watching a good show, swiped the card. "Apologizer?" Lin Feng ignored him, walked to the counter, took out his mobile phone from his pocket, and clicked on the WeChat payment code. The clerk curled his lips in disdain and picked up the barcode scanner. Beep. After a slight sound, the small speaker next to the POS machine did not sound a prompt tone indicating that the payment was successfully received. A system prompt popped up on Lin Feng's mobile phone screen. A line of eye-catching small words clearly caught everyone's eyes. Insufficient WeChat balance. Chapter 29. Good brothers, let us get together. Insufficient WeChat balance. This line of small words exploded in the quiet LV store. It was as if time had been slowed down at this moment. Puff. The first one who couldn't hold back was Zhao Wei. He covered his stomach and let out an exaggerated laugh. His laughter was full of undisguised gloating. His shoulders shrugged and he almost laughed to tears. Ha 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 ha. I can't take it anymore. Insufficient balance? Dude, are you playing a comedy with me? The few shop assistants in the store who had been maintaining their professional fake smiles could no longer hold back. The corners of their mouths curled up in disdain, and their eyes met, filled with mockery of Lin Feng, a poor guy who overestimated his own capabilities. The expression on Lu Qingyao's face was the most interesting. She didn't laugh, and even showed just the right amount of surprise and a hint of embarrassing for you sympathy. But deep in her clear eyes, there gleamed a cold and complacent light that only a winner possessed. She just knew it. This is the limit for a man riding a Yadea electric vehicle. From the pretended calmness at the food stall to the real truth here, everything was within her expectations. This farce was finally going to end in the most embarrassing way for him. Amid the mocking gazes of the entire audience, there was not even a trace of embarrassment on Lin Feng's face. He just naturally put away his phone, frowned slightly, as if he encountered a minor technical problem, and then smiled apologetically at the clerk. Sorry, my WeChat account has a daily transfer limit. To everyone, his explanation sounded like the most feeble excuse. Limit? Whose WeChat limit is 38,000? Do you think this is a bank transfer? Zhao Wei laughed even more wildly. Limit? Okay, then what's your limit? 380? Or 380? Ha 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 ha. Lu Qingyao stepped forward at the right time, and in her voice that was so gentle that it could squeeze water out of her, she considerately said, Student Lin Feng, it's really not necessary. I don't want the skirt anymore. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. As she spoke, she gently pulled Lin Feng's sleeve, as if she was protecting a poor boy whose self-esteem was severely hurt. But the more she did this, the more Lin Feng's incompetence and ridiculousness seemed to be highlighted. That won't work. Lin Feng shook his head, his tone still calm, as if he didn't hear the laughter around him. If you said you'd pay, you have to pay. He took out his cell phone and made a call in front of everyone. Hello? Fatty. Wang Hao's voice came from the other end of the phone. Fengzi. Where are you? Plaza 66, LV store, bring some money over here, my WeChat account limit has been reached. Lin Feng's tone was as relaxed as if he was asking someone to bring a pack of cigarettes. Limit? Okay, I'll be there right away. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng spread his hands to the crowd who were looking forward to the show. Wait a moment, my friend will be here soon. While he was on the phone, his left thumb tapped rapidly on the screen, and a message was sent silently. When you come, let's pretend that we pooled our money to buy this dress. Zhao Wei folded his hands in front of his chest and watched his performance with a sneer. Okay, I'll wait. I want to see whether your friend comes here to give money by driving a rocket, or like you, riding an electric donkey. Less than 5 minutes. A fat figure rushed into the LV store, panting, like a polar bear who had just finished a marathon. Fengzi. I'm coming. Ha ha. Wang Hao was sweating profusely, supporting his knee with one hand and fanning himself with the other hand. His acting was exaggerated but just right, perfectly interpreting the image of a good buddy who would go through fire and water for his brothers and rush to the scene. Zhao Wei looked Wang Hao up and down, and when he saw the anime t-shirt on Wang Hao that was almost patinaed by washing, the sneer on his face became even more intense. Sure enough, a poor man's friends are still poor men. Coming? Lin Feng walked over with a serious face, lowered his voice but made sure that everyone around could hear him. Quick, check how many WeChat messages you have left. Ah. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then he understood and quickly took out his phone, operating it like a tiger, and then cried out with a sad face, fuck. I just paid the tuition with the money from my part-time job last month, and I only have 20,000 left. What happened? 20,000. This number instantly made the atmosphere in the store more cheerful. Lin Feng also frowned, swiping his phone, with a serious face. I still have 19,000 here. He raised his head and looked at Wang Hao. Both of them showed the relieved expression of finally seeing hope after trying their best on their faces. 39,000. Lin Feng slapped his thigh. That's enough. I still have 200 yuan left for a taxi later. Holy shit. Is this true? That's great. Wang Hao was so excited that he almost jumped up, as if the money he collected was not just 38,000, but 300 million. Two people, as if they were doing some underground transaction, huddled in front of the counter. One swiped 20,000 yuan, and the other swiped 18,800 yuan. Beep. Beep. The two payment success notification sounds were like two painless punches hitting cotton. Zhao Wei could no longer laugh. He just looked at the two funny guys as if they were fools. He felt that his IQ had been insulted like never before. The smile on Lu Qingyao's lips also froze. She had anticipated that Lin Feng would run away in disgrace or force himself to max out his credit card, but she had never expected that he would use such an almost weird way to pay the money. Two poor students emptied out all their belongings and, like two fools, scraped together money bit by bit just to buy the skirt she was wearing, which was an astronomical price for them. What is this? Affectionate? Or silly? For the first time, Lu Qingyao felt a sense of irritation in her heart that she couldn't even describe. The clerk packed the skirt quickly and handed it over with an attitude as if he was sending away a beggar, without even looking at her. Lin Feng took the shopping bag, turned around and handed it to Lu Qingyao, with a relaxed smile on his face as if he had been relieved from a heavy burden. Here you go, as apology. Lu Qingyao took the bag mechanically and didn't know what to say for a moment. The farce seems to have ended here. Zhao Wei cleared his throat and prepared to say a few sarcastic words to completely nail these two clowns to the pillar of shame, and then left with his goddess. However, Lin Feng spoke before him. He looked at Lu Qingyao, then at Zhao Wei, who had a look of disdain on his face, and the smile on his face suddenly became sunny and even a little warm. I've bought the skirt, so we can say that we become acquainted after fighting. He put one hand on Wang Hao's shoulder and, in an extremely natural tone, made an invitation that no one in the audience expected. It's better to do it now than to wait for a better day. Anyway, it's still early. How about, let's go to the Phantom together later? It's my treat. Chapter 30. The movie king in the back seat of a Mercedes. Phantom? Zhao Wei was stunned, as if he had heard something out of the ordinary. He scratched his ears, suspecting that he was hallucinating. He then looked at Lin Feng with a look of a psychopath. Do you know where Phantom is? Do you know how much a bottle of the most ordinary wine there costs? Phantom nightclub is the pinnacle of Jiangcheng's den of money. Not to mention students, even for ordinary white-collar workers and gold-collar workers, a month's salary may not be enough to pay for a fruit plate after one night in there. Lin Feng, a poor guy who just pooled money with his brothers to buy a skirt, actually dared to say that he was going to Phantom and shamelessly said that he would treat him? The sneer on Lu Qingyao's lips became more and more obvious. She felt that this scene had become ridiculous. This man, in order to save face in front of her, has started talking nonsense. It's my treat. Lin Feng seemed not to notice the sneer on their faces and repeated it again in a calm tone, but without allowing any objection. Just when Zhao Wei was about to speak and use the most vicious language to completely trample on Lin Feng's dignity, Wang Hao on the side suddenly slapped his thigh, straightened his chest, and showed a bit of pride and embarrassment on his face. Well, that. Wei Gu, senior sister Yao Yao, please don't misunderstand my brother. Wang Hao scratched his head and lowered his voice in a mysterious tone. Actually, I work part-time as a waiter at Phantom Nut. Waiter? This answer made Zhao Wei and Lu Qingyao stunned again. Wang Hao seemed not to notice their surprised expressions and continued to boast, our manager, Brother Long, has a very good relationship with me. He said that I am smart and willing to work hard, and he thinks highly of me. If I go, signing a bill or buying on credit is no big deal. If I bring friends to play, giving them an internal price is nothing. As he spoke, he patted his chest proudly. His look of bullying was so vivid, as if he was not a waiter but a shareholder of the nightclub. Zhao Wei stared at Wang Hao's fat face, which was filled with the expression "believe me" for 3 full seconds, and then he smiled. This time, it was not a sneer, but a playful smile like a cat and mouse that came from an absolute sense of superiority. Okay. He wanted to see how long these two poor guys could keep up the show. Go to Phantom? On credit? He could already imagine the scene of these two bumpkins being thrown out of the Phantom nightclub like garbage by the security guards. That has to be better than any show tonight. Okay. Zhao Wei stretched out his tone, with a cruel arc on the corner of his mouth. Since this ace waiter has said so, I will obey your order and go and see for myself. He turned to look at Lu Qingyao, who understood what he meant. She put on that gentle and harmless smile again and nodded gently, then. All trouble, classmate Wang Hao. No trouble. No trouble. Wang Hao patted his chest and said, leave it to me. Then let's go. Zhao Wei waved the Mercedes-Benz car key in his hand, like a general about to review the troops, and walked towards the parking lot first. Take my car, and let you experience what a real means of transportation is. The black Mercedes-Benz G500, like a silent steel beast, crouched quietly in the VIP parking space. When the car door unlocked with a dull and pleasant click sound, Wang Hao's eyes widened instantly. He carefully opened the back door, moving so gently as if he was afraid of disturbing some work of art. As soon as you sit down, you're instantly wrapped in the soft and comfortable leather seat, and a rich smell mixed with leather and high-end fragrance penetrates your nostrils. Fuck. Wang Hao couldn't help but let out a heartfelt sigh. He sank into the back seat, his hands rubbing all over the seat, his face showing shock and obsession that he had never seen before. Fengzi, come up quickly. This is a Mercedes-Benz. Sitting on it is completely different from the sofa at home. Lin Feng also got in and showed a surprised expression. He reached out and knocked on the car window, then touched the suede lining on the roof. Is this leather real cowhide? It feels different to the touch. Nonsense. Zhao Wei, who was sitting in the driver's seat, watched the two country bumpkins' antics through the rearview mirror, his face almost overflowing with disdain and pride. This is called Napa leather, get it? German calfskin. Even if you bought 1,000 t-shirts, you couldn't buy this seat. Lu Qingyao sat in the passenger seat. Although she didn't say anything, the faint smile at the corner of her mouth revealed her inner thoughts. What a pair of clowns who are not worthy of being on stage. Awesome. That's awesome. Wang Hao admired sincerely, then took out his mobile phone and started taking a lot of photos of the luxurious interior of the car, with the flash lighting up continuously. Fengzi, come on, let's take a photo together. Post it on WeChat Moments. I've already thought of a title, it's called Brother, Take Me to Experience the Life of a Rich Person. Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, and took out his mobile phone, but did not take a picture. He slid his thumb quickly across the screen, and while Wang Hao was attracting all his attention, he sent a WeChat message silently. Recipient, Long Xiaotian. I will act out a play later, it goes like this. After sending the message, he put away his phone and met Zhao Wei's contemptuous look in the rearview mirror. Have you taken enough photos? Zhao Wei started the car impatiently, and the engine let out a low roar. Do you like it? I like it. I like it very much. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. It's useless to like it. Zhao Wei stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove out of the parking space smoothly and swiftly. This car cost nearly 3 million. You too, even if you don't eat or drink and move bricks on the construction site for your whole life, you can't afford a wheel. I advise you to face reality as soon as possible. People are different from the moment they are born. Zhao Wei's tone was like that of a high-ranking philosopher, instructing two lost lambs. Some people are destined to ride the bus and squeeze into the subway for their entire lives, while some people are born to sit in the driver's seat of a G500. This is the world, do you understand? Wang Hao stopped talking and just stared blankly at the street scene outside the window that was rapidly receding. Lin Feng also put away the smile on his face. He leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes, as if he was deeply shocked by Zhao Wei's words. Seeing the two of them like this, Zhao Wei felt an unprecedented pleasure in his heart. That's how he wanted to crush their self-esteem and fantasies bit by bit. As the Mercedes-Benz drove through the night, the atmosphere inside the car became a little depressing. 10 minutes later, a bright light appeared in front. The two neon characters Phantom written in a flamboyant style sparkled brightly in the night. Luxury cars gathered at the door, and men and women in cool clothes and exquisite makeup came in and out. The air was filled with the smell of money and hormones. The Mercedes-Benz G500 slowly stopped at the door, and immediately a doorman in a black suit and wearing a headset trotted over and respectfully opened the car door. Good evening, Mr. Zhao. Zhao Wei nodded with satisfaction, got out of the car, casually threw the keys to the doorman, then turned around, leaned against the car door, and looked at Lin Feng and Wang Hao, who were reluctantly getting down from the back seat with a joking look. He pointed at the magnificent gate that looked like a palace, and then at the black-clad security guards at the door who looked very imposing. Okay, Bumpkin, we're here. Zhao Wei's face was covered with a smile and his voice was full of anticipation. I want to see how big your reputation as a waiter is today. Chapter 31. I work as a waiter in a nightclub. At the entrance of Phantom Nightclub, the air seemed to be coated with a layer of gold powder, luxurious and ambiguous. Zhao Wei leaned on the door of the Mercedes-Benz G500, crossed his arms over his chest, raised his chin up to the sky, and stared at Wang Hao teasingly with the look of a monkey. Okay, stop dawdling, we're here. He pointed at the magnificent gate with numerous security guards, and the curve of his mouth became more cruel. I want to see how big your reputation as the ace waiter is today. Wang Hao's fat face turned red, beads of sweat oozed out of his forehead, his eyes were evasive, and his legs felt like they were filled with lead and he couldn't move. His nervous and guilty look perfectly portrayed the role of a bumpkin who was about to be exposed. Lu Qingyao stood aside with her eyes lowered to hide the contempt that flashed across her eyes. This farce should end. Just as Zhao Wei was about to speak and put an end to this performance with the most vicious language, the heavy glass door of the Phantom nightclub was suddenly pushed open from the inside. A middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor and wearing a well-tailored handmade suit walked out. His hair was combed meticulously and he wore a low-key yet luxurious Vacheron Constantin watch on his wrist. He was the former owner of this nightclub and the current general manager Long Xiaotian. Long Xiaotian originally came out to take a breath and glanced around casually. When he saw Wang Hao and Lin Feng at the door, his eyes instantly froze. The next second, an extremely enthusiastic and even somewhat surprised smile appeared on his face, and he strode towards me. Zhao Wei stood up straight subconsciously when he saw Long Xiaotian. Although he was arrogant, he also recognized this leading figure in the Jiangcheng underground world. However, Long Xiaotian didn't even look at him. He walked straight to Wang Hao and slapped him on the shoulder enthusiastically. Xiao Wang! Why did you come just now? I was just looking for you in there. The call of Xiao Wang was so friendly and natural that it stunned Zhao Wei and Lu Qingyao. Wang Hao shuddered all over, but when he met Lin Feng's calm eyes, he immediately reacted and got into the role. He puffed out his chest, with an expression of being flattered and somewhat smug on his face. He scratched his head and said with a silly smile, Long? Brother Long. I brought a few friends over to play. As he spoke, he leaned close to Long Xiaotian's ear and spoke mysteriously in a voice that he thought was very quiet, but in fact everyone around him could hear clearly. Brother Long, can you help me open a booth? Don't worry, just put it on my account first. I'll pay you back as soon as I get paid at the end of the month. Zhao Wei almost laughed out loud after hearing these words. The waiter treated us, and he paid on credit? The sneer on Lu Qingyao's lips became more and more obvious. This was simply the funniest joke she had heard this year. When Long Xiaotian heard this, he frowned and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. Xiao Wang! What are you talking about? He raised his voice and pretended to be angry. You brought your friends here to give me, Long Xiaotian, face. What are you talking about money? Isn't talking about money a slap in my face? He waved his hand and said proudly, come on. Follow me in. All the expenses tonight will be on me. No, Brother Long, that won't do. Wang Hao waved his hands quickly and acted even harder. Let's put things in perspective. Our manager said that employees can't take advantage of the company. Just put it on my account. This is a matter of principle. Long Xiaotian looked at his honest appearance, with an approving smile on his face, and patted his shoulder heavily. You are honest boy. Okay. I'll listen to you. I'll put it on your account. After saying that, he put his arm around Wang Hao's shoulders, as if he were his closest nephew, and greeted him warmly. Come on. Don't stand at the door, come in with me. Zhao Wei and Lu Qingyao were completely petrified. Their minds went blank as they watched Wang Hao walking inside being embraced affectionately by Long Xiaotian. This script isn't right? How could a waiter get such respect from Long Xiaotian? This fat guy, how shiny does he usually lick Long Xiaotian's leather shoes? Under the personal leadership of Long Xiaotian, the group walked through the noisy crowd and was taken to a booth with the best view on the dance floor. The deafening music, the blurry flickering lights, and the smell of alcohol and hormones in the air made Wang Hao and Lin Feng, two country bumpkins who were visiting such a place for the first time, feel a little uneasy. Zhao Wei came back to his senses, and the doubts in his heart were replaced by a strong sense of superiority. He concluded that this was just a trick used by Long Xiaotian to win people's hearts. This fat man was at most an excellent employee who was promised a big future by his leader. He crossed his legs, regained his arrogant look, and snapped his fingers contemptuously at the waiter who had just put down the fruit plate and drink list. Since our President Wang is so prestigious, we can't be too shabby today. He drew out his tone and looked back and forth between Lin Feng and Wang Hao's faces. Waiter, give us a bottle of Ace of Spades. The waiter was stunned for a moment, then confirmed professionally, Sir, the price of our spade of champagne here is 8,888 yuan per bottle. Are you sure? Hiss. Wang Hao took a deep breath in response, the flesh on his face trembling. His horrified expression was as if he heard not 880 million but 800 million. The focus of the entire audience instantly shifted to Lin Feng. Zhao Wei had a cruel smile on his face, waiting to see him make a fool of himself. Lu Qingyao picked up the lemonade on the table and took a sip. Her posture was elegant, but her eyes were like looking at a prey that had been forced to the edge of a cliff. Lin Feng's brows were tightly knitted, his face full of struggle and pain. He was silent for half a minute, as if he was having a battle between himself and himself. Finally, he seemed to have made up his mind, gritted his teeth, and squeezed out a few words from between his teeth. Point. It's my treat. Zhao Wei's smile widened, great. How about using a credit card? Don't tell me your bank card has a limit, too? The waiter stood respectfully by the side holding the POS machine. Under the attention of the whole audience, Lin Feng took out his cell phone. But he did not open WeChat or the bank app. Amid everyone's confused gazes, he clicked on the blue software that everyone was familiar with, Alipay. Then, in front of everyone, he clicked on the Jiabei interface. Lu Qingyao was sitting opposite him and could see everything he was doing on the screen clearly. The familiar loan interface instantly froze the elegant smile on her lips. Lin Feng's fingers trembled slightly as he entered a number on the screen. Loan amount, 20,000. Click confirm. The next second, a prompt popped up on the phone screen, the loan has arrived and can be used at any time. The entire booth was dead silent. The smile on Zhao Wei's face froze. Lu Qingyao's hand holding the water cup stopped in mid-air. They expected Lin Feng to find an excuse to slip away, expected him to max out his credit card, and even expected him to kneel down and beg for mercy on the spot. But they never dreamed that he would use this method. In full view of everyone, he borrowed money on the spot without batting an eyelid, just for a bottle of champagne to show off. What kind of spirit is this? What kind of twisted self-esteem is this? Under everyone's dull gaze, Lin Feng used the 20,000 yuan that had just arrived in his account and scanned the waiter's QR code with an expressionless face. Ding, Alipay has received the payment, 8,888 yuan. The crisp reminder sound, like an invisible hammer, hits everyone's heart hard. After the payment was successful, Lin Feng put away his phone, leaned back on the sofa, and took a long breath. There was a look of tired satisfaction on his face, as if he had won a battle. He raised his eyelids, looked at Zhao Wei, who was completely dumbfounded, and spoke lightly. The wine is coming. Are you going to drink it up with your eyes? Chapter 32, Ace of Spades, not for drinking. The wine is coming. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, looking calmly at Zhao Wei, who was completely stunned, standing opposite him. Are you going to drink it up with your eyes? This sentence was like a needle, instantly piercing Zhao Wei's balloon of shock and humiliation. He suddenly came to his senses, his face turning pale and blue. Borrowing money to buy wine? He had never seen or even heard of such an operation. This is not just pretending to be strong, this is like tearing off the skin on your face, sticking it on the sole of your shoe, and then stepping on it hard. After a brief moment of unconsciousness, overwhelming rage and a sense of shame for being played by lower creatures surged into Zhao Wei's heart. He laughed, and his laugh was extremely ferocious. Drink? Zhao Wei looked like he had heard some huge joke. He elegantly picked up the bottle of glittering spade ace champagne from the waiter's tray and weighed it in his hand. He looked at Lin Feng and Wang Hao with contempt as if he were a bumpkin, and said slowly, "Country bumpkin, look carefully, this wine is not for people like you." Wang Hao's acting skills immediately came into play, his eyes widened. Why did you spend 8,800 yuan to buy it if you weren't going to drink it? Are you going to use it as a decoration? Oh. Zhao Wei sneered. This was exactly what he was waiting for. He said to the waiter who was standing respectfully beside him in an imperative tone, "Open it." The waiter was slightly stunned, but still used the bottle opener professionally. With a light pop sound, white smoke came out of the bottle mouth and a fresh fruity aroma instantly filled the air. Amid everyone's puzzled gazes, Zhao Wei extended his Richard Miller watch over the ice bucket in the middle of the booth. Then he made a move that silenced the entire audience. He tilted the bottle, and the golden liquid with countless tiny bubbles under the light, worth 8,888 yuan, poured out from the bottle and poured onto his hands. He stretched out his other hand and slowly rubbed his fingers in the expensive wine, as if it was not champagne but free hand sanitizer in the hotel bathroom. Fuck! Wang Hao screamed and jumped up from the sofa. The flesh on his fat face was trembling. Wash your hands? Use the ace of spades to wash your hands? His exaggerated expression and volume successfully attracted the attention of everyone in the surrounding booths. The golden wine slid down Zhao Wei's fingers and dripped into the ice bucket, splashing tiny pieces of ice. Every drop seemed like the sound of money breaking. Zhao Wei enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, his face filled with a morbid satisfaction. While washing, he glanced at Lin Feng out of the corner of his eye, his tone full of condescending preaching. Do you understand? Bumpkin. Some things are priced sky high in luxury goods in your eyes. You need to empty your family's pockets or even borrow money to touch them. But in our eyes, they are just toys. We are not even qualified to buy them. Today, I, Zhao Wei, will teach you a lesson for free. He shook the wine off his hands, and the waiter immediately handed him a hot white towel. There was a gleam of obsession in Lu Qingyao's eyes. This is the kind of man she wants, a man who spends money like water, is domineering and ostentatious, and can easily trample on other people's dignity and dreams. She looked at Lin Feng again, with only deep contempt and pity in her eyes. It is obvious which one is superior, a man who relies on borrowing money to maintain his ridiculous self-esteem or a man who washes his hands with 8,800 bottles of champagne. This war is over. However, there was still no shock, shame or anger on Lin Feng's face as they had expected. He just watched Zhao Wei finish his performance quietly, then turned around and scolded Wang Hao, who was already petrified, in a tone of disappointment. Look at your achievements. Stay calm, learn from him, and look at the vision of Master Zhao. After saying that, he turned to Zhao Wei, revealed an extremely sincere smile with a hint of admiration on his face, and gave him a thumbs up from the bottom of his heart. Mr. Zhao is awesome. Wang Hao also reacted immediately and nodded vigorously, his face full of admiration. Awesome. Awesome. City people really know how to have fun. The two of them sang the same tune, which made Zhao Wei feel flattered. He felt that the humiliation he had just delivered was very effective, and the anger in his heart was finally relieved. At this moment, Lu Qingyao, who had been silent, finally spoke. She first glanced at Zhao Wei tenderly, with a hint of rebuke. Zhao Wei, you were so wasteful. Then, she turned her gaze to Lin Feng, with a hint of just the right amount of thoughtfulness and understanding in her clear eyes. Actually, I can drink a little bit, too. She tilted her head slightly, with a faint smile on her lips, and said to Lin Feng in an almost coquettish tone, Student Lin Feng, how about you order me a cocktail? I can't drink much, so one drink should be enough. Here it comes. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. Give a slap and a sweet date. After Zhao Wei completely crushed him with money, Lu Qingyao stepped forward again, gave him a way out, and ordered a cocktail worth several hundred yuan. This not only demonstrated her non-materialism, but also further tested his bottom line to see if this poor guy could still get some money out of him. Hearing this, Zhao Wei curled up a playful smile and leaned back on the sofa, ready to watch the show. He wanted to see how this poor guy, who had just borrowed 20,000 yuan, spent 8,800 yuan, and now had only 11,000 yuan left in his pocket, would end up. Okay. Lin Feng agreed very readily, as if he was not the one who borrowed the money just now. He picked up the drink menu on the table, a thick leather menu made like a magic book. He opened the menu, but his brows gradually frowned. He stroked the menu with his fingers and muttered to himself. Let me see how much I have left on my Jebay account. I just spent 8,888. I have 11,112 left. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for everyone in the booth to hear it clearly. The smile on Lu Qingyao's face became more gentle, and she even said considerately, It doesn't have to be too expensive, just order a cup, I mainly want to drink with you. Zhao Wei crossed his legs, the Richard Miller on his wrist swayed, and the expression on his face almost read, I wonder how long you can keep pretending. Lin Feng's finger finally stopped on the menu. He raised his head with a determined expression on his face, and waved to the waiter who was on standby not far away. Waiter. Hello sir, what can I do for you? Lin Feng pointed at the picture on the menu that took up an entire page and was so gorgeous that it blinded people's eyes, and said in a fearless tone, This is it. The waiter looked in the direction of his finger, and the professional smile on his face froze for a moment. He was a little uncertain and confirmed with Lin Feng again, "Sir, are you sure it's this Heart of the Ocean cocktail set? This set meal is priced at." The waiter paused, as if he also felt that the price was a bit too hot, 9,999 yuan. 9,999. This number, like a depth charge, exploded in the booth. Zhao Wei put down his crossed legs with a snap, sat up straight, and his eyes were as big as bells. Lu Qingyao's hand holding the water glass shook violently, and the lemonade in the glass spilled out. Crazy. This man is absolutely crazy. He had 11,000 left from the money he had just borrowed, and now he had to spend 9,999 to order a cocktail set? Just for her? This can no longer be described as stupid. It is a self-destructive behavior of burning oneself to light up others. This is a kind of crazy logic that even these players who claim to be superior cannot understand at all. Under the two people's weird expressions, Lin Feng didn't even raise his head. He still looked at the menu and just said lightly. That's it. He casually closed the menu and threw it on the table, then raised his eyelids and looked at Lu Qingyao, who was already stunned, with a gentle, even doting smile on his face. Hurry up, my girlfriend is waiting for a drink. Chapter 33, at worst, I can work a few more jobs. My girlfriend is waiting to drink. Girlfriend? Who is your girlfriend? The gentleness and thoughtfulness on Lu Qingyao's face froze instantly, replaced by a kind of surprise and shame of being offended and forcibly bound. She almost had a fit on the spot and shattered this poor guy's ridiculous fantasy. But when she met Lin Feng's calm eyes, the words came to her lips, but she swallowed them back. There was no obsession, no possession, or even a trace of admiration in those eyes. There was only a pure, almost calm, as if what he had just said was not an ambiguous declaration, but a statement of a simple fact. This kind of calmness made Lu Qingyao's heart inexplicably skip a beat. On the other side, Zhao Wei, after a brief moment of petrification, suddenly jumped up from the sofa as if a lit firecracker. Who the hell are you talking about is your girlfriend? He pointed at Lin Feng's nose, shaking with anger. You poor bastard, take a piss and look at yourself. Do you deserve it? The waiter was also frightened by the tense atmosphere. His hand holding the POS machine was suspended in the air, not knowing whether to move forward or backward. He looked at Lin Feng with an embarrassed look on his face. Sir, then do you still want this set meal? Yes, why not? Lin Feng didn't even look at the furious Zhao Wei, but just picked up the phone again, skillfully opened the blue software, and clicked on the Jibei interface that made everyone's heart skip a beat. His movements were neither hurried nor slow. Under the terrified gazes of Zhao Wei and Lu Qingyao, he once again scanned the code with an expressionless face. Beep. Arrived, 9,999 yuan. The cold electronic sound was like a loud slap in the face, slapping Zhao Wei hard in the face. Payment completed. On Lin Feng's mobile phone screen, the loan amount that had just shown 11,112.00 suddenly plummeted, leaving only the lonely 1,113.00. The huge sum of 11,000 yuan was reduced to just over 1,000 yuan in the blink of an eye. Lin Feng let out a long sigh. He didn't look like he was spending money but rather like he was completing an extreme challenge. His whole body exuded a sense of exhaustion and satisfaction as if he had survived a calamity. He put his phone back into his pocket and slumped back on the sofa, his eyes a little dazed, as if what just happened had drained all his energy. The way he spent all his money and everything for love was so realistic and contagious. The men and women who were watching the fun in the surrounding booths all looked at him with changed eyes. The contempt and ridicule gradually faded away, replaced by a complex look that was a mixture of sympathy, admiration, and even a bit of emotion. Nowadays, it is common to see rich second generations driving sports cars and giving away bags, but this kind of pure love warrior who was willing to borrow money and give everything he has on the spot just to win a beauty smile is a species rarer than a giant panda. Zhao Wei felt like a clown. He washed his hands with the ace of spades, thinking it was a decisive blow, a thundering blow that could completely crush the opponent's dignity. But now it seems that his behavior, compared with the heroic act of charging for love by the man in front of him, suddenly seems so childish, superficial, and full of the smell of money. He lost. It's not a loss in money, but a loss in the pattern and the unexpected dimension. Just when the atmosphere in the booth was getting weird, a slight sound of rolling wheels was heard. Two waiters in tuxedos and white gloves slowly walked towards them, pushing an exquisite silver dining cart. On the dining car was the legendary Heart of the Ocean cocktail set. When the dining car stopped and the velvet cloth covering it was removed, the entire booth and even the surrounding area were filled with gasps of surprise. That wasn't even a drink. That's a work of art. A huge crystal vessel, crystal clear and carved like an iceberg, was placed in the center of the dining car. Inside the vessel, dark blue liquid flows slowly, as if sealing a deep ocean. Countless tiny silver bubbles rise from the bottom, reflecting a dreamy luster under the light. Around the vessel, there are 12 small crystal cups of different shapes. Each cup is filled with liquid of different colors, dotted with rare fruits, like a circle of bright stars guarding the emperor. The most eye-catching thing is the top of the iceberg, a huge blue crystal cut into a heart shape. Under the hazy light, it shines brightly and emits a breathtaking glow. The white mist created by dry ice slowly overflows from the bottom of the dining car and lingers around the ocean, like a dream. Winehouse' mouth was open wide enough to fit an egg, and his small eyes were filled with shock of having never seen the world before. He pinched his thigh hard and shivered in pain, then he confirmed that he was not dreaming. Not to mention him, even Zhao Wei, who always prided himself on being knowledgeable, was stunned. Although he spent money like water, he had never seen such a lavish and ceremonial cocktail. And Lu Qingyao was completely speechless. She stared blankly at the dreamlike ocean and the shining heart. She felt her heart being sucked into the blue light. It turns out that what I bought with 9,999 yuan was just such a dream. The waiter used a silver long-handled spoon to scoop a spoonful of dark blue wine from the ocean, poured it elegantly into one of the crystal glasses, and then gently pushed it in front of Lu Qingyao. "Miss, please enjoy your meal." Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Qingyao. She became the only heroine in this expensive drama. Lu Qingyao's cheeks felt slightly hot, and she felt that every breath she took was being watched by countless eyes. She slowly stretched out her slender hand and picked up the glass of wine with some trembling. The cup wall is cool and has a delicate touch. She brought the glass to her lips and took a sip. An indescribable, clear and complex taste instantly exploded on her taste buds. There was the sweet and sour taste of passion fruit, the coolness of mint, and a light salty taste like the sea breeze. Finally, all the flavors turned into a warm torrent that slid down her throat, making her whole body tremble slightly. Delicious. This was the best thing she had ever tasted in her life. It's not about the price, but about the feeling of this great enemy who was willing to give everything for her, which adds another flavor to this glass of wine. A touching blush quietly climbed up her fair cheeks, adding a bit of breathtaking charm to her pure face. She put down her wineglass, turned her head and looked at the man who was slumped on the sofa with a somewhat pale face. Slowly moving towards Lin Feng's ear, the warm breath, with a hint of sweetness from alcohol, gently blew on Lin Feng's earlobe. Her voice was as light as a feather, yet it reached Lin Feng's ears clearly. "Brother, this is too expensive. You must be under a lot of pressure to spend money like this. I'll transfer the money to you later." Lin Feng couldn't help sneering in his heart. Master. This is definitely a master. This call of brother was full of twists and turns, with a mixture of shyness of being touched, thoughtfulness for his own good, and a hint of anger because she couldn't bear to see him suffer. With such acting skills, it would be a waste of talent if she didn't run for the Oscar for Best Actress. If he hadn't seen with his own eyes the undisguised contempt and disgust on her face when she threw the cheap gift into the trash can at the school gate, Lin Feng swore that he might have really believed her lies. But on his face, there was a tired yet extremely gentle smile. He even raised his hand and gently touched Lu Qingyao's head with a somewhat affectionate gesture. His voice was hoarse, but full of a firmness that all women could not resist. "It's all right. As long as you are happy." He paused, as if to cheer himself up, and added in a casual tone. "At most, I can work a few more jobs and pay it off in half a year at most." Boom! These words, like a nuclear bomb, exploded in the hearts of everyone around. Half a year. In order to let her have a glass of wine, this man had to work for half a year to pay off his debts. What kind of fucking fairy tale love is this? A girl at the next table who was wearing smoky makeup had red eyes on the spot. She glared at her boyfriend who was playing with his phone beside her. Her eyes seemed to say, "Look at him. Look at yourself." Winehouse's acting skills came into play again. He grabbed Lin Feng's arm and almost cried anxiously, "Fengzi. Are you crazy? Half a year. What are we going to eat in the past 6 months? Steamed buns?" Lin Feng turned around and gave his good brother a tragic smile, as if to say, "Brother, don't try to persuade me. I have made up my mind." Lu Qingyao was completely stunned. She looked at Lin Feng's face, which was full of the words "for you, I am willing to be the enemy of the world," and she felt that her worldview was being severely impacted and was crumbling by a force that she could not understand at all. For the first time, her calculating mind, which was used to weighing the pros and cons, was in chaos. Zhao Wei, who was standing aside, looked extremely ugly. He felt his chest was blocked, as if there was a large ball of wet cotton stuffed in it, unable to go up or down. He wanted to get angry, to curse, to overturn the table, and to point at Lin Feng's nose and tell everyone that this guy was a complete idiot. But he didn't dare. He was afraid that as soon as he opened his mouth, he would be drowned by the righteous gazes around him. Now, whatever he says is wrong. Just when Zhao Wei was feeling so frustrated that he was about to get internal injuries, he suddenly caught a glimpse of the fat man who was looking at Lin Feng with a look of touched and worried. Right. This fat guy. Didn't he say he was a waiter here? A huge breakthrough that could instantly reverse the situation appeared in Zhao Wei's mind. He stood up suddenly, with a ferocious sneer on his face, pointed at Wang Hao who was still performing hard, and shouted at Long Xiaotian who was patrolling not far away with all his strength. Long Xiaotian! Get the hell over here! This roar was so powerful that it instantly drowned out the noisy music. The attention of the whole audience was drawn to it once again. Long Xiaotian frowned, but still walked over quickly with a professional smile on his face. Mr. Zhao, what's wrong? Who made you unhappy? Let me ask you this. Zhao Wei stretched out his finger, almost poking Wang Hao's nose, and asked word by word, is this fat guy a waiter at your phantom nightclub? If you dare to lie to me today, I promise that my Zhao family will never forgive you. Chapter 34 He is the waiter. Long Xiaotian. Get the hell over here. Zhao Wei's roar, which exhausted all the energy in his dantian, was like a bolt of thunder that instantly drowned out the noisy music in the venue. Suddenly, the whole place was silent. Everyone's eyes were focused on the small booth, on the furious rich second generation, and the nightclub manager who walked over calmly. Long Xiaotian frowned slightly, but soon put on a professional smile, walked over quickly, and said in a steady voice, Mr. Zhao, what's the matter? Did we serve you poorly and make you unhappy? His polite attitude further encouraged Zhao Wei's arrogance. Let me ask you this. Zhao Wei stretched out his finger, almost poking Wang Hao's fat face that was full of panic, and asked word by word, gritting his teeth, is this fat guy a waiter at your phantom nightclub? If you dare to lie to me today, I promise that my Zhao family will never forgive you. This is already a naked threat. Lu Qingyao's heart was in her throat and she subconsciously clenched the hem of her skirt. She knew that this was the final judgment. Once Long Xiaotian said the word no, all the ridiculous dignity that Lin Feng and Wang Hao had built up tonight would collapse in an instant and shatter into pieces. The smile on Long Xiaotian's face slowly faded. He did not answer immediately, but looked Zhao Wei up and down with a strange look, as if he was looking at a child who was making a fuss. Then, he turned his head and looked at Wang Hao, who was looking panicked and helpless, and his eyes revealed a hint of blame. Finally, he turned his gaze back to Zhao Wei, his tone filled with a hint of confusion and self-righteousness. He asked the waiter. What else? Long Xiaotian spread his hands and asked, if he is not a waiter, who else could he be? Boom! This answer made Zhao Wei feel more devastated than admitting that he was not a waiter. Yes. He is the waiter. What the hell is this answer? This unconventional affirmative sentence was like an invisible combination punch that made Zhao Wei dizzy and his head buzzing. You? Zhao Wei's breath was stuck in his chest, and he almost couldn't breathe. He pointed at Long Xiaotian and trembled with anger. You, don't play dumb in front of me. You personally came out to pick up a waiter? You even gave face to a waiter who wanted to buy on credit? Long Xiaotian, do you treat him like your father? After hearing this, Long Xiaotian suddenly realized. Oh, so that's what young Master Zhao is angry about. He chuckled, then his face straightened and he said in a lecturing tone, Young Master Zhao, you don't know this. Xiao Wang is not an ordinary waiter here. He took a step forward and patted Wang Hao's shoulder affectionately, with such force that Wang Hao almost fell to his knees. Xiao Wang is a new intern in our store. I personally train him. Although this kid comes from an ordinary family, he is smart, willing to endure hardships, and is down to earth and hardworking. I am particularly optimistic about him. I plan to promote him to manager in a while. Long Xiaotian had a look of admiration on his face, and said sincerely, when I, Long Xiaotian, look at a person, I don't look at who his father is, I look at whether he is a good material. Xiao Wang is the good material in my eyes. I treat him like my own brother, so what's wrong with giving him some face? These words were spoken with righteousness and forceful impact. The eyes of the guests who were watching the fun around suddenly changed when they looked at Wang Hao. It turns out that he is not an ordinary employee, but the general manager's prospective disciple and future manager. When he looked at Zhao Wei again, there was a bit more contempt in his eyes. It's really shameful to bully a poor student who was down to earth and motivated just by relying on his few bucks. Wang Hao's acting skills were on point again. He was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. He grabbed Long Xiaotian's hand and choked up with sobs. Long. Brother Long. Thank you for thinking highly of me. I will definitely work hard and will never embarrass you. Lin Feng sighed at the right time, leaned back on the sofa, and looked at Zhao Wei with a disappointed look. Mr. Zhao, is that really necessary? Can't poor people be ambitious? Puff. Zhao Wei felt a sweetness in his throat and almost vomited blood. Bullying? Ambition? Fuck me. I'm the one who's been fooled around. He felt like a fool, punching cotton again and again, but the other party not only didn't feel any pain, but also took the opportunity to label him a bully and nailed him to the pillar of shame, subjecting him to everyone's moral judgment. Lu Qingyao was completely silent. She looked at the absurd and bizarre scene in front of her, and at Wang Hao, who was praised to the sky by Long Xiaotian and Lin Feng. For the first time, her calculating heart was completely confused. She can't understand. She totally couldn't understand this man Lin Feng. Every step he took was beyond her expectations. He used an almost crazy logic that she could not understand at all, to play with her and Zhao Wei in the palm of his hand. Okay. You can do it. Zhao Wei's eyes were red, and the string of rationality finally snapped with a sound. He took out his cell phone, a desperate look on his face. You guys are teaming up to play a trick on me, right? I'm going to let you know today who has the final say in Jiangcheng. He quickly dialed a number and yelled at the other end of the phone, "Hello? Zhang Tao. Li Kuan. Where the hell are you? I've been bullied in Phantom. There's a poor, blind bastard trying to steal my girl." Right. Get over here now. Bring your cards, I need money to smash this place tonight. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Wei panted and stared at Lin Feng like an angry bull. Boy, can't you borrow money? Can't you show off? I want to see today whether your loan limit is enough for my two brothers to spend in one night. He lost. In terms of IQ and vision, he was crushed completely. Now, he has to use his best and only remaining weapon to get back at his former self. That's money. Use absolute, overwhelming money to destroy all of this poor guy's ridiculous struggles. The atmosphere in the booth instantly dropped to freezing point. However, Lin Feng's face remained calm. He even had the leisure to pick up the cup of Heart of the Ocean in front of Lu Qingyao, shook it gently, and handed it to her lips with a gentle smile on his face. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Qingyao looked into his bottomless eyes, and as if possessed by a magic power, she opened her mouth and took a small sip. The wine still tasted the same, but her heart was beating faster. Less than 10 minutes. The heavy glass door of the Phantom nightclub was roughly pushed open from the outside with a bang. Two young men, dressed in trendy brands, with colorfully dyed hair and arrogant temperaments, walked in swaggeringly, surrounded by a group of people. The one in the lead, with a gold chain as thick as a thumb hanging around his neck, was the Zhang Tao mentioned by Zhao Wei. He immediately spotted Zhao Wei, whose face was livid in the booth. He strode over and sat down on the sofa, filling the entire booth. Zhao Wei, who the hell is so bold as to provoke you in Jiangcheng? Zhang Tao's gaze, like a knife, swept across Lin Feng and Wang Hao, and finally fell on Lu Qingyao's incredibly beautiful face. His eyes lit up and he whistled. Hey, isn't this Lu Dai, the beauty from the finance department? Another young man named Li Kuan also came over. He looked up and down at Lin Feng's cheap outfit, with undisguised contempt on his face. Just for such a thing? Li Kuan sneered, then turned around and looked at Lu Qingyao with a playful look, saying frivolously, "Beauty, don't waste your time with this poor guy. I'm in a good mood today, so this bottle of Spade Ace is my gift to you." As he spoke, he grabbed a bottle of Spade Ace that someone had just opened from the ice bucket at the booth next to him and handed it to Lu Qingyao. Follow me, don't talk about the Ace of Spades. If you want the moon in the sky, I will find a way to pick it for you. Zhang Tao and Li Kuan sang the same tune and instantly directed their attacks at Lin Feng, while at the same time launching a financial offensive against Lu Qingyao. The way they looked at Lin Feng was as if they were looking at a lamb to be slaughtered. In their view, this farce is over. However, Lin Feng suddenly smiled. He put down his wine glass, wiped his hands, looked at the two arrogant rich second generations in front of him, and spoke slowly. The sound was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. That's it? I've been trying to get people for quite some time, and now you two are here, ugly? Chapter 35 I'll take you home. That's it? Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it was like a scalpel, accurately cutting through the tense atmosphere in the booth. I've been trying to get people for quite some time, and now you two are here, ugly? The air solidified. The ferocious look on Zhao Wei's face, the arrogance on Zheng Tao and Li Kuan's faces, the reserve on Lu Qingyao's face, and the horror on Wang Hao's face were all frozen in this moment into an absurd oil painting. Crooked and cracked melons and dates? For rich second generations like Zheng Tao and Li Kuan, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths and grew up in flattery and praise, this word is more harsh than directly cursing their ancestors. That is a complete negation from the fundamental and genetic level. After a brief silence, the young man named Li Kuan was the first to react. He was not angry, but laughed. He laughed so hard that he fell backwards and almost cried. Fuck. Zhao Wei, where did you find this funny guy? Is he mentally ill? He pointed at Lin Feng, as if he was looking at a patient who had just escaped from a mental hospital. Does he know who he is talking to? But Zheng Tao, who was in the lead, did not smile. His expression darkened inch by inch at a speed visible to the naked eye. The contempt and amusement in his eyes faded away, replaced by an offended, bestial coldness. He didn't look at Lin Feng, but turned his gaze to the nightclub manager who had been watching the show, Long Xiaotian. Brother Long. Zheng Tao's voice was very calm, but it carried an unquestionable sense of oppression. You, Phantom, can anyone come in now? Long Xiaotian complained bitterly in his heart, but he still had a flawless smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, you are joking. Mr. Lin is a friend of our manager Wang. Manager Wang? Zheng Tao's eyes finally fell on the trembling fat man who was still performing hard, and a cruel arc appeared on the corner of his mouth. Okay, I will teach this manager Wang and his friends a good lesson today. He slowly pulled out a black card from his wallet and threw it on the table with a soft pop sound. Waiter. The waiter, who was too frightened to move just now, was startled and hurried over. Mr. Zhang, your order. Bring up 2 bottles of the most expensive wine you have. Zheng Tao leaned on the sofa, crossed his legs, raised his chin slightly, and glanced at Lin Feng from the corner of his eye. I'm in a good mood today, I want to rinse my mouth. The waiter's face became a little embarrassed. Mr. Zhang, the most expensive one in our store is Martell Supreme. How much? Zheng Tao interrupted him impatiently. 90,000, 9,999 per bottle. The waiter's voice was trembling. This price caused people in the surrounding booths to gasp in shock. A bottle of wine worth nearly 100,000 yuan. And it's used for gargling. 2 bottles then. Zheng Tao said it calmly, as if he was not ordering a bottle of wine worth 200,000 yuan, but 2 glasses of Coke. At this moment, Lu Qingyao's breathing stopped for half a second. A hint of irrepressible excitement and enthusiasm flashed in her pure eyes, but her face was immediately replaced by just the right amount of worry and reluctance. She stretched out her slender hand and gently touched Zheng Tao's arm, her voice so soft that it could squeeze water out of it. Mr. Zhang, don't do this. It's too expensive. We just need to have fun when we go out together. There's no need to do this. As she spoke, she nervously observed Lin Feng's expression out of the corner of her eye. She expected to see shock, jealousy, shame, inferiority, and even despair on his face. She needed to use Lin Feng's pain to prove how correct her choice was and to satisfy her vanity that was fueled by money. A confident smile reappeared on Zhao Wei's face. Come on. Keep borrowing. You have the ability to crash Jack Ma's server. Even Wang Hao was not acting this time. He was really scared. His mouth was wide open, staring blankly at the black card. He felt that his worldview was being repeatedly washed away by huge waves of money and was on the verge of crumbling. In the entire booth, all eyes and all pressure were focused on Lin Feng. However, there was no expression on Lin Feng's face. He was not shocked, jealous, or ashamed. He just watched quietly, even with a bit of curiosity in his eyes, as if he was appreciating a stage play that had nothing to do with him. Soon, Long Xiaotian personally held an exquisite tray and carefully placed 2 bottles of Martell Supreme, which were luxuriously shaped like works of art, on the table. The golden bottle body sparkled brightly under the light, and its kingly aura seemed to be able to suffocate people. Mr. Zhang, your wine. Zheng Tao nodded with satisfaction. He picked up a bottle, weighed it in his hand, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng. The expression on his face was full of cat and mouse playfulness. Boy, have you opened your eyes? Would you like to try it? Beg me. Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll reward you with a mouthful of the leftovers for rinsing your mouth. The atmosphere in the whole venue was depressing to the extreme. Just when everyone thought that Lin Feng would leave in shame and anger, or utter a few harsh words in his last struggle. Snap! 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 Lin Feng actually clapped his hands. It wasn't the perfunctory kind of applause. It was a slow and powerful applause that came from the heart, with a bit of admiration and appreciation. This sudden scene left everyone stunned. The playful expression on Zhang Tao's face froze. The lines Lu Qingyao had prepared got stuck in her throat. Zhao Wei felt that his brain was not enough. Lin Feng slowly put down his hand, with an extremely sincere smile on his face. He looked at Zhang Tao, then at the 2 bottles of wine worth 200,000 yuan on the table, and sighed sincerely. Amazing, really amazing. He turned around, patted Wang Hao, who was already petrified beside him, and said in a serious tone, "Haozi, did you see that? Learn from this. This is called spending money. In our place, it's just payment at most." After saying that, he turned his gaze to Zhang Tao and Zhao Wei and shook his head, with an expression of admiration that said, "I've finally opened my eyes. It's great to have money." There was not a trace of sarcasm in his expression or his words. That look and that tone were as sincere as the heartfelt admiration a child from a poor mountainous area would express when he sees the skyscrapers in the city for the first time. This punch hit the cotton again. And it is cotton dipped in honey. Zhang Tao felt like he spent 200,000 yuan to buy 2 bottles of wine, but in the end, he just showed the other party a fireworks display? And received sincere praise from the other party? What the fuck is going on? He felt like a boxer who had thrown a punch with all his might, but the other person didn't fall down. Instead, he smiled and handed him a tissue, saying gently, "Brother, you've worked hard. Wipe your sweat." The feeling of being frustrated and powerless with no place to use the power made Zhang Tao feel uneasy in his chest. The atmosphere in the booth became weirder than ever before. Lin Feng still had that gentle, innocent smile on his face. He stood up slowly and adjusted the cheap t-shirt he was wearing. He didn't look at Zhang Tao and Zhao Wei again, as if they and the 200,000 worth of wine were just roadside scenery. He walked straight up to Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao's heart skipped a beat for no reason. She subconsciously straightened her back and put that perfect, pure and innocent expression back on her face. Lin Feng just looked at her quietly. In those bottomless eyes, there was no longer the previous doting and tenderness, nor the admiration and smile just now. Only a pure, incomprehensible calmness remained. "I should go back now." His voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Lu Qingyao was stunned for a moment, nodded subconsciously, and was about to raise a polite smile at the corner of her mouth. Lin Feng then asked the next question. "Will you come with me?" He paused, and in the dead silence of the audience, he finished the second half of the sentence. "I'll take you home." Chapter 36: The Most Expensive Car. "I'll take you home." Lin Feng's voice was like a feather, falling lightly, but it created a huge wave in the hearts of everyone present. Silence. Deathly silence. The 2 bottles of Martel Supreme in the booth, which were worth 200,000 and exuded a domineering aura, instantly became like 2 pieces of dog shit that no one cared about. Zhao Wei's face, which had flushed red because of the impending victory, froze completely. He felt like he had carefully prepared a devastating nuclear explosion, but the other party just yawned and asked the heroine, "Honey, now that we're done watching the fireworks, shall we go home and sleep? What the fuck is going on? Want to run?" Zhao Wei finally broke free from the petrification, his rationality completely broke, and he let out a sharp sneer, like a cat whose tail was stepped on. "What's up, poor bastard? Your loan limit is not enough? You know you can't afford it anymore, so you want to run away?" Li Kuan beside him also reacted and echoed with disdain, "Boy, you haven't even finished your drink yet, and you want to leave? What? Are you afraid that you won't be able to pay the bill later and will force you to wash dishes here?" Zhang Tao didn't say anything, but just looked at Lin Feng coldly. His eyes seemed to say, "If you dare to walk out of this door today, I will make sure you can't survive in Jiangxing tomorrow." However, Lin Feng was too lazy to even give them a glance. He seemed to have blocked out all the noise in the world, and in his deep eyes, only Lu Qingyao was reflected. His eyes were no longer as calm as before, but were filled with something burning. It is a mixture of tenderness, persistence, and a hint of exhaustion and satisfaction after giving everything for love. That look seemed to say, "For you, I borrowed all my money and fought against the malice of the whole world. Now, I have nothing left but a heart that loves you and the strength to send you home. Would you like to go with me?" Lu Qingyao felt like she was about to suffocate. She felt like she was not sitting in the most luxurious booth in the Phantom nightclub, but was tied to the guillotine in Kaishiku. The gazes of everyone around her became like sharp knives, cutting into her carefully disguised self-esteem. Her brain was working at an unprecedented speed. Go? Or not? This is a multiple-choice question that is more difficult than any exam paper. Don't leave, stay. What does that mean? This means that she, Lu Qingyao, admitted in front of all the rich second generations in Jiangcheng that she was a vain gold digger. She followed Lin Feng in tonight, accepted the skirt he bought with borrowed money, drank the wine he ordered with borrowed money, and enjoyed the attention he brought her. But in the end, facing the ultimate test of money, she kicked him away and threw herself into the arms of another person. Then that pure and innocent persona that she had painstakingly cultivated for many years in school would completely collapse in an instant. She will become the biggest joke in Jiangcheng University. A top-notch green tea girl who plays with the feelings of an innocent poor boy. She couldn't afford this price. But what if I follow him? That meant that she would have to give up the wealth and glory that was within her reach in front of top second-generation rich people like Zhao Wei and Zhang Tao, and leave this paradise of extravagance and decadence with a pauper who had just emptied his borrowing bank and might only have a few $100s left on him. What a humiliation this is. Lu Qingyao felt as if her heart was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand. She looked at Lin Feng's face, which was so sincere that it made her feel sick, and she wanted to slap him. This bastard. This madman. He used a self-destructive method that she could not understand at all to push her to the edge of the cliff, and then asked her gently, "Do you want to jump down with me and enjoy the beautiful scenery below?" Fuck the scenery. Lu Qingyao's nails had dug deeply into the tender flesh of her palm, but a smile uglier than crying, with a hint of shyness and emotion, slowly blossomed on her face. She nodded gently, her voice was as soft as a mosquito, but it was clearly heard by everyone. At that moment, a trace of intense disgust and humiliation flashed across the depths of her eyes, almost overflowing, so fast that it seemed like an illusion. Zhao Wei's eyes widened instantly, as if he had seen Columbus discover the New World. The sneer on Zhang Tao and Li Kuan's faces also solidified into funny expressions. Even Wang Hao, who had been diligently serving as the background board, almost bit his tongue. Crazy. This world has gone completely fucking crazy. Lin Feng smiled. It was a smile that came from the heart, a smile of relief and victory. He naturally stretched out his hand, trying to hold Lu Qingyao's hand like in the idol drama. Lu Qingyao's body stiffened subconsciously, but under the gazes of countless people, she still stiffly and reluctantly placed her soft and cold little hand into Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng took her hand and stood up. During the entire process, he did not even look at Zhao Wei, as if they and the 200,000 worth of wine were just insignificant dust. He held her hand, and amid everyone's dazed, incredulous gazes mixed with admiration and sympathy, he walked out of the booth step by step, calmly, through the noisy crowd, and towards the door that separated the two worlds. Wang Hao looked at their backs, opened his mouth, and finally uttered, I'm going to the toilet. Then he followed him out in a flash. Only Zhao Wei, Zhang Tao, and Li Kuan were left in the booth, along with the 2 bottles of Martel Supreme that were worth $200,000 but no one was interested in buying. The faces of the 3 people were uglier than the ice bucket on the table. Outside Phantom nightclub. The cool night breeze blowing on her face calmed Lu Qingyao's head, which was burning with anger and humiliation. The first thing she did was to pull her hand out of Lin Feng's palm as if she had been electrocuted. Lin Feng didn't care either. He just stood at the door and looked at the brightly lit street. Wang Hao ran out breathlessly, approached Lin Feng, lowered his voice, and was sweating profusely. Fengzi. You really want to send her back? Lu Qingyao was standing aside, and when she heard this, a cold arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. She wanted to see how this man, who had played this trick to perfection, would end up. Should I squeeze into the bus in dejection? Or should I shamelessly let her pay for the taxi? At this moment, Zhao Wei and Zhang Tao also followed out with gloomy faces. They leaned against the luxury car at the door, wanting to see Lin Feng's final joke. Lin Feng ignored anyone. He just took a step and walked down the stairs calmly, passing by the row of taxis waiting for passengers at the door, and also passed by Zhao Wei's arrogant Mercedes-Benz G500. He stopped in front of a row of yellow shared electric vehicles on the side of the road. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, he took out his cell phone and pointed it at the QR code on the body of one of the cars. Beep Meituan app reminds you that the vehicle has been unlocked. The crisp electronic sound seems particularly loud in the quiet night. Lin Feng stepped onto the small electric scooter, supported himself on one foot, turned around, and gave a warm, innocent smile to Lu Qingyao, who was completely petrified. Let's go. I'll take you. Lu Qingyao stood there, motionless. She looked at the shabby shared electric motorcycle, which even had some mineral water bottles thrown by others in the basket, and looked at the man sitting on the bike with a calm face. She felt that all the humiliation she had suffered tonight combined could not compare to the impact of the scene before her. Riding a shared bike home? How could he think of that? At the door, Zhao Wei and others were stunned at first, and then burst into earth-shaking laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. Shared bikes. He actually wants to ride a shared bike to bring the school beauty home. Fuck. Talent. This guy is such a talent. The laughter was like a knife, stabbing Lu Qingyao's body. Her face turned red and white, and her body trembled slightly because of extreme anger. However, just before she was about to explode, she suddenly noticed that the men and women who came out of the nightclub to watch the excitement looked at her and Lin Feng with eyes that were not full of ridicule, but full of envy? Touched? Even a blessing? She heard a girl say to her boyfriend, "Look at them. This is true love. It's 10,000 times better than crying in a Ferrari." Lu Qingyao understood. If she got into Zhao Wei's Mercedes tonight, she would be a bitch. But if she took this shared bike tonight, she is the myth. She took a deep breath, suppressed all her humiliation and resentment, and put on that gentle and moving expression again on her face. She walked step by step to the electric scooter. She lifted the hem of her LV dress worth 38,000 yuan and sat sideways on the narrow and cold back seat with an elegant and resolute posture. Under the envious and shocked gazes of everyone, Lin Feng pushed his foot, and the small shared electric motorcycle, carrying the beauty from the finance department of Jiangcheng University, swayed slowly, merged into the city's traffic, and disappeared into the night. All that was left was a legend about a pure love warrior and a few rich second generations who were disheveled in the wind and felt like they had spent $200,000 to watch a performance art show. Chapter 37: The Life You Can't Give. The evening breeze blows across my cheeks, bringing with it the unique scent of a city night, mixed with neon lights and fireworks. The shared electric motorcycles made a slight buzzing sound as they glided on the wide road. Lin Feng rode very steadily, and Lu Qingyao sat behind him, her body straight, like an exquisite yet stiff sculpture. The LV dress worth 38,800 yuan looked extremely ridiculous at this moment. She carefully gathered the hem of her skirt around her legs, fearing that it would be stained by even the slightest bit of dust from this cheap means of transportation. The two of them spoke in silence along the way. Silence is the sharpest language at this moment. Lin Feng could clearly feel the coldness and resistance emanating from the body behind him. He didn't even need to look back to imagine the extremely suppressed, humiliated, and unwilling expression on Lu Qingyao's face at this moment. He suddenly became distracted. What if she wasn't acting? What if she is really a girl who would be moved by a man's willingness to give everything for her, willing to put aside all her vanity, sit on this shabby motorcycle sincerely, and smile at him in the evening breeze? That would be great. This thought, like a meteor, briefly passed through Lin Feng's heart, which had become increasingly hardened by the system and money, and caused an imperceptible ripple. Is that reminiscing about your past self? The silly boy who would take a 2-hour bus across the city just to see Su Weiwei because she said "I miss you"? No. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating arc. What he missed was not humility, but a kind of purity. It's a pity that the most expensive thing in this world is purity. At the intersection ahead, turn left. Finally, Lu Qingyao's cold voice was heard from behind, without a trace of emotion, as if she was giving instructions to the navigation. Good. Lin Feng responded, turned on the turn signal skillfully, and turned into a quieter tree-lined avenue. The street lights here are warm yellow, and the light shines through the lush leaves of the sycamore trees, casting mottled shadows on the ground. On both sides of the road, there are no longer noisy shops, but rows of high-end residential areas that look heavily guarded. The smell in the air has changed. It has less of the bustling atmosphere of the city and more of the tranquility created by money. After riding for about 5 minutes, Lu Qingyao spoke again. Right here, stop. Lin Feng braked and the motorcycle made a slight sound before stopping in front of the gate of an extraordinary residential community. Platinum Residence. The 3 large gold-plated characters sparkled brightly under the spotlight. The security guard in a neat uniform stood in the booth, examining the extremely mismatched couple at the door and the shared electric bike that looked like it was picked up from a garbage dump. Lin Feng looked up at the towering door lintel, his heart calm. Really? It turns out that the girl who claimed at the food stall that she had loved eating at the food stall since she was a child, lives here. Lin Feng had glanced at the housing prices in this community when he was looking at information about Tianyue Mansion a few days ago. The average price was 50,000 yuan per square meter. Any one of them is enough for an ordinary family to live on for a lifetime. Lu Qingyao got down from the back seat swiftly, with a sense of relief in her movements. She stood there, straightening her skirt, which was a little messy due to the evening breeze. She was in an elegant posture, holding the LV bag in her hand, which contained the skirt that was stained by eating crayfish, as if the person sitting in the cold back seat just now was not her. She turned back into the aloof beauty in the finance department, blending in with this luxurious environment. Lin Feng and his shared electric motorcycles became the only unsightly stain on this perfect picture. Lin Feng. Lu Qingyao finally spoke. She looked at him, and the shyness and emotion on her face that she had pretended to have in the nightclub had long disappeared without a trace. Instead, there was a condescending calmness with a hint of pity. You know what? Actually, I'm really touched tonight. She paused, as if weighing her words so that what she was going to say next would be less hurtful, yet full of irrefutable truth. But I don't think we are a good match. Here it comes. Lin Feng sneered in his heart. This drama had finally reached the final scene where the real motive was revealed. He did not rush to refute, but just looked at her with interest, as if he was enjoying the final monologue of a lousy actor. Oh? What's inappropriate? He leaned on the front of the car, one foot on the ground. Is it because I'm poor? This question was asked too directly and too roughly, like a sharp scalpel, instantly cutting through the sugar coating that Lu Qingyao had wrapped with touching indecency. Her face froze slightly, and a hint of anger of being exposed flashed deep in her eyes. But she is Lu Qingyao after all, a master of emotion management and expression control. She quickly regained her compassionate Madonna attitude, shook her head gently and sighed. No, Lin Feng, don't think like that. Her voice was full of considerate tenderness. Money is not the most important thing, really. I just want a more stable life. And you can't give it to me. She said this with absolute certainty. Every word that came out of her beautiful lips carried a kind of sentencing meaning. Stabilize. What a wonderful word. It can be working from 9 to 5, it can be a stable life in this world, or it can be a closet full of Hermes, a garage full of Porsches, and a bank account with a balance that never runs out. Lin Feng smiled. He looked at the woman in front of him who was righteously sentencing him to death, and at her face full of hypocrisy, and suddenly found it somewhat funny. Just when he was about to speak and put a perfect end to this game. Buzz boom. A shrill roar of an engine, like the roar of a wild beast, came from far away and broke the silence of the night. Then, several bright high beams, like sharp swords, split the darkness and shone directly at the two of them without mercy. The dazzling light made Lin Feng squint his eyes subconsciously. 3 luxury cars braked suddenly in an extremely aggressive manner and stopped in a triangular shape on the side of the road, surrounding Lin Feng and his shared electric motorcycle in the middle. Leading the way was Zhao Wei's black Mercedes-Benz G500, which was as domineering as a steel behemoth. On the left is Zhang Tao's red Ferrari 488. On the right is Li Cohen's blue Lamborghini CAF. 3 top luxury cars, with a total value of over 10 million. They just stood there quietly, and the oppressive feeling they exuded was enough to make any ordinary person weak in the knees. The car doors were pushed open with a bang almost at the same time. Zhao Wei, Zhang Tao, and Li Cohen got out of the car. Behind them, there were a few rich second generations who also looked arrogant. A group of people stood in the light and shadow of the car lights, with cruel sneers on their faces like a cat playing with a mouse, and slowly approached Lin Feng, who was surrounded in the center, step by step. Chapter 38. Is this the stability you want? 3 bright high beams, like 3 sharp swords of judgment, pinned Lin Feng and Lu Qingyao to the spot. The yellow shared electric motorcycle looked small, pitiful, and ridiculous under the light of the 3 steel beasts. The car doors opened almost at the same time. Zhao Wei, Zhang Tao, and Li Cohen got out of the car with a revengeful and undisguised malice. Behind them were a few equally arrogant rich second generations. The group of people leaned against the car door, standing between the interweaving light and shadow, like a group of hyenas about to hunt, with cruel sneers on their faces. The security guard at the entrance of Platinum Mansion tactfully retreated back to his booth and pretended that he saw nothing. Lu Qingyao's expression became extremely complicated in an instant. She was shocked at first, and then, an almost imperceptible sense of relief flashed across her eyes. The savior is here. Hey, isn't this our pure love warrior? Zhao Wei was the first to speak, his voice full of revengeful pleasure. Sarcastically, you ran quite fast just now, how can you run now? He pointed at the shared electric bike and laughed exaggeratedly. This mount is quite impressive. It matches your outfit perfectly. Ha 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 ha. The rich second generations behind him burst into laughter, and their laughter was full of contempt and superiority. Zhao Wei, don't say that to others, the young man named Li Kuan stepped forward and said sarcastically, after all, borrowing money to take the bus costs 2 yuan. What a waste. Every word they said accurately stabbed Lu Qingyao's proud heart. Her face turned red and white, and her hands, hanging by her sides, were tightly clenched around the packaging bag of the LV skirt, her knuckles turning white from the force. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Feng, who was surrounded in the center, did not have the slightest anger or shame on his face. He didn't even look at the group of clamoring rich second generations. He just slowly raised his head, his eyes passed through the dazzling car lights and fell on Lu Qingyao's face. That delicate face looked particularly pale in the flickering light. His eyes were calm, but within that calmness there was an overwhelming gloom and disappointment. He just looked at her, and then raised his chin slightly towards the group of rich second generations who were showing off. This is it, he said in a low voice, but it was like a stone thrown into a silent lake. The stability you want? This sentence, like a thunder, exploded in Lu Qingyao's mind. This question is more heartbreaking than any humiliation. It pushed her to the edge of the cliff, forced her to tear off the last piece of fig leaf and make a choice in front of everyone. Lu Qingyao's body began to tremble slightly. She looked at Lin Feng's face, which was so calm that it frightened her, and at his eyes that seemed to be able to see through everything. She knew that the show could not go on. All the disguises, all the reserve, all the grievances, at this moment, seemed so ridiculous. Slowly, she straightened up. The compassion and tenderness on his face faded like the tide, and were replaced by a kind of cold, resolute calmness that was like giving up everything. I don't know what they can give me. Lu Qingyao's voice was no longer as soft as before, but had a metallic, sharp texture. She met Lin Feng's gaze, and announced her answer word by word, using all her strength. But I just know that they won't give me poverty. She almost screamed out the last two words. The humiliation, anger, and unwillingness that had accumulated throughout the night burst out at this moment. This sentence is like a watershed. It completely tore apart the hypocritical warmth between the two. It was like a switch that completely turned on something in Lin Feng's body. He. Lin Feng suddenly laughed. He lowered his head, hunched his shoulders slightly, and let out a low, creepy laugh. The gloom that had enveloped him disappeared in an instant. Instead, there is an almost cruel cat and mouse game. He raised his head again, and there was no longer a trace of disappointment or sadness in his eyes, only cold, condescending indifference. Okay, very good. He nodded, as if giving affirmation to a student who performed well. Since you don't want to act anymore, he looked around at the rich second generations who were still grinning smugly, and finally locked his eyes on Lu Qingyao's face. Then I won't act anymore either. As soon as the words fell, he got off the shared electric bike and pushed it aside. With a loud clang, the mount that carried the myth of pure love tonight fell to the ground like a corpse that had completed its mission. Lin Feng clapped his hands slowly, as if he was brushing off some invisible dust. His entire aura changed drastically at this moment. Before, he was gentle, tolerant, and had a bookish air. But now, he is like a sword drawn from its sheath, with his edge fully exposed and carrying a sense of oppression that makes people dare not look directly at him. Zhao Wei and others were stunned by his sudden change, and the smiles on their faces froze. Playing tricks. Zhao Wei was the first to react, and he cursed fiercely, "You are about to die, and you are still pretending to be cool?" Lin Feng ignored him. He simply glanced at the 3 luxury cars with a total value of over 10 million yuan with a scrutinizing and even critical look. Finally, he sneered. That laughter was full of undisguised contempt. Just these few pieces of scrap copper and iron, are you so proud of them? What do you think? Lin Feng's eyes swept across the faces of Zhao Wei, Zheng Tao, and Li Kuan one by one. Do your cars look luxurious? In front of me, he paused, uttering the last few words word by word. Why are you pretending? The air solidified. The expressions on Zhao Wei and others' faces seemed to have been paused, and were frozen there in a funny way. They suspected they had heard wrongly. A poor guy who was just riding a shared electric bike, a loser who lives on Jibei, actually said that their Ferraris and Lamborghinis were junk? Is he crazy? Just when they thought Lin Feng was going to give up and start talking nonsense. Lin Feng took out his cell phone. He moved slowly and calmly, and under everyone's gaze, he dialed a number. Hey, Zhao Wei, what are you looking at him doing? Is he calling to get someone? Ha, who can he get? Even if he gets someone, will he let him go home for dinner? Li Kuan pointed at Lin Feng and laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. The phone is connected. Lin Feng put the phone to his ear and spoke directly without even a polite hello. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone present. It was an unquestionable, commanding tone. Long Xiaotian. When they heard the name, Zhao Wei and Zhang Tao's pupils shrank suddenly. Bring those Ferraris in the phantom garage here. Lin Feng looked at the changing expressions on their faces, with a cruel arc at the corner of his mouth. Drive them all here. Now, immediately. Chapter 39 Countdown 15 minutes. Long Xiaotian. Bring all those Ferraris in Phantom's garage over here. Now, immediately. Lin Feng's action of hanging up the phone was as quick and decisive as his tone of voice, without a trace of drag. No one knew what Long Xiaotian's reaction was on the other end of the phone. But at the gate of Platinum Mansion, Zhao Wei, Zhang Tao, Li Kuan and the others, after a brief moment of shock caused by the name Long Xiaotian, suddenly burst into laughter even more violent than before. That laughter was no longer just a mockery, but it was like watching the best comedy of the year. I laughed so hard that tears were about to come out. Ferrari, La Ferrari? Ha 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 ha. The young man named Li Kuan laughed the most exaggeratedly. He covered his stomach with one hand and pointed at Lin Feng with the other, gasping for breath. Fuck. Zhao Wei, did you hear that? He was talking about La Ferrari. And several of them. Zhao Wei also looked like he had heard some huge joke. The muscles on his face were twitching, not because of anger but because of laughter. Boy, are you fucking crazy because of poverty? You don't even have basic common sense? He walked up to Lin Feng and looked him up and down with an idiotic look in his eyes. Do you know what a Ferrari La Ferrari is? It's a magical car. Limited edition worldwide. There are only a few in Jiangcheng. Do you know how much one costs? Zhao Wei stretched out two fingers and waved them in front of Lin Feng's eyes. The minimum starting price is 20 million. And there is still no demand. How many of them are there? Even if you use up all your Huabei credit limit in this life, the next life, and the next life, will it be enough to buy a tire? The rich second generation behind him also laughed. I think he doesn't even have Huabei, he only has a monthly pass for shared bikes. He even called Long Xiaotian. Does he think Long Xiaotian is his father? He even ordered him around. I am dying of laughter. Lu Qingyao stood aside, she didn't smile. She just looked at Lin Feng quietly, her eyes looking like she was looking at a completely hopeless madman. She felt that she was extremely unlucky tonight, having to accompany such a madman and perform such a ridiculous play. She just felt sick now. However, in the face of everyone's ridicule and contempt, Lin Feng's face remained as calm as a pool of deep water. He even nodded seriously. It turns out it's so expensive. His look of learning new things made Zhao Wei and others laugh. Okay, stop the fucking show. Zhao Wei completely lost his patience. The smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a fierce look. Boy, you finished bragging and making phone calls. Now, it's time to settle our accounts. Lin Feng looked at him and suddenly said, since you don't believe it, how about we make a bet? Bet? Zhao Wei sneered. Give me 15 minutes. Lin Feng raised a finger and glanced at everyone present. His calm gaze carried a frightening power. 15 minutes. If the car I called doesn't arrive, I will stand here and let you do whatever you want with me. As soon as these words came out, the laughter around stopped abruptly. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that even at this point, Lin Feng not only didn't kneel down and beg for mercy, but instead dared to take the initiative to increase the stakes and bet his own personal safety. This is not just crazy, this is courting death. Zhao Wei's eyes suddenly lit up. He felt like a cat that was tired of the cat and mouse game and was about to step on the mouse to death, but the mouse did not run away. Instead, it stretched its neck towards him. Is there such a good thing? Okay. Zhao Wei almost shouted, fearing that Lin Feng would go back on his word. You said it. He stared at Lin Feng fiercely and said word by word, 15 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes. If the car doesn't arrive, I'll cut off one of your legs today. Okay. Lin Feng nodded and agreed calmly. Zhao Wei grinned, raised his wrist, glanced at his Patek Philippe, and shouted to the brothers behind him, "Watch out! Start counting now! Not a second more!" A gamble concerning a leg began in such an absurd and sloppy way. Time seemed to be stretched at this moment. First minute. Zhao Wei and his friends all had cruel smiles of confidence on their faces. They leaned against their luxury cars, as if admiring the last trapped beast in the Colosseum, their eyes full of teasing and anticipation. Li Cohen even lit a cigarette and blew smoke rings leisurely. "What do you think, should we remove his left leg or right leg later?" "I'll focus on his right leg. He won't even be able to ride a shared bike in the future, huh?" Lu Qingyao stood farthest from the crowd. She folded her arms and watched everything coldly. She didn't feel pity for Lin Feng, she just thought he was stupid. Was it worth it to use her legs to maintain that ridiculous and false dignity? Lin Feng just stood quietly beside the fallen shared electric motorcycle, took out his mobile phone, lowered his head, as if watching a short video, and occasionally a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. That calm and composed look made Zhao Wei furious. Fifth minute. The air around began to become a little anxious. The second-generation rich were no longer satisfied with verbal ridicule, and Zhao Wei pointed to the trunk of his Mercedes-Benz G500. "Take out the weapon and let this young Master Lin open his eyes first." With a loud clang, the trunk was opened, and 2 baseball bats with a metallic luster were taken out by 2 young men. They held baseball bats and hit them again and again in their palms. The bang-bang sound was particularly harsh in the silent night. The obvious threat made Lu Qingyao's face turn pale, and she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Lin Feng seemed not to hear it. He still kept his head down playing with his phone, and was even watching Douyin with great interest. 10th minute. Zhao Wei's patience is almost exhausted. He stared at his watch intently, every tick of the second hand seemed to be striking at his tense nerves. He couldn't figure out where this poor guy's confidence came from. Why can he be so calm? Did he really think that if he just made a phone call, Long Xiaotian would drive his own car over to show off to him? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He must be pretending. He must be playing tricks to buy time and find a chance to escape. Thinking of this, Zhao Wei's eyes became even more vicious. Gather around. Block the road. Don't let him get away. Several young men armed with baseball bats immediately stepped forward and formed an encirclement, completely blocking all of Lin Feng's retreat routes. The atmosphere instantly dropped to freezing point. 14th minute. There is only 1 minute left. Zhao Wei threw away the cigarette butt and crushed it with his foot. He took the cold baseball bat from a younger brother and weighed it in his hand. "Boy, time is almost up." His voice was filled with the satisfaction of being done. "Have you decided which leg you want?" Lin Feng finally put away his phone and raised his head. He looked at the men holding weapons and approaching him step by step, looked at the ferocious smile on Zhao Wei's face, and looked at the indifferent face of Lu Qingyao in the distance. He suddenly laughed. There was a hint of pity in that smile. "Isn't there still 1 minute left? What's the hurry?" His stubborn attitude even when facing death completely ignited Zhao Wei's anger. "Good. Good. Good." Zhao Wei said 3 good words in a row, his expression distorted. "I'll let you die knowingly today." He raised his wrist and placed the valuable Patek Philippe in front of Lin Feng. 10. 9. 8. The group of people behind him also followed suit and counted down loudly, as if they were performing an evil sacrifice. Lu Qingyao nervously clenched the corner of her clothes, and her heartbeat quickened involuntarily. She knew that this farce would soon come to an end in a bloody way. 3. 2. 1. Time is up. Zhao Wei let out a wild beast-like roar, raised the baseball bat in his hand high, aimed it at Lin Feng's knee, and was about to smash it hard. "Unload him for me." Just as the baseball bat was about to fall. Buzz boom. A low, violent roar of an engine, as if coming from the depths of hell, suddenly exploded from the end of the street in the distance without any warning. That sound, like the roar of a wild beast, carried the terrifying power to tear the air apart, instantly drowning out all the sounds at the scene. This is not a sound, but a group. Chapter 40. I'm not pretending anymore. Buzz boom. That wasn't the sound of a car. That was the roar of demons from the abyss of hell, and the iron thunder that was powerful enough to tear the sky apart. This violent soundwave, like a sudden tsunami, instantly submerged the small world in front of the entrance of Platinum Mansion. The engine sound of Zhao Wei's Mercedes-Benz G500 and the roar of Zhang Tao's Ferrari 488 seemed as small as the buzzing of mosquitoes in the face of this kingly majesty. Time seemed to be paused by this sound. The baseball bat that Zhao Wei raised high just froze in mid-air, and the hideous smile on his face solidified into a funny mask. The group of rich second generations behind him, the words "take him down" that they had just shouted were stuck in their throats and turned into a few meaningless syllables. Everyone's expressions looked as if they were struck by lightning, dull, bewildered, and in disbelief. Even Lu Qingyao, who had been watching coldly, ready to enjoy a bloody farce, had a crack on her face that always remained delicate and decent for the first time, and a trace of unconcealable horror emerged from the depths of her eyes. Everyone turned their heads mechanically and stiffly towards the source of the horrifying sound. At the street corner in the distance, I saw 1, 2, 3, 10 dazzling, bright car lights. Like 10 sharp swords splitting the darkness, they all shone towards me in an unreasonable manner. Immediately afterwards, 10 phantoms with smooth lines, sci-fi shapes and burning red flames all over their bodies slowly drove into everyone's sight in a uniform and terrifying momentum like a military parade. Ferrari. Moreover, he is the emperor of the Ferrari family. La Ferrari. The baseball bat in Zhao Wei's hand fell to the ground with a clang. Isn't he a Ferrari owner? Of course he knew what it was. Precisely because of the recognition, he felt as if his brain had been hit hard by a heavy hammer, buzzing in blank. This La Ferrari is limited to a global scale and is in short supply. And now, what appeared before his eyes were 10 machines. 10 identical Ferrari La Ferrari cars, so brand new that they seem to have just come off the production line, form a miraculous army that is enough to make any car fan faint on the spot. Did they rob the Ferrari museum? Squeak. 10 magical cars, with extremely precise drifting and tailspinning, almost at the same time, formed a huge fan shape and stopped in front of Zhao Wei's junk cars, surrounding them tightly in the center. The arrogant Mercedes-Benz G and the cool Lamborghini, at this moment, were like a few little chickens in front of 10 Tyrannosaurus Rex, trembling in fear. The car doors opened upwards and outwards in unison like butterfly wings. Then, 2 men in black suits, sunglasses and earphones, with burly builds and a sturdy aura, got out of each car. They moved quickly and silently, and in just a few seconds, they stood in 2 rows in front of the car, forming an absolute passage to the center. A well-dressed and calm middle-aged man got out of the leading LaFerrari. Long Xiaotian? When they saw the face clearly, Zhao Wei and Zhang Tao's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The owner of Phantom Nightclub, Long Xiaotian? In the Jiangcheng underground world, there are ruthless people who even their fathers have to give some face to. How could he help Lin Feng? However, what happened in the next second completely shattered their cognition. Long Xiaotian walked quickly to the door of another car and respectfully opened it himself. 1 foot stepped out of the car. It's Wan Hao. He was wearing a neat Armani suit. His previous timid look had long disappeared, replaced by an unquestionable aura that was forcibly built up by money and power, although it was still a bit awkward. Wan Hao got out of the car without even looking at the stunned rich second generations around him. He walked straight through the passage formed by the black-clad bodyguards, step by step, and came to Lin Feng's front. Then he turned around, opened his arms, and protected Lin Feng behind him like a wall. He looked at the group of terrified rich second generations in front of him, and at the baseball bat that fell to the ground, his eyes burning with unprecedented anger. He took a deep breath, used all his strength, and let out an earth-shaking roar. Who dares to touch my brother? This roar was full of energy and carried a ruthless force, which made the ears of everyone present numb. Zhao Wei and the others were startled by the yell and finally came to their senses from their stupor. The young man named Li Kuan looked at the fat man who had suddenly changed his tactics. Although he was frightened, he subconsciously mocked him. You are just a waiter working in Phantom, why are you here to join in the fun? These words were like lighting a powder keg. Waiter? Long Xiaotian, who had been standing nearby like a door god, suddenly sneered. He walked forward slowly, his eyes like a knife, scraping across the faces of Zhao Wei, Zhang Tao, and Li Kuan one by one. That cold gaze made them feel as if they were being stared at by a poisonous snake, and their whole bodies were cold. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Long Xiaotian pointed at Lin Feng, who was protected by Wang Hao behind him. His voice was not loud, but it carried an unmistakable chill. This is Mr. Lin from our Phantom. Then, he pointed his hand at Wang Hao in front of him. And this person, Long Xiaotian spoke word by word, each word like a bombshell, exploding in everyone's mind, is our Phantom's new boss, Director Wang. Boom! Zhao Wei felt that his worldview had completely collapsed and shattered into billions of pieces. Mr. Wang? The poor student who emptied his pockets to buy a dress in the LV store? The intern who claimed to be a waiter in the nightclub? He is the owner of Phantom Nightclub? This is even scarier than a horror movie. Lu Qingyao stood in the distance, her body trembling violently. She looked at Wang Hao, who was surrounded by 10 LaFerrari cars and dozens of bodyguards, looked at Long Xiaotian, who had a respectful look on his face, and then looked at Lin Feng, who had a calm face from beginning to end. She suddenly felt like a clown. A complete, self-righteous, and the most ridiculous clown in the world. Just when everyone was shocked to death by the news. The dozens of bodyguards in black suddenly turned around in unison and walked behind Lin Feng in neat steps, standing there quietly like a silent and indestructible black wall. The focus of the entire audience instantly shifted from Wang Hao to the seemingly most harmless young man whom he had always protected. Lin Feng slowly walked out from behind Wang Hao. He patted his brother on the shoulder, motioning him to step back. Then he raised his head and calmly scanned the faces in front of him that were distorted by extreme fear and shock. Finally, his gaze fell on Lu Qingyao, whose face was ashen and whose body was shaking like a sieve. He smiled. In that smile, there was no trace of the previous gentleness and forbearance, only a cold, condescending indifference, like a god looking down on an ant. Originally. He spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but it was clear enough to drown out the heartbeats of everyone present. I want to get along with you as an ordinary person. He took a step forward, and the dozens of bodyguards also took a step forward. The invisible sense of oppression frightened Zhao Wei and others so much that they retreated one after another. Since you are so shameless. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. He looked at the group of rich second generations who were almost frightened to death. A cruel yet playful arc appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he pronounced the final verdict word by word. Then I won't pretend anymore. Chapter 41. Scan the code or pay cash? Then I won't pretend anymore. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it hit the nerves of everyone present hard. The air solidified. The wind seemed to have stopped. The expressions on the faces of Zhao Wei, Zhang Tao, Li Koan and others were extremely interesting. Shock, confusion, fear, absurdity. In the end, all converged into a kind of stupor that overturned the entire worldview. They were completely broken by the 10 Ferraris and the new owner of the Phantom nightclub, who shouted, "Who dares to touch my brothers?" Lin Feng moved. He didn't look at Zhao Wei, who was standing frozen in place with a half-broken baseball bat in his hand. Nor did he look at Lu Qingyao, whose face was pale and whose eyes were filled with fear and regret. He strolled around the shared electric motorcycle that had fallen to the ground and went straight to Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao is the guy who just suggested using the 200,000 yuan Martel Supreme to rinse your mouth. At this moment, he was trying hard to squeeze out a little sound from his throat, or to strike a less cowardly posture, but all the muscles in his body seemed to be frozen and out of control. Lin Feng stopped in front of him and looked him up and down. Then, he suddenly remembered something and spoke very seriously. That's right. It seems that you haven't paid for the bottle of Martel Supreme you just opened in my store. These words were like a breeze that blew away the terrifying atmosphere that enveloped the scene. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, and then he almost couldn't help laughing out loud. It's high, really high. Even in such a mess, Brother Feng is still thinking about the bottle of wine that he didn't pay for. Long Xiaotian stood aside, his mouth twitching slightly, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Feng was filled with awe and a bit of helplessness. Director Lin's train of thought is indeed beyond the reach of ordinary people. After hearing these words, Zhang Tao felt as if his spine had been pulled out. He felt that all his dignity was trampled to the ground and crushed by Lin Feng's light words. Humiliation. This is a more extreme humiliation than slapping him 10 times in public. Surrounded by 10 Lafayettes, watched by dozens of black-clad bodyguards, and in front of the 2 owners of the Phantom nightclub, he, the eldest son of the Zhang family, was treated as a freeloader. Scan the QR code or pay cash? Seeing that he didn't say anything, Lin Feng added another sentence, and even considerately took out his mobile phone and dialed the payment code. That posture is exactly the same as the cashier at the convenience store downstairs. Zhang Tao's face instantly turned purple, his lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word. Cash? Which rich second generation still carries cash when going out nowadays? Scan code? In front of so many people, scan the QR code to pay a bill that you used to show off? He felt his face burning with pain. What are you standing there for? Give me the money. Li Koan next to him became anxious. He didn't want to be implicated in such a trivial matter, so he quickly poked Zheng Tao with his elbow. Zheng Tao woke up as if from a dream and hurriedly took out his mobile phone. His fingers were shaking so much that he tried several times to unlock it before he succeeded. He opened WeChat with trembling hands and scanned Lin Feng's QR code. When he saw the amount of 198,888, his heart bled. Drop. The notification sound of successful payments sounded particularly clear in the dead of night. Lin Feng put away his phone, nodded with satisfaction, and then glanced at Zhao Wei, Li Kun, and others as if nothing had happened. His eyes were calm, but behind that calmness was a chilling indifference. He didn't even bother to say another word, just uttered a syllable lightly. Roll. This one word seemed to carry a tremendous amount of power. Zhao Wei and others trembled all over, as if they had been pardoned. They didn't dare to stop for even a second and rushed towards their car, tumbling and crawling. The sound of starting the engine carries with it a sense of panic and embarrassment, as if one was fleeing in panic. The three luxury cars that had been so arrogant just a moment ago now became like three frightened rabbits. They disappeared at the end of the street without even daring to say a harsh word. The world is finally quiet. Only Lin Feng and his convoy were left, as well as Lu Qingyao, who was standing alone under the streetlight like a sculpture. Lin Feng waved his hand. Long Xiaotian understood and immediately whispered a few instructions into the headset. The dozens of bodyguards in black retreated silently back into the car. The engines of the 10 LaFerrari roared again, turned around, and left in unison, leaving only Long Xiaotian and Wang Hao standing behind Lin Feng. The oppressive feeling around me disappeared instantly. Lin Feng walked slowly to Lu Qingyao step by step. The streetlight stretched the shadows of the two people very long. Lu Qingyao lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. Her body was trembling slightly, and she didn't know whether it was because of the cold or fear. Her LV dress worth 38,000 yuan now looked like a huge joke. Lin Feng looked at her and was silent for a long time. The face that had allowed him to act for a whole day was now filled with paleness and despair. He suddenly felt a little bored. Actually, he finally spoke, with a hint of fatigue in his voice that he himself didn't even notice. I really hope that your feelings tonight are real. Lu Qingyao's body trembled violently and she looked up in disbelief. Lin Feng's eyes were complicated, with mockery, pity, and a flash of regret. If, in that LV store, when I said my balance was insufficient, you didn't laugh at me, but chose to work with me to find a solution. If you were in Phantom, when I ordered you a cup of Heart of the Ocean with Baro, your emotion was not an act. If, when Zhao Wei and the others showed up just now, you could stand by my side like Wang Hao did, even if it was just a pretense. Lin Feng looked at her, shook his head, and a self-deprecating smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Perhaps, everything today will be different. It's a pity that you didn't give me this opportunity. These words made Lu Qingyao, who was already in despair, collapse again. The rationality that she was proud of and her carefully calculated disguise were completely shattered at this moment. It turns out that what she missed was not just a billionaire. What she missed was an opportunity that she had dreamed of getting but had pushed away with her own hands. The huge regret and unwillingness gnawed at her sanity like a poisonous snake. Why? She finally broke down and screamed hysterically, her voice sharp and piercing, "You are rich. You are so rich. Why are you playing tricks on me like this? Do you think it's funny? What's wrong with wanting a better life? I don't want to live a hard life anymore. I hope I can live in platinum residence, wear beautiful dresses, and go to high-end places. What's wrong with that?" Her questioning was full of grievance and self-righteousness, as if she was the biggest victim. Wang Hao frowned as he listened and was about to curse, but was stopped by Lin Feng's look. Lin Feng looked at the crazy woman in front of him, and the last trace of emotion on his face disappeared, leaving only complete coldness. "There is nothing wrong with wanting a better life," he responded calmly, as if stating a fact. "But what you want is not the good life. Lin Feng took a step forward and looked down at her, his eyes as sharp as a knife. "The real good life is to create it with your own hands, to be a man with a straight back, to hold the bottom line in the face of temptation, and to walk in the sunshine with a clear conscience. It is to protect those who are truly worth protecting. It is to make yourself strong and become the support of others, instead of relying on others." Instead of being like you, Lin Feng's voice suddenly turned cold, and every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Lu Qingyao's soul hard. "Put your youth and soul on the shelf with a clear price tag, waiting for the highest bidder to get it. That's not what you call pursuing a better life. That's called parasitism." Chapter 42. Educate you for your parents. Parasitic. The last two words pierced deeply into Lu Qingyao's eardrums. All her hysteria and all her self-righteousness were completely shattered by these two words and turned into nothing. She stared at Lin Feng blankly, her lips trembling. The blood color faded from her pretty face, which she was so proud of, leaving only a naked paleness that was stripped of all disguises. There was no longer any extra emotion in Lin Feng's eyes. It was not anger, nor was it ridicule, but rather a judgment bordering on indifference. You used the pursuit of betterment as a fig leaf to cover up your laziness, vanity, and bottomless greed. With every word he spoke, he took a step closer. The invisible feeling of oppression made Lu Qingyao involuntarily step back repeatedly, and her high heels made stumbling and panicked sounds when they stepped on the ground. What you sacrificed is your sincerity, dignity, and basic conscience as a human being. Lin Feng's voice remained steady, but every word was heart-wrenching. Lu Qingyao wanted to refute, but found that her throat seemed to be blocked by cotton and she couldn't utter a word. Her eloquence, her ability to confuse right and wrong, which she was proud of, were so fragile in the face of absolute strength and cold reality. Lin Feng stopped and looked at the woman whose masks he had torn apart with his own hands, and suddenly felt bored. He turned around, without even glancing at her, and walked straight towards the red Rafa at the head. Wang Hao and Long Xiaotian came forward immediately. Brother Feng. There was a gleam in Wang Hao's eyes, a complex mixture of admiration, excitement, and fear. Lin Feng didn't say anything, but just stretched out his hand to Wang Hao. Is there any water? Yes. Yes. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then like a smart assistant, he turned around, took out a bottle of beautifully packaged mineral water from the car, and handed it over respectfully. It's the imported Evian sold for 88 yuan a bottle in the Phantom nightclub. Lin Feng took the water and unscrewed the bottle cap. The click sound was particularly clear in the dead silent night. Then, in everyone's astonished gaze, he turned around and walked back to Lu Qingyao step by step. Lu Qingyao looked at the water in his hand and his expressionless face. An unprecedented fear grew wildly from the deepest part of her heart. What are you going to do? Her voice trembled violently with fear. Lin Feng raised the water bottle and looked down at her with cold eyes. Educate you for your parents. The moment he finished speaking, his wrist shook. Crash. A whole bottle of ice-cold mineral water was poured all over Lu Qingyao's face from head to toe. The cold liquid instantly soaked her carefully groomed hair and ruined her expensive makeup. The black eyeliner mixed with water stains left two extremely embarrassing tear marks on her pale face. The LV dress worth 38,800 yuan stuck to her body, outlining her body as she shivered from the cold and fear. Lu Qingyao let out a short scream and was completely stunned. What she felt was not just cold, but an unprecedented humiliation that penetrated deep into her bones. Lin Feng threw away the empty bottle and looked at her miserable appearance. The indifference on his face finally eased a little. Wake up! His voice sounded like a final warning. Now, before it's too late. After saying this, he didn't stop there. He turned around and strode towards the LaFerrari. Open the car door and sit in the driver's seat. Buzz boom. The engines of 10 Ferrari LaFerrari cars roared at the same time. The violent sound waves seemed to tear the night sky apart completely. In Lu Qingyao's dull, watermarked vision, 10 dazzling red taillights formed a resolute red torrent, which quickly moved away with a roar that tore through the air, and finally, completely disappeared at the end of the night. The world suddenly became quiet. All that was left was the dim light of the street lamps and the freezing evening breeze that blew into my collar. Lu Qingyao stood alone at the magnificent gate of Platinum Mansion. She was wet, like a drowned dog drenched by a rainstorm. Behind her is the mansion she has always dreamed of. Before my eyes was endless, cold darkness. She slowly squatted down, and finally could no longer hold back. She hugged her knees and let out a suppressed and desperate whimper. The convoy sped through the night. In the leading LaFerrari, Wang Hao was sitting in the passenger seat. He was in an extremely excited state with flushed cheeks. Brother Feng. Awesome. You were so cool just now. Didn't you see how scared Zhao Wei was? And that Lu Qingyao, they deserved it. He was dancing and gesticulating like a crazy fan who had just watched his idol's concert. But Wang Hao changed the subject, a look of pain on his face. He leaned over and lowered his voice. Brother Feng, the bottle of water you threw at her was the Evian we just took out of the Phantom freezer, right? It's $88 a bottle. Isn't it a bit a loss to just throw it at her like that? Lin Feng was driving, looking straight ahead. When he heard this, he couldn't help but smile. Not a loss, he replied calmly. This is the best money I've spent tonight. When Wang Hao heard this, he immediately smiled and slapped his thigh vigorously. You're right. It makes me feel better. It's so damn good. These 88 are worth it. Just at this moment, the screen of Lin Feng's mobile phone, which was placed on the center console, suddenly lit up. Buzz. A slight vibration. A new message popped up. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I will never do this again. I can't live without you. Let's make peace. Su Weiwei. Chapter 43 The Troublesome Drunk Cat. The convoy sped through the night. In the leading LaFerrari, Wang Hao was sitting in the passenger seat. He was in an extremely excited state with flushed cheeks. Buzz. A slight vibration. A new message popped up. Lin Feng, I was wrong. I will never do this again. I can't live without you. Let's make peace. Su Weiwei. Wang Hao had sharp eyes and caught a glimpse of the familiar name at a glance. The smile on his face froze instantly, replaced by a look of disgust. Fuck. Brother Feng, how dare this woman look for you? She's haunting you. Lin Feng's eyes swept across the screen without even a ripple. He didn't even bother to delete it, as if it was just an ordinary spam message. Maybe the mobile phone package comes with too many text messages and you can't use them all. Wang Hao was choked by his answer, then he burst out laughing, and his anger subsided a lot. Yes, to Lin Feng now, what is Su Weiwei? Not even worthy of his further glance. Back in the underground garage of Tianyue Mansion, Long Xiaotian had already arranged for his men to drive all 10 LaFerrari cars back to Phantom Nightclub. Lin Feng and Wang Hao exchanged for their respective Porsche 911s. Brother Feng, I'm going back first. I'm so tired today. I need to go back and have a good sleep. Wang Hao yawned, tears welling up in the corners of his eyes. Go. Lin Feng nodded. The two of them walked towards their own mansions. Riding in the exclusive elevator, rising steadily, looking at the dazzling night view of Jiangcheng outside the window, Lin Feng felt a wave of fatigue coming over him. It has only been a few days since the breakup. But what happened in the past few days was more fantastic and exciting than what he had experienced in the past 20 years combined. Bite. The elevator door slowly opened on the 58th floor. A strong smell, a mixture of perfume and alcohol, hit me in the face. Lin Feng frowned subconsciously. On the carpet in the corridor outside the elevator door, a disheveled figure curled up there, like a stray cat abandoned by its owner. Messy hair, wet clothes, and a face that looked particularly pale and haggard in the dim light. If it's not Su Weiwei, then who else could it be? Wang Hao had just opened the door of his room and was about to go in when he smelled something and stuck his head out. The moment he saw the person at the door clearly, his eyes turned red. Fuck. Su Weiwei? How did she find this place? Wang Hao's anger quickly rose, and he rushed over in 2 steps, pointing at Su Weiwei on the ground and started to curse. How dare you come here? Get out of here. Su Weiwei on the ground seemed to be startled by the roar. She raised her head in a daze, her bloodshot eyes full of confusion. When she saw Lin Feng standing in front of her, tears instantly welled up in her cloudy eyes. Lin Feng, I was wrong, can you please forgive me? She struggled and tried to get up from the ground, but her hands and feet were out of control. She could only crawl towards Lin Feng like a maggot, repeating words of begging for mercy. That look was as pitiful and humble as it could be. If it were the Lin Feng from a few days ago, seeing this scene, he might have felt soft-hearted and heartbroken. But now, he just felt noisy. Don't touch her. Lin Feng stopped Wang Hao, who was about to explode with anger, and there was no emotion in his voice. He took out his cell phone and instead of calling the security guard, he dialed the number of the property manager of Tianyue Mansion. Hello, is this the property management? Unit A on the 58th floor. His tone was as calm as if he was talking about the weather. Please send a female housekeeper up. There's a drunk lady at my door who needs to be dealt with. Ah? Wang Hao was stunned. He looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Brother Feng, you still care about her? Su Weiwei was also stunned. She stopped crying and squirming and stared at Lin Feng blankly. She had anticipated countless reactions from Lin Feng: anger, ridicule, humiliation, and even disdain. The only thing I didn't expect was such official indifference. It's like dealing with a piece of garbage that has stained the carpet and has nothing to do with you. Soon, a well-dressed female housekeeper wearing white gloves arrived by elevator. Seeing the scene at the door, although she was a little surprised, she still maintained a high level of professionalism and bowed slightly. "Hello, sir." Lin Feng pointed at Su Weiwei lying on the ground, as if he was explaining a trivial matter. "Help her take a bath and change into clean clothes. The guest room is over there, let her rest there first and don't let her run around." "Yes, sir." The housekeeper nodded, then skillfully helped the drunk Su Weiwei up from the ground, and half dragged and half carried her into the guest room area of Lin Feng's mansion. From beginning to end, Lin Feng didn't even look at Su Weiwei again. He opened the door of his room and said to Wang Hao, who was still standing there in a daze, "You should also go to bed early." Bang! The door is closed. Wang Hao was the only one left in the corridor, his hair disheveled in the wind. He scratched his head and couldn't figure it out for a long time. This operation is too cool, right? Half an hour later, the housekeeper knocked on Lin Feng's door. "Mr. Lin, the young lady has finished washing up and is sleeping in the guest room. Thanks for your hard work." Lin Feng nodded, took out his mobile phone, and directly transferred 1,000 yuan to the other party. The housekeeper was flattered when she saw the notification 1,000 yuan deposited on her phone. She thanked the banker repeatedly before leaving respectfully. After finishing all this, Lin Feng finally felt that the whole world was peaceful. He took a shower, washed away all the fatigue and noise, and then threw himself heavily into the soft big bed that was big enough for 7 or 8 people to lie down. Almost the moment he touched the pillow, he fell into a deep sleep. No words were spoken that night. The next day. The early morning sunlight shines through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows and fills the entire bedroom. Lin Feng opened his eyes drowsily in the warm and gentle atmosphere. He subconsciously turned over and wanted to stretch. But at this moment, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There seems to be someone around? A faint scent of shampoo penetrates into the nose. There is a warm and soft touch next to my arm. Lin Feng's sleepiness disappeared in an instant. He turned his head sharply. A familiar, sleepy face was within reach. Chapter 44, You're after my money, right? Lin Feng's sleepiness was completely dispelled in 0.01 seconds. He wasn't panicked, wasn't angry, not even a ripple. After my mind went blank, what came over me was a hangover like bone-deep fatigue and headache. Here it comes. What is supposed to come will eventually come. When a man has money, it is like a jar of honey just out of a sugar factory, with flies always flocking to it at the smell. Can't hide. The warm and soft touch against his arm and the familiar scent of shampoo lingering around his nose might have made his heart beat faster in the past. But now, it just makes him feel troubled. Lin Feng expressionlessly and carefully pulled his arm out of Su Weiwei's arms. He quietly lifted the quilt and stood on the ground, afraid of disturbing the time bomb on the bed. Looking at Su Weiwei's face that was still charming even in her sleep, there was no trace of nostalgia in Lin Feng's eyes, only the calmness of looking at a difficult problem. He walked out of the bedroom, closed the door, went straight to the floor-to-ceiling window in the living room, took out his cell phone, and called Wang Hao. The phone rang for a long time before it was connected, and Wang Hao's indistinct mumbling came from the other end. "Hello, who is this? Can't I sleep so early in the morning?" "Fatty, get up." Lin Feng's voice was calm and peaceful. "Come over here and watch the show." "Watch a show?" Wang Hao's brain was clearly still not working. "What show?" Lin Feng rubbed his temple. "Su Weiwei is on my bed." There was deathly silence on the other end of the phone. 3 seconds later. "Fuck!" An earth-shattering roar exploded from the receiver, making Lin Feng's ears buzz. "Brother phone, wait. I'll be there soon. I'm going to throw this woman off the 58th floor today." After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. There are some things that are too dirty to handle by yourself, but it does feel much better if there is a noisy brother next to you to speak for you. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. It was the property manager, pushing an exquisite food cart and standing respectfully at the door. "Good morning, Mr. Lin. This is the breakfast you ordered." On the dining car, there is a wide variety of Chinese and Western breakfasts, all steaming hot. There was also a dust bag hanging next to it, which contained neatly folded women's clothing. "The ladies' clothes have been washed and dried," the housekeeper reported carefully. "I know. Thank you for your hard work." Lin Feng asked the housekeeper to put breakfast on the dining table in the living room, then he sat down, picked up a fried dough stick, and began to eat slowly. It was as if the person lying in the bedroom was not a lingering ex-girlfriend, but an insignificant tenant. Not long after, Wang Hao rushed in like a cannonball without even knocking on the door. He was wearing big shorts and slippers, his hair was a mess like a chicken coop, and his eyes were bloodshot and angry. Where are the people? Where is that bitch? As soon as Wang Hao came in, he looked around, as if he was ready to fight. In the bedroom, still asleep. Lin Feng took a sip of soy milk and pointed to the seat across the table. Sit down and eat first. Wang Hao was stunned. He looked at the table full of sumptuous breakfast, then looked at Lin Feng, who was calm and composed. He forced himself to suppress his anger. He sat heavily opposite Lin Feng, picked up a bun and stuffed it into his mouth, chewing while asking vaguely, Fengzi, what's going on? You can't control yourself? Lin Feng put down the soy milk in his hand, looking hopeless. Headache. I drank a little last night, and I really don't remember if I touched her. He sighed and lowered his voice. When she wakes up, give her money if she wants it and send her away quickly. Just think of it as being bitten by a mad dog. When Wang Hao heard this, he almost choked to death on his bun. His eyes widened. Give money? Brother Feng, are you crazy? If you give a woman like this a penny, we will lose. Just then, the bedroom door opened with a click. A figure poked his head timidly from behind the door. Su Weiwei was wearing a white t-shirt of Lin Feng's that was obviously much larger. The wide hem just covered her thighs, revealing a pair of straight, white long legs. Her hair was wet and draped over her shoulders, her face was bare, her eyes were confused and innocent, and she looked like a weak woman who had just experienced a storm. She was standing there and heard Lin Feng's words clearly, give her money if she wants it. In those seemingly innocent eyes, a barely perceptible smile of success flashed across their faces. However, when she saw Wang Hao staring at her with dead fish eyes at the dining table, the expression on her face suddenly became a little awkward and uneasy. Wang Hao obviously disrupted her script. I'm going to change my clothes. She said this in embarrassment, turned around and retreated back into the room. Wang Hao looked at her back and sneered. Just as he was about to scold her, Su Weiwei had already changed into her dress and walked out. Su Weiwei. Wang Hao couldn't bear it any longer. He slammed the table and stood up, pointing at her nose and cursing, do you have any f-king shame? You actually followed me here. Get out of here right now. Being scolded in person, Su Weiwei's face turned red and white, but she did not scream and refute like before. Instead, her eyes turned red, and she looked at Lin Feng aggrievedly, her voice filled with tears. How can I be shameless? I have been with Lin Feng for more than a year. I love him. I want to start over with him. What's wrong with that? You love him? Bah! You love his money. Wang Hao was so angry that he was shaking all over. You! Stop arguing. Lin Feng finally spoke. His voice was not loud, but it made the excited Wang Hao and the aggrieved Su Weiwei shut up at the same time. He raised his eyelids, looked at Su Weiwei, who was standing there with tears in her eyes, and pointed to the empty seat next to him with his chin. Sit down and eat. Su Weiwei was stunned. Wang Hao was also stunned. Su Weiwei bit her lip and finally sat down as she was told. It was a meal that was extremely strange. Wang Hao turned his grief and anger into appetite and ate everything in one swoop. Su Weiwei drank the porridge in small sips, occasionally glancing at Lin Feng with a resentful look. Lin Feng, on the other hand, seemed to be a bystander. After finishing his own portion, he leaned back in his chair and looked out the window quietly. Finally, this breakfast that was like torture ended. Lin Feng stood up, walked to the ridiculously large sofa in the living room and sat down with his legs crossed, like a president interviewing a subordinate. He looked at Su Weiwei, who followed him nervously, and went straight to the point. Tell me, what do you want? Here it comes. Su Weiwei was happy in her heart, but a look of hurt immediately appeared on her face. She shook her head vigorously and tears came. Lin Feng, how could you think of me like this? I don't want money. She took 2 steps forward, her tone sincere and affectionate. I don't want anything, I just want you. I want to be with you, let's make peace. Lin Feng looked at her superb acting skills and suddenly laughed. He leaned forward slightly, his elbows resting on his knees, his eyes like 2 sharp scalpels, cutting straight into the depths of Su Weiwei's soul. When I was so poor that I could only ride a shared electric bike, where were you? Now that you know I'm rich, can live in Tianyue Mansion, and drive a Porsche, you come and fall in love with me? The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a cold, mocking arc. Su Weiwei, you speak for yourself. Are you after my person or my money? Chapter 45 The Bill of Youth. Lin Feng's cold and direct question pierced through the hypocritical film of warmth in the living room. The air solidified instantly. Wan Hao leaned against the dining table, folding his arms, with an undisguised sneer on his face. Su Weiwei's face, which had just been full of tears, froze. She had imagined countless scenarios of reunion, but she had never thought that Lin Feng would ask so bluntly and mercilessly, as if asking the price of a cabbage in the vegetable market. A feeling of humiliation instantly surged into my heart, but more than that, I felt a panic of having all my thoughts seen through. She couldn't admit it. Once she admitted it, she would lose completely, and even the last bit of capital that could be used for moral blackmail would be gone. Su Weiwei's tears once again flowed out at the right time and slid down her pale cheeks. She shook her head vigorously, her voice full of grievance and heartbreak of being misunderstood. Lin Feng, how can you look at me like that? Money is important, but is our relationship worthless? She took 2 steps forward, trying to get closer to Lin Feng, who was sitting on the sofa, her eyes sad and confused. I admit that I used to be vain and childish, but that was because I was insecure. I'm just an ordinary girl and I'm afraid of living a hard life. I hope the person I love can give me a stable home. Is that wrong? She became more and more excited as she spoke, as if she was the biggest victim, and her voice became higher and higher. I am a woman, and women are born to admire strong men. I hope our lives can be better. I want you to be a hero that I can look up to. I want you to make progress, and I push you. What's wrong with that? This righteous declaration dumbfounded Wan Hao, who was watching the show nearby. He opened his mouth and managed to say, "Fuck, can you explain it this way?" He's really talented. Su Weiwei's theory that it's natural for females to admire strong men is obviously the highest level and most perfect fig leaf she found after careful consideration to cover up her materialistic behavior. She disguised greed as instinct and packaged vanity as ambition. After saying that, she looked at Lin Feng expectantly, hoping to see a hint of guilt and a touch of emotion on his face. However, she was disappointed. There was not even a trace of emotion on Lin Feng's face. He didn't even change his sitting position, he just listened to her performance quietly, and then, softly, smiled. In that smile, there was no anger, no sarcasm, only an indifference that was almost pity and saw through everything. Oh? Lin Feng raised his eyelids and slowly uttered a word. You mean, you are weak so you are right? Su Weiwei's expression froze instantly. Mu Chang? Lin Feng leaned forward slightly, and the invisible feeling of oppression made Su Weiwei subconsciously take half a step back. Don't use that insulting word. True admiration for the strong is to admire a person's ability to overcome difficulties, to appreciate his perseverance, to be attracted by his personal charm, and then to work hard to make yourself better so that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with him. Lin Feng's voice remained steady as he peeled off her gorgeous disguise layer by layer. And you, his eyes suddenly became sharp, what you want is not a strong man, what you want is a ready-made ATM that you can rely on. What you admire is not his ability, but the result after his ability is realized. That's not Mu Chang. Lin Feng looked at her pale face and pronounced the verdict word by word. You're just sitting back and enjoying the fruits of others' labor. Su Weiwei was left speechless by these 4 words. All her arguments seemed pale and powerless, and extremely ridiculous in the face of these words. Wang Hao was so excited when he heard this that he couldn't help but applaud loudly. Well said. Brother Feng is awesome. I suggest you memorize the whole text. Lin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with her anymore. He stood up, walked to the wine cabinet in the living room, took out a black bank card from it, then walked back and threw the card on the coffee table in front of Su Weiwei with a pop. The crisp sound made Su Weiwei's body tremble violently. Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. Lin Feng's patience had obviously run out. He looked down at the woman who was still acting and issued a final ultimatum. I'll give you 2 choices. First, take this card and tell me how much money you want as a breakup fee. From now on, we are even, and you disappear from my world completely. Second, Lin Feng's eyes turned completely cold, get lost. You don't have a penny, get out of my sight now. Clean, crisp, and without a trace of emotion. It's like dealing with a cumbersome piece of trash. Su Weiwei stared blankly at the black card on the coffee table that exuded a cold aura, then looked up at Lin Feng's cold face. She finally understood that the man in front of her was no longer the Lin Feng whom she could manipulate and order around at will. The huge humiliation and unwillingness gnawed at her heart like a poisonous snake. She thought that if she humbled herself and took the initiative to climb into his bed, she could make him change his mind. Even if we can't get back together, at least he can still remember our old relationship and take good care of me, giving me money and things when I ask for them. But she didn't expect that what she got in return was such blatant humiliation. He actually wants to use money to get rid of himself? An evil fire suddenly surged up from the bottom of her heart, burning away all her rationality and disguise. Su Weiwei was also furious. Seeing that Lin Feng was not moved by her threats, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with resentment and madness. Okay. Lin Feng. You are rich now, you are amazing. She pointed at the black card and screamed hysterically. You think money can solve everything? Okay. She stared at Lin Feng intently, as if she wanted to torture him to death with her eyes. She gritted her teeth and asked word by word. Then tell me, how much is our relationship of more than a year worth? This question was like a poisoned dagger. She wanted to use it to hurt Lin Feng, to make him feel guilty, and to prove that he had turned into a ruthless monster. Wang Hao frowned as he listened to this. He was about to scold her, "Can love be calculated with money?" but was stopped by Lin Feng's look. The living room fell into dead silence again. Lin Feng looked at the crazy woman in front of him, looking at her face which was distorted by extreme anger. He didn't answer. Instead, he slowly turned around and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. The early morning sunlight stretched his shadow very long. He just stood there quietly, looking at the prosperous junction outside the window, and was silent for a long time. It lasted so long that Su Weiwei thought he was stumped, and a sick, complacent sneer appeared on her face. Finally, Lin Feng turned around. There was no expression on his face that Su Weiwei had expected. No guilt, no anger, and no embarrassment. There was only an unprecedented calmness, a calmness that felt like salvaging some heavy fragments from the distant past. He looked at Su Weiwei with complicated eyes, as if he could see through her and see himself who had been humbled to dust over the past year or so. How much is our relationship worth? He repeated it softly, as if asking himself. Then he gave his answer. It's worth the 800 yuan I save every month after working and studying, minus living expenses. It's worth the 30,000 yuan loan I borrowed online to buy that magic water for you. It's worth it for me to ride a shared bike for an hour in the winter with a temperature of -3 degrees Celsius to bring you a cup of hot milk tea in order to save the bus fare. It's worth it for me to sleep only 5 hours a day, 365 days a year. I'm either working or on my way to work. Lin Feng's voice was light and steady, as if he was narrating someone else's past. But every word was like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Weiwei's heart and Wang Hao's heart hard. Wang Hao's eyes had turned red without him noticing. Lin Feng took a step forward, looking directly into Su Weiwei's eyes that were wide open with shock, and uttered his final summary. How much do you think it's worth? It's worth more than a year's salary of mine and the more than 30,000 yuan loan I owe. He paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up in an arc that was hard to tell whether it was self-mockery or relief. It's more worth my cheap youth which I can never get back. Chapter 46 The Priceless Youth. Lin Feng's voice was very soft, but it pierced into the hearts of everyone in the living room. That cheap youth that can never be returned. Wang Hao's eyes were completely red, and he turned his head away abruptly to prevent others from seeing his appearance at the moment. He thought about how Lin Feng had lived like a madman over the past year, and how he had tried to persuade him countless times, but was blocked by him with the words, "You don't understand." Now, he understands. But after I understood it, I felt even more upset. There was deathly silence in the living room. Su Weiwei stood there blankly, and all the color had drained from her pretty face, which was wide open with shock. Every word Lin Feng said was like a mirror, reflecting her ugliest and most unbearable side. The so-called feelings that she was proud of were torn to pieces in front of Lin Feng's bill. No, that can't be done. She couldn't just lose like this. My brain was working frantically, looking for every excuse to refute it. Finally, she caught a life-saving straw. These Su Weiwei's lips trembled, and her voice was as sharp as a cat whose tail was stepped on. Aren't you willing to do all this? She raised her head, and her eyes were no longer filled with grievance, but with a kind of resentment and self-righteousness that was like a broken jar. I didn't put a knife to your neck and force you to do it. You did it for me willingly. Now that we've broken up, what kind of man are you to bring this up? Puff. Wang Hao really couldn't help but burst into laughter. He turned around and looked at Su Weiwei in disbelief, feeling that his 3 views had been repeatedly rubbed against the ground today. Fuck, Su Weiwei, are you still a human being? Fengzi has done so much for you, but you say he deserves it? Lin Feng didn't say anything. He just looked at Su Weiwei, the woman whom he once loved to the core, and her face which was now twisted by her sophistry. He suddenly laughed. It was a smile that came from extreme anger, but ended up calming down. The laughter was not loud, but it carried a chill that made Su Weiwei feel a chill down her spine. Yes, I do. Lin Feng nodded and admitted it straightforwardly. He took a step forward, his leisurely posture carrying with it a sense of oppression as if a storm was about to come. A poor student is willing to do anything to protect his self-righteous love. His gaze, like two sharp scalpels, cut straight into the depths of Su Weiwei's soul. What about you? While you were enjoying all this, did you ever think about how I, a college student who lived on part-time jobs and scholarships, could get the money to buy you that set of magic water worth more than 30,000 yuan? He drew off the last word, his tone rising slightly, full of mockery and judgment. Su Weiwei was completely speechless. How could she not have thought of it? She just doesn't care. She only cares about the results and never cares about the process. As long as Lin Feng can deliver the things to her, it doesn't matter to her whether the money is stolen, robbed, or earned by selling blood. Of course she couldn't say these words. Seeing that the last line of defense was breached, Su Weiwei's legs went weak and she used her ultimate killer move. Wow! She fell to the ground, covered her face with her hands, and let out a thunderous cry, crying heart-wrenchingly and inconsolably. I was wrong. Lin Feng. I really know I was wrong. You can scold me. You can hit me. You can do whatever you want to me. I'm not a human. I'm vain. I deserve to die. Please, can you forgive me this time? She cried so hard that her whole body trembled and she was gasping for breath, as if she had really regretted it to the extreme. Wang Hao was stunned watching from the side. After a while, he leaned close to Lin Feng's ear and whispered in a low voice, Brother Feng, this acting skill, the Oscars owe her a little golden man. The smile on Lin Feng's face finally disappeared completely. He looked down at the figure on the ground who was still performing hard, and there was only a kind of boredom deep in his bones in his eyes. Forget it. His voice was as cold as ice, stop acting. I'm tired of watching you. Su Weiwei's crying stopped abruptly. She looked up in disbelief, tears still on her face. Her expression was as awkward as it could be. Lin Feng was too lazy to look at her again. He walked back to the coffee table and pushed the black bank card forward again. Name your price. He spoke calmly, in a business tone. Just think of it as settling the bill for our youth. Humiliation. This is a more extreme humiliation than 10,000 insults. Su Weiwei felt that all the blood in her body was rushing to her head. At this moment, all her disguise, rationality, and calculations were completely ignited and turned into crazy flames. She suddenly got up from the ground and stared at Lin Feng. There was only resentment and greed in her beautiful eyes. Since the face has been torn. Since the emotional card has been played. Then why are you pretending? She wants money. She wanted him to pay the price for today's humiliation. Su Weiwei took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and slowly raised her right hand. 5 slender fingers spread out in the air, like a blooming, poisonous flower. Wang Hao was stunned watching from the side. What's this new drama? Making the number 5, does that mean he's going to be struck by 5 thunders? Lin Feng leaned on the sofa, watching her movements, with no expression on his face, and just spoke lightly. 50,000? A sneer of contempt appeared on Su Weiwei's lips. She shook her head. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming to be interested. 500,000? Su Weiwei still shook her head. She looked at Lin Feng with eyes as if she was looking at a bumpkin who had never seen the world. She raised her chin slightly, and in an almost boastful tone full of revengeful pleasure, she pronounced the number that she had been brewing for a long time, word by word. My youth is worth 5 million. If you transfer the money now, I will immediately disappear from your sight and never appear again. Chapter 47 Don't Regret. 5 million. When these 3 words came out of Su Weiwei's mouth, which was twisted by resentment and greed, the air in the living room seemed to freeze for half a second. Wang Hao leaned against the dining table, folding his arms, and the sneering expression on his face froze. He scratched his ears, wondering if he was hallucinating because he woke up too quickly that morning. 5 million? Why doesn't she rob a bank? However, Lin Feng's expected rage did not occur. In the dead silence, Lin Feng was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled. It was a heartfelt, deep laugh, as if one had heard the funniest joke of the year. He leaned back on the sofa, his shoulders shaking slightly with laughter. That laughter was full of absurdity, contempt, and even more pity. Ha 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 ha. This laughter was more harsh than any insult and pierced deeply into Su Weiwei's self-esteem. Her face instantly turned purple, and the momentum she had forced herself to maintain by shouting out the sky-high price was shattered by the laughter. What are you laughing at? Su Weiwei's voice became sharp and piercing. Why? You think it's too expensive? Can't afford it? Lin Feng, aren't you going to settle the score with me? Lin Feng slowly stopped laughing. He stood up, with a height of 1.78 meters, but at this moment he had a condescending feeling. He walked up to Su Weiwei step by step, looked down at her, with a mocking look in his eyes as if he was examining a fake antique. 5 million? He repeated softly and shook his head. Su Weiwei, are you overestimating yourself? Do I overestimate myself? Su Weiwei was like a cat whose tail was stepped on, and her fur instantly stood up. Lin Feng, I gave you my most precious year of youth. Now that you have money, you want to kick me out? I tell you, no way. You have to give me the 5 million today, whether you want to or not. Her tantrum and naughty behavior completely dispelled the last trace of ripples in Lin Feng's heart. He didn't even bother to be angry anymore, he just felt bored. It's like stepping on a piece of chewing gum that's stuck to the bottom of your shoe and won't come off no matter how hard you try. Fatty. Lin Feng suddenly turned his head without even looking at Su Weiwei. Ah. Brother Feng, what's the matter? Wang Hao was still immersed in the huge shock brought by the 5 million and was startled when he heard the words. Go to my bedroom, next to the bedside table, and help me get that wooden box. Lin Feng's voice was calm. Oh, okay. Although Wang Hao was confused, he took action immediately and ran into the bedroom. Su Weiwei looked at Lin Feng's back and began to feel puzzled. Wooden box? What is that? Could it be that the property certificate is inside? Or is he going to use something to pay off his debt? She thought rapidly in her mind and stared at the bedroom door vigilantly. Soon, Wang Hao came out holding an antique wooden box that looked quite old. The box was not big, about the size of a shoebox, and it had a small brass lock on it. Brother Feng, is this it? Wang Hao handed over the box. Lin Feng took the box and casually took off a red rope from his neck. On the rope was a small key that had been polished to a shine. Click. With a slight click, the lock opened. Su Weiwei's heart inexplicably rose with the sound. Lin Feng did not open the box immediately, but placed it on the valuable mahogany coffee table in front of him. He looked at Su Weiwei, with a complexity in his eyes that she had never seen before. Then, in front of her, he slowly opened the lid of the box. There is no property certificate, no gold bars, and no bank card. The box was filled to the brim with photos. One by one, neatly stacked. Lin Feng picked up the top one, took a look at it, and then threw it on the smooth floor as if he was throwing away a piece of waste paper. In the photo, Su Weiwei has a sweet smile on her face. She is holding a cup of milk tea in her hand, and the background is the internet-famous milk tea shop in front of the school. Pa! Another photo was thrown out. It was a selfie of them in the cinema. Su Weiwei leaned on his shoulder, made a scissors hand gesture, and looked very sweet. Pa! 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 Lin Feng's movements were not fast, one could even say they were very slow. He picked them up one by one, looked at them, and then threw them away. Those photos that carried all the sweet memories of the past year or so, like fallen autumn leaves, scattered on the cold floor. Su Weiwei's face turned paler little by little. Wang Hao stood aside and watched this scene, feeling mixed emotions. He bent down silently and picked up the photo closest to him. On the back of the photo, there is a line of beautiful and powerful handwriting. Today I took Weiwei to eat the Japanese food she wanted the most, and she enjoyed the meal very much. Seeing her smile, I felt more motivated to wash the dishes. I will make more money in the future so that I can let her eat all the delicious food. Wang Hao's hand shook violently. He picked up another one. This is my Weiwei's favorite milk tea. There were so many people lining up. I waited for more than an hour before I could buy one. I want to make her plump and white. Pick up another one. Weiwei said she wanted a set of magic water. I checked and it's very expensive. But it doesn't matter. I can do another job. as long as she is happy. Behind every photo, there is a passage, recording a humble boy's purest devotion and most beautiful vision for love. Wang Hao's eyes were completely red. He raised his head and looked at his brother, who was throwing photos one by one with an expressionless face. He felt like there was a ball of cotton stuck in his throat. Su Weiwei also saw it. She saw those photos, and also saw the monologues belonging to Lin Feng behind the photos, which she had never cared about. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Finally, all the photos in the box were thrown away. Lin Feng pushed the empty wooden box to the other side of the coffee table. He looked at Su Weiwei, at her face as pale as paper, and suddenly smiled. Originally, his voice was very soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. I wanted to wait until the day I proposed to you before giving you this box. I'm a bit stupid and I don't know how to say sweet words, so I just want to save my kindness to you bit by bit and make it into a memory of our love. He stood up straight and resumed his condescending attitude, looking at the mess of memories and the crumbling woman at his feet. You want 5 million, don't you? Su Weiwei's lips were trembling and she couldn't utter a word. No problem. Lin Feng's answer was so straightforward that Wang Hao was stunned. I'll give it to you. He took out his mobile phone and opened the banking app, operating it skillfully without any hesitation. Su Weiwei suddenly raised her head and looked at him in disbelief. He really wants to give it? Just as a sense of absurd ecstasy rose in her heart, Lin Feng's voice rang out again. The voice was as cold as the Siberian cold wave, freezing her in an instant. But, Su Weiwei, don't regret it. These 3 words were like a heavy hammer, hitting Su Weiwei's heart hard. She stared blankly at the messy photos on the floor, looked at herself in the photos smiling happily, and then looked at the man in front of her with cold eyes and unfamiliar face. Regret? She had regretted it a long time ago. It's not that I regret breaking up, but I regret why he wasn't so rich from the beginning? Wow. All the disguises, all the calculations, all the self-righteousness were completely shattered at this moment. Su Weiwei couldn't restrain herself any longer. She looked at the photos. Look at the fool who was once humbled to the dust but was willing to give everything for her. Really, I cried. Tears rolled down like beads that had broken off the string. But as she cried, she started to laugh again. That laughter was more mournful and desperate than crying. I don't deserve it. She squatted down, covered her face with her hands, and her voice came out intermittently from between her fingers, full of self-mockery and sadness. Lin Feng, I don't deserve you to be so nice to me. I don't have a good background, I don't have a good family, my parents are farmers, I don't want to stay in that small place all my life. My youth is only a few years long, I just want to seize every opportunity to climb up. She raised her head, and on her tear-stained face was a confession that was almost insane. You know what? In our county, many girls my age are already mothers of 2 children. They spend their days just hanging around their husbands, children, and the stove, and you can see them dying at a glance. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid of living that kind of life. She looked at Lin Feng, her eyes filled with pain and struggle. Even if I have done you wrong, I will remember your kindness in my heart for the rest of my life. Think of this 5 million as a loan from you. I'll give it back to you in my next life. Chapter 48, Just Consider It, Give an Explanation to Youth. In the living room, the only sound was Su Weiwei's uncontrollable, almost collapsed roar. I'm afraid. I'm really afraid of living that kind of life. Even if I have done you wrong, I will remember your kindness in my heart for the rest of my life. Think of this 5 million as a loan from you. I'll give it back to you in my next life. These words are more like a hysterical self-defense than a confession. When Lin Feng heard this, he was stunned for a moment. He expected that she would continue to throw a tantrum, curse bitterly, and greedily snatch the card. But he never thought that she would open up her deepest fears and pain in such a bloody way and show them to him. Yeah, if he doesn't get the system. If he was still the poor student who was worried about the 30,000 yuan loan and running around for a few hundred yuan of part-time job fees. At first glance, isn't his life also one of confusion and struggle? He would also be afraid, and would smooth out his edges and even give up his dignity for a few pieces of silver. From this perspective, what is the essential difference between him and Su Weiwei? We are all just an insignificant speck of dust, being carried along by the torrent of life and struggling desperately to move upstream. At that moment, Lin Feng had prepared the most brutal revenge plan in his mind. Let her lose her reputation in school, and report her to the police with the recording for blackmail. It all seemed so ridiculous and meaningless. He suddenly felt a little pity for her. Or rather, he was feeling pity for himself who had once risked everything for her. Wrong, is it really all her fault? No. The one who was wrong was the one who had nothing but wanted to satisfy her desires with love. What is wrong is this damn reality that forces people to choose between bread and love. The coldness and mockery in Lin Feng's eyes had quietly dissipated without him noticing. Instead, there is a complex calmness with a sense of relief. He said nothing. I just silently took out my phone, unlocked it, and opened the banking app. He found the bank account that he was once very familiar with and to which he would deposit money every month. Enter the amount. 5 million.00. Then, click confirm. The whole process was quiet and silent. Su Weiwei was still squatting on the ground, immersed in her own collapse and despair. Wang Hao leaned against the dining table, watching Lin Feng's actions, scratching his head anxiously. He wanted to rush up to stop him several times, but was frightened by Lin Feng's terrifyingly calm aura and could only stomp his feet on the spot. Just at this moment. Bite. A crisp, electronically synthesized text message alert sound suddenly rang out in the silent living room. The sound was not loud, but it was like a heavy hammer, hitting everyone's heart hard. The source of the sound was the old Apple phone that Su Weiwei dropped on the carpet, the screen of which already had several cracks. Su Weiwei's crying stopped abruptly. Her body suddenly stiffened, as if she was immobilized by a spell. She slowly, very slowly lowered her head and looked at her phone screen. The text message notification from the bank was shining brightly, and every word was like a red-hot iron, burning her eyes. Your savings card account with the last digit XXXX received a transfer of 5 million renminbi at XXXX on X month X day, and the current balance is 5,127 renminbi and 54 cents. 5 million. It really arrived. Su Weiwei stared at the string of numbers blankly, her mind going blank. Did she win? She got the huge sum of money she had always dreamed of, enough to change her destiny. But why, my heart feels empty, as if a piece of it has been taken away from me? She lost. The defeat was complete and utterly crushing. She used her most shameful face to personally put a cold price on this relationship. From now on, there is no more connection, only transactions. A huge sense of shame overwhelmed her like a tide, and she didn't even have the courage to look up at Lin Feng again. Now that the money had arrived, she no longer had any reason or dignity to stay here. Su Weiwei slowly got up from the ground. She didn't look at the bank card she threw on the ground, nor did she look at Lin Feng. She just lowered her head and her eyes fell on the messy photo at her feet. Those photos recorded a boy's most passionate love and also her own purest smile ever. It felt like there was a fire stuck in my throat. She was silent for a long time, so long that Wang Hao thought she was going to regret it and was going to do something weird again. Su Weiwei finally moved. She squatted down and stretched out her slightly trembling hands to pick up the photos. But when his hand was halfway extended, he stopped. She raised her head and for the first time, looked at Lin Feng with an almost pleading, humble look. These photos, can I take them away? Her voice was as hoarse as if it was rubbed on sandpaper. Lin Feng did not answer, nor did he even move his eyelids, he just looked out the window quietly. Silence means acquiescence. Su Weiwei understood. She stopped talking, bent down, and began to pick up the photos scattered on the ground one by one, carefully. She picked up the items slowly and carefully. Every time she picked up a piece, she would use her sleeve to gently wipe away the non-existent dust on it. Wang Hao looked at this scene, unable to suppress the anger in his heart. He moved closer to Lin Feng and lowered his voice. Fengzi, did you really give it to her? 5 million. Does this woman deserve it? I might as well feed this money to a dog instead of giving it to her. The dog still knows how to wag its tail at me. Lin Feng ignored Wang Hao's complaints. His eyes followed Su Weiwei's figure. Finally, the last photo was also picked up. Su Weiwei held the thick stack of photos tightly in her arms, as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world. She stood up, walked to the door, and paused. She didn't turn around, but just said something in a voice so soft that it was almost inaudible. Thanks. After a pause, she added. But, I really loved you. After saying that, she opened the door and walked out without looking back. Bang. The door was closed, isolating the two worlds. The living room finally returned to silence. Wang Hao looked at the closed door and kicked the sofa angrily. Fuck. Just let her go like that? Fengzi, why did you give her this money? Lin Feng slowly turned around, walked to Wang Hao and patted him on the shoulder. There was no anger or resentment on his face, only a calmness after the storm. He looked at his brother's indignant face and suddenly laughed. Just as he let out a long sigh, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Give youth an explanation. Chapter 49. That youth officially ended. The moment the door was closed, the whole world became quiet. Wang Hao looked at the tightly closed mahogany door, his chest heaving violently. Finally, he couldn't help but kick the sofa next to him hard. The expensive leather sofa made a dull sound and did not move at all, but it made the soles of his feet hurt. Fuck! Wang Hao held his foot with his teeth bared, jumping on one leg in place, his face full of anger and anxiety. Fingzi. You really let her go like this? And you gave her 5 million? That's 5 million. Why did she do that? Based on the way she was crying and making a fuss just now, we should call the police and arrest her for extortion. Let her go to jail and reflect on her mistakes. Wang Hao was really mad. He couldn't understand why Lin Feng used so many tricks to deal with high-end green tea like Lu Qingyao, making the other party doubt her life. Why is it that when it comes to Su Weiwei, he becomes so soft-hearted? Lin Feng didn't say anything. He slowly walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window and looked at the bustling Jiangqing outside the window. The sunlight pierced through the clouds, giving the steel forest a warm golden edge. After a long time, he turned around and looked at Wang Hao, who was still glaring and blowing his beard, with an unprecedented calmness on his face. Fatty, if it was Lu Qingyao, or any other gold digger, believe it or not, I have 100 ways to make her spend the rest of her life in jail and make her pay the most painful price for her greed. Wang Hao was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously. I believe it. Of course I believe it. But she is different. Lin Feng's gaze drifted towards the door with a complicated look. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth curled up in a self-deprecating arc. You know, the first day I was with her was at the snack street behind the school. I treated her to a bowl of spicy hot pot for 6 yuan. She ate it with sweat all over her face and told me with sparkling eyes that this was the best spicy hot pot she had ever eaten. It was her birthday, and I used the 2 months' salary from my part-time job to buy her a lipstick worth over 100 yuan. When she received it, she hugged me and jumped up and down the dormitory building. She was as happy as a child. Wang Hao opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single abusive word. We really loved each other. Lin Feng's voice was very soft, but it revealed an unquestionable certainty. She is vain, she worships money, and she chose to use 5 million to put an end to our relationship. These are all true. But the joy we once felt when we shared a bowl of instant noodles was also real. Lin Feng walked over and patted Wang Hao on the shoulder, his expression completely relieved. I'm not a saint, and I'm not a bootlicker. When dealing with Lu Qingyao, I can treat her as an NPC in a game and do whatever I want. But I can't do that to Su Weiwei. Because doing so would not only be revenge against her, but would also be denying myself who once humbled myself to the dust for her. He looked at his brother's face, which turned from angry to complicated, and smiled. That 5 million is not a breakup fee for her, nor is it compensation. That was the price I paid to buy out my own cheap youth. From now on, I, Lin Feng, will cut all ties with the past. Whether Su Weiwei is dead or alive, rich or poor, it has nothing to do with me anymore. Wang Hao stared at Lin Feng in a daze. Looking at the calm smile on his face, he suddenly felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He felt that the Lin Feng in front of him seemed a little different from the Lin Feng who drove a Porsche and spent a lot of money in nightclubs. If the previous Lin Feng was like a sword that had just been sharpened, with its edge exposed and a murderous spirit of revenge against the world. Now he is like a magic weapon that has been put back into the sheath after going through thousands of trials and tribulations. The edge remains the same, but it has become more restrained and profound. This may be the real growth. Wang Hao sighed deeply, sat down on the ground, rubbed his aching feet, and muttered, all right, you're awesome, you're right. Anyway, the money is yours, you can spend it however you like. Just think of it as, that youth wasted. Lin Feng was amused by him. He walked over, put the empty wooden box on the ground into the garbage bag, tied it up, and threw it into the garbage chute. After doing all this, he felt light all over, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from him. Life seemed to have returned to its usual rhythm. The next day, Jiangcheng University. Boom buzz. 2 deep and powerful engine roars came from far away, like 2 awakening beasts, instantly tearing apart the tranquility of the campus in the early morning. All the students passing by, no matter they were the top students in a hurry or the poor students who were on time for class, stopped and looked in the direction of the sound. Two Porsche 911s, one black and one red, with smooth lines and full of violent aesthetics, slowly drove into the school parking lot side by side in a visually impactful manner. In the sunlight, the car paint gleams with a dazzling luster. Oh my god! Porsche 911. Two of them. Who is this? Is there such an awesome rich second generation in our school? I'm jealous. I'm still struggling over whether to eat steamed buns or fried dough sticks in the morning, but others are already driving multi-million sports cars to class. Amid the envious, jealous and curious gazes of the crowd, the scissor doors of the two sports cars were raised up at the same time. A young man wearing Armani casual clothes and with a cool and indifferent temperament walked out of the black car on the left. It was Lin Feng. And from the fiery red car on the right, a fat man rolled out. He was wearing the same brand name clothes, but looked a little funny. As soon as Wang Hao got off the car, he felt like he was surrounded by hundreds of eyes and felt uncomfortable all over. He subconsciously wanted to hide behind Lin Feng, but was stopped by Lin Feng's eyes. He could only bite the bullet, puff out his sizable belly, and try hard to imitate Lin Feng, putting on a cool expression that said, "Don't get close to me." But those little eyes, rolling around and full of guilt, completely betrayed him. "Let's go, Director Wang. We're going to be late for class." Lin Feng said lightly, locked the car, and walked towards the teaching building. Oh. Here I come. Wang Hao hurriedly followed, walking closely beside Lin Feng, and lowered his voice and said, "Brother Feng, can we be more low-key next time? Driving this car to school, I feel like a giant panda in the zoo, being treated like a monkey." Lin Feng glanced at him and said, "You are the owner of the Phantom nightclub. Is it strange that you drive a Porsche to school?" Wang Hao was suddenly speechless. Yes, he is now a nightclub owner worth 500 million. Driving a junky car worth over 1 million seems pretty low-key, right? Thinking of this, Wang Hao's back straightened instantly, and his walking posture even showed a bit of kingly and domineering air. Just like that, a month passed in the boring life of the rich man. During this month, Lin Feng and Wang Hao's lives fell into a regular yet strange cycle. During the day, they are the two most mysterious, low-key and high-profile students in Jiangcheng University. He drives a sports car worth millions, but he goes to class, goes home and eats in the cafeteria just like an ordinary student. At night, Wang Hao would transform himself into Boss Wang, who has the final say in Phantom nightclub. With Long Xiaotian's assistance, he went from being nervous and awkward in the beginning to being able to handle some nightclub affairs properly later on. Although most of the time, he still prefers to stay at home and play games with Lin Feng. And Lin Feng has completely become a salted fish. He no longer spent money like crazy as before, nor did he play any anti-counterfeiting games again. Apart from attending classes every day, he would stay in the empty mansion in Tianyuan Mansion, reading, working out, or simply sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and daydreaming. The bank card with nearly 500 million in cash was casually thrown into the drawer by him, as if it was just a string of meaningless numbers. He did not deliberately inquire about Su Weiwei's news. In his opinion, when the 5 million was transferred, this woman had been completely wiped out from his world. Until this evening. Lin Feng had just finished working out and took a shower. He walked into the living room in his bathrobe and saw Wang Hao approaching him with a curious look on his face. Fengzi, have you heard? What did you hear?" Lin Feng took a bottle of water from the refrigerator and asked casually. "Su Weiwei." Wang Hao lowered his voice and said mysteriously, "I heard from a princess in the same department as her in the nightclub. Oh no, the waiter said that Su Weiwei hasn't been to class for more than a month, and she just completed the withdrawal procedures 2 days ago." Lin Feng paused while drinking water. "I heard that the day after she got the money, she booked a flight to go abroad. It seems that she went to study abroad in some country. She left Jiangcheng completely." As Wang Hao spoke, he carefully observed Lin Feng's expression. The living room fell into silence. Lin Feng screwed the bottle cap on and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Outside the window is the dazzling night view of the river city, with lights from thousands of homes converging into a glittering galaxy of stars. This is the 58th floor, high enough to overlook the prosperity of the entire city. He has everything he never dared to dream of in the past. Money, luxury houses, luxury cars, status. But when I heard that name and the news that she had left, I couldn't help but feel a little empty in my heart. It was like the last page of youth, which was turned over forcefully. End of story. The girl who had made him love, hate, and grow up overnight, finally took the 5 million he gave her and ran towards the poetry and distant places she had always dreamed of. From now on, the mountains are high and the roads are long, and we will never meet again. Lin Feng let out a long breath, and in that breath there was a sense of relief, but also a sense of loss. Whatever. That's fine. Chapter 50. The stewardess next door is a bit arrogant. Su Weiwei's departure was like a gust of wind blowing across the lake. After causing the last ripple in Lin Feng's heart, everything returned to complete calm. That humble yet passionate youth was finally packaged and sealed at a price of 5 million and thrown into the recycling bin of memory. Lin Feng felt that his thoughts were clear and his whole body was relaxed. The next day, the sun was shining brightly. Lin Feng had just finished running 5 kilometers in the gym at Tianyue Mansion when Wang Hao slammed his door open like an excited wild boar. Brother Feng! Brother Feng! Big news! Huge news! Wang Hao was holding a crumpled flyer in his hand, his fat face flushed red with excitement, and his breathing was as rapid as a broken bellows. Lin Feng wiped the sweat off his face, got off the treadmill, and glanced at him. Why, was Phantom smashed? Hey! It's much more exciting than that. Wang Hao slapped the flyer on Lin Feng's face, spitting everywhere. Look. It's from the school. Our school is going to have a social event with the Jiangcheng Aviation College next door. Lin Feng picked up the flyer, on which were printed the 8 large characters Youth Flying, hand in hand, and below were the school emblems of the 2 schools and the schedule of activities, including basketball games, debates, and cultural evenings. The whole process was clearly stated. So what? Lin Feng was not interested. He threw the flyer aside, picked up the water bottle and took a sip. So what? Wang Hao's voice suddenly rose an octave, as if he had heard something incredible. Brother Feng, have you been a super rich man for too long and forgotten what we ordinary people pursue? That's an aviation college. He came closer, winked, and lowered his voice, his tone full of sacred yearning. Stewardess. Reserve stewardess. Get it? Long legs all over the school. And those flying the planes, they all look like male models. What is this? This is a place with lots of wolves and lots of meat. Wang Hao gestured excitedly. Let me tell you, rumors say that in the eyes of the girls from the aviation college, the boys from Jiang University are just 3 words nerds. They have high standards. This social gathering is the best opportunity for the boys from Jiang University to redeem themselves and enhance the prestige of our country. Lin Feng almost laughed out loud when he saw his useless appearance. Boss Wang, you are now a nightclub owner worth 500 million, and you have many beautiful women under you. Are you so excited over a group of schoolgirls who haven't even graduated yet? Wang Hao's face fell, he scratched his head, and smiled a little embarrassedly. That's different. How can a domestic flower smell as good as a wild flower? Ugh. I mean, those guys in the nightclub are all professionals. We can't beat them. In school, that's called innocence, that's called the feeling of first love. He paused, then spoke confidently. Besides, who am I doing this for? It's all for you. You just broke up with Su Weiwei, and you're emotionally empty now, and you need some fresh blood to replenish it. I'm doing this for your sake. Lin Feng didn't bother to pay attention to him and went straight into the bathroom. If you want to go, go by yourself. I'm going to play games at home. Don't go, Brother Feng. Wang Hao shouted from behind, just go and see the fun. If you don't go, I'll go alone. It'll be so lonely. The bathroom door slammed shut. Half an hour later. Jiangcheng University open-air basketball court. Boom. Buzz. 2 Porsche 911s, 1 black and 1 red, were arrogantly parked in the parking space next to the basketball court under the gazes of countless people. The scissor door was raised, and Lin Feng and Wang Hao walked down one after another. The basketball court today is packed with people and very lively. Half of them are Jiang University students wearing colorful t-shirts and jeans, full of youthful hormones. For the other half, the style suddenly changes. Most of the boys wore white shirts or flight jackets, with upright postures and an elitist arrogance on their faces. The girls were the focus of the whole audience. They wore the same Aviation Academy uniform, white shirts, knee-length skirts, outlining their graceful body curves, and delicate light makeup on their faces. Each of them looked like they had walked out of an idol drama. The 2 groups of people were clearly separated, as if there was an invisible river between them. Did you see it? Did you see it? Wang Hao poked Lin Feng's arm excitedly. Aura. This is aura. The girls in our school are just a bunch of immature yellow-haired girls in front of them. Lin Feng's gaze swept across the court and finally landed on the center of the court. Before the game started, over at the aviation college, a handsome boy who was nearly 1.9 meters tall was holding a basketball and dribbling the ball in various ways with ease, causing screams from the girls around him. His name is Gao Fei, a well-known figure in the flight technology department of the aviation college. It is said that his family owns an airline company. He is truly a child of destiny. And next to Gao Fei stood a woman. The woman had long black hair casually draped over her shoulders. She wore the same uniform as other girls, but she managed to make it look like high-end custom-made clothes. Her facial features were extremely delicate, yet expressionless, her eyes were cold, and her chin was slightly raised, like a proud white swan. She just stood there quietly, oblivious to the noise around her and Gao Fei's showmanship, as if it had nothing to do with her. His Wang Hao took a breath of cold air. What a beauty! Brother Phone, did you see that? That's the beauty of the air traffic control department of the aviation college, Lu Xuanyi. I heard that the people chasing after her can line up from the aviation college to the gate of our school, but no one succeeds. She is a famous beauty. Lin Feng followed his gaze and met Lu Xuanyi's eyes. There was no curiosity or surprise in those eyes, only a fleeting, faint scrutiny, and then they looked away calmly as if looking at a stone on the roadside. Quite interesting. Beep. The referee blew the whistle and the game officially began. Although the basketball players of Jiangnan University have good skills, they are obviously inferior to those of the aviation college in terms of height and physical fitness. Gao Fei was like a fish in water on the court. He could do almost anything, including breakthroughs, layups, and three-point shots. The score was quickly widened. The students from the aviation college on the sidelines burst into cheers, while there was dead silence on the Jiangnan University side. During the halftime break, Gao Fei walked up to Lu Xuanyi with a bottle of mineral water and a determined smile on his face. Xuanyi, what do you think? Isn't this kind of competition a bit too bullying? His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, but just loud enough for everyone around him to hear. The students at Jiang University were so angry that their faces turned blue, but they were powerless to refute. Lu Xuanyi still had no expression on her face. She just said faintly, as if she was talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Gao Fei didn't care. He unscrewed the bottle cap, took a sip of water, glanced at the dejected student from Jiang University opposite him, and a scornful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There's nothing we can do about it. Talent is something that is innate. Some people can only run on the ground their entire lives, but we are destined to fly in the sky. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. This is no longer a provocation, it is a naked humiliation. Fuck. This guy is too arrogant. Wang Hao was so angry that he rolled up his sleeves and rushed forward on the spot. Lin Feng held him down. At this moment, Gao Fei's eyes fell on the two Porsches next to Lin Feng and Wang Hao. His eyes lit up, as if he had found new fun, and he walked straight over. Hey, a Porsche 911? Not bad. Gao Fei walked around the car and exclaimed in amazement, it seems that not all the students in your school are poor. This car must cost a lot to rent for a day, right? Wang Hao's face turned red instantly, and just as he was about to explode, Lin Feng smiled. It's okay. Lin Feng leaned against the car door, his tone flat, it's just a means of transportation. Gao Fei was choked for a moment, then he sneered and raised his wrist, revealing a Patek Philippe watch on it. Yeah, playing with cars is a bit degrading. As a man, you still need something real. He looked at Lin Feng with a look of superiority in his eyes. Classmate, your car and my watch are almost the same price. But the difference is that your car will depreciate, but my watch will appreciate. Wow, Patek Philippe Nautilus. I heard this watch costs more than 2 million, right? There were exclamations from all around, and the students from the aviation college straightened their backs even more. For the first time, Lu Xuanyi's gaze stayed on Gao Fei's wrist for more than a second. Gao Fei enjoyed everyone's attention. He looked at Lin Feng, waiting to see an expression of envy, jealousy, or inferiority on his face. However, there was no expression on Lin Feng's face. He didn't even look at the watch, but just looked at Gao Fei with interest and asked an unrelated question. You just said that your watch is worth 2 million? Gao Fei was stunned for a moment, then nodded proudly, of course. Then, Lin Feng opened the photo album on his mobile phone. What do you think of these watches? Chapter 51. Your watch is nice, but I like you more. Lin Feng's action of opening the photo album on his mobile phone was like pouring a bucket of cold water into a boiling oil pan, instantly causing the whole audience to explode. After a brief silence, there was a thunderous burst of laughter. Ha 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 ha. Am I seeing things? He took out his cell phone photo album to compare with Gao Xiao's Patek Philippe. Is this guy a funny guy hired by Monkey? Is his brain circuit different from ours? It's over, it's over. Our Zhang Da's reputation has been completely lost today by him alone. The students from the aviation college were laughing so hard that they were bent over. A few boys even covered their stomachs with their hands, almost crying with laughter. The students of Zhang University wished they could find a hole to crawl into. Their faces flushed red and they looked at Lin Feng with eyes full of resentment and contempt. Only one person didn't laugh. Lu Xuanyi. Her cold eyes, like two bottomless pools of autumn water, just fell quietly on Lin Feng. She was a little curious. Was this boy, who had been unusually calm from beginning to end, really stupid, or was he hiding something from her? Gao Fei was stunned for 3 full seconds before he realized what Lin Feng was doing. The muscles on his face were twisted with extreme absurdity and anger. He pointed at Lin Feng's nose and laughed until tears came out. Poor bastard, you want to compare real things with me with just a broken photo album? Gao Fei laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe. He pointed to the sky and then to the distance. I have the White House and the Eiffel Tower in my phone album. What? Are they all mine? Do you think we are all fools like you? Faced with this humiliation, which was almost a personal attack, Lin Feng didn't even raise an eyebrow. He even nodded in agreement, then shrugged helplessly, his expression seeming to be talking about a very common annoyance. I can't help it. I don't like watches or cars very much. He swiped the screen of his phone, showing Gao Fei pictures that would drive any watch collector crazy, and added lightly, these were given to me by others. They are a mess. I'm too lazy to wear them, and I don't know how much they cost. As soon as these words came out, the air seemed to freeze. A male student from the aviation college stared at a picture on Lin Feng's phone screen and screamed, fuck. Richard Miller RM5602 Sapphire Tourbillon. Isn't this thing limited to the world and can't be bought even if you have money? The market price is at least 20 or 30 million. And that one. A Patek Philippe Grandmaster chime watch. My dad dreams of having one. If these are true, the total value wouldn't be more than 100 or 200 million? After a brief exclamation, there was even more intense laughter. Ha 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 ha. Someone gave it to us as a gift? Do you think we are 3-year-old children? Can you at least be a bit more careful when bragging? Would someone give you a watch worth hundreds of millions of dollars as a gift to a poor student driving a rented Porsche? Isn't this guy a psychopath? Wang Hao's face turned green as he listened. These bastards actually dared to laugh at his brother phone. Of course he knew who had sent these watches. They were all given by Long Xiaotian as a greeting gift from his own private collection in order to please his new boss. He felt that he had to clear brother Feng's name. Wang Hao puffed out his belly, took a step forward, and said in a self-important tone, that's right. We don't understand these broken watches in the first place. They were all given to us by Long Xiaotian from the Phantom nightclub. He thought that by announcing Long Xiaotian's name, he could intimidate these guys who were ignorant of the real talent. However, the result was laughter that was 10 times louder than before. The entire basketball court seemed to have turned into a huge open-air comedy scene. Long Xiaotian? Ha 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 ha. Did I hear correctly? He said that Long Xiaotian gave them a watch? Oh my god, this fat guy is even more boastful than his friend. Who is Long Xiaotian? He is the emperor of Jiangqing's underground world. He is a man who can shake the whole Jiangqing with just one stomp of his feet. Gao Fei laughed so hard that he couldn't straighten his back. He walked up to Wang Hao and looked at him as if he was an idiot. Then he turned to Lin Feng, his tone full of teasing like a cat and mouse game. You said Long Xiaotian gave you a watch? Who do you think you are? Could it be that you are his boss? The whole audience burst into laughter. The students of Jiang University had completely given up resistance and turned their heads away, pretending not to know these two funny guys. However, amid the deafening laughter, Lin Feng leisurely put away his phone. He looked at Gao Fei, who was laughing so hard that he was out of breath, and a bright, even warm smile appeared on his face. Hey, you guessed it right. Lin Feng's voice was not loud, but it instantly cut through all the noise. He spoke clearly, word by word. We are the owners of the Phantom nightclub. Ha 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 ha. This time, even the stewardesses around Lu Xuanyi who had been keeping their composure couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gao Fei seemed to have heard the funniest joke of the century. He held his stomach, collapsed on the hood of his Porsche, and laughed so hard that his whole body was shaking. I can't take it anymore, I can't take it anymore, I'm dying of laughter, he said. He is the boss of Phantom, ha ha. Lin Feng completely ignored the laughter around him that could drown out anyone. His gaze passed Gao Fei, who was smiling like a dead dog, and past those aviation academy students who were full of superiority, and finally, landed accurately on the woman who had remained distant and cold from beginning to end. Lu Xuanyi noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. Finally, a hint of obvious inquiry appeared in her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng met her gaze, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, forming a playful arc. He spoke slowly, his voice was not loud, but it was loud enough for the people closest to him, including Gao Fei and Lu Xuanyi, to hear clearly. Watch, I don't like it very much. He paused, his eyes lingering on Lu Xuanyi's well-tailored uniform for a second, before he looked at Gao Fei again, his smile becoming meaningful. But, I quite like the woman next to you. Chapter 52 3-Pointer. Lin Feng's words were like a spark thrown into a powder keg. The noise in the entire basketball court was instantly drained away. Everyone's gaze, whether it was mocking, disdainful, or just watching the fun, was now fixed on Lin Feng's face with a playful smile. The wild laughter on Gao Fei's face seemed to be paused, stiffening little by little, and then quickly replaced by a rage and bloodshot look. He slowly straightened up, and his eyes, which were full of power from playing basketball, were now staring at Lin Feng, with the fire in them almost bursting out. What the hell did you say, kid? His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth, carrying a dangerous chill. The students from the surrounding aviation academy also reacted. They were filled with righteous indignation and surrounded Lin Feng, rubbing their hands in anticipation. They looked at Lin Feng with hostility in their eyes. Fuck, is this guy tired of living? How dare he flirt with Lu Xuanyi in front of Master Gao? Where did you come from, you bastard? Do you really think you can be invincible just by driving a rented junk car? Mr. Gao, don't waste your time talking to him, just kill him. Wang Hao was so frightened that he shuddered and subconsciously shrank behind Lin Feng, his heart pounding. Brother Feng, aren't you being a little too pretentious? How will this end? However, Lin Feng seemed not to notice the murderous faces around him. He was still leaning against the car door, and even changed to a more comfortable position, looking at Gao Fei with interest, as if he was looking at a toy that was about to get out of control. Your ears aren't working well? Lin Feng picked his ears and repeated lazily, I said, your watch is very ordinary. But I like this classmate Lu Xuanyi next to you. You're looking for death. Gao Fei was completely ignited. With a roar, he threw his fist as big as a casserole towards Lin Feng's face. The students of Jiangnan University screamed in surprise, and some girls even closed their eyes in fear. Just when the fist was about to hit Lin Feng in the face, Lin Feng moved. His movements were not fast, he just lightly leaned sideways, and Gao Fei's fist just brushed the tip of his nose and missed. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed Gao Fei's wrist like lightning. Gao Fei felt as if his wrist was clamped by a pair of pliers, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free. He was horrified. He was 1.9 meters tall, had been doing fitness and playing basketball for years, and his strength was top-notch in the entire academy. How could he be subdued by this ordinary-looking guy? Disputes on the basketball court should be resolved with basketball. Lin Feng let go of his hand and patted Gao Fei on the shoulder, as if nothing had happened just now, with that nonchalant smile on his face. It's too rude to hit someone. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was stunned by this sudden scene. Gao Fei was shocked and angry, his face turned pale and blue. He shook his numb wrist and stared at Lin Feng intently. The contempt and mockery in his eyes had disappeared, replaced by deep fear and resentment. Okay, very good. Gao Fei laughed in anger, you want to solve it with basketball? Sure. How do you want to play? He just couldn't believe that he could lose to this poor boy who came out of nowhere in the field he was best at. He wanted to trample this guy's dignity on the ground in front of everyone. Lin Feng's gaze passed Gao Fei and fell on the woman who had remained silent. It's very simple. Lin Feng's mouth curled up a little, let's have a one-on-one bullfight. Whoever wins will have a chance to treat classmate Lu Xuanyi to dinner. He paused and looked at Gao Fei provocatively, what do you think? Do you dare? As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. This is no longer just a simple basketball game, it is the most primitive showdown between two men. The bet is the most dazzling flower on the mountaintop. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lu Xuanyi at the same time. Gao Fei's face turned extremely ugly. He felt that Lin Feng was humiliating him in public and putting his relationship with Lu Xuanyi on the balance. He subconsciously looked at Lu Xuanyi, trying to see a hint of anger or disgust on her face. However, no. For the first time, a hint of real emotion appeared on Lu Xuanyi's cold and beautiful face. It wasn't anger, it wasn't disgust, it was amusement. Her beautiful eyes, like two obsidians, looked at Lin Feng for a long time, as if she wanted to see through his soul. Finally, under the gaze of the entire audience, Lu Xuanyi opened her red lips and uttered a few words. Okay, I have no problem with that. Her voice was not loud, but it exploded among the crowd like a bomb. Gao Fei's face instantly turned purple. Wang Hao was so excited that he almost jumped up, and roared crazily in Lin Feng's ear, "Brother Feng is awesome. Brother Feng is mighty. This is so awesome, it's totally maxed out. You." Gao Fei pointed at Lin Feng, shaking with anger, "Just wait. If I don't beat the shit out of you today, I'm not Gao." He suddenly took off his coat, revealing his well-defined muscles, grabbed the basketball and slammed it hard on the ground. 11-point system. Whoever gets there first wins. Let's go. The game begins. Gao Fei took the lead in attacking with the ball. He rushed towards Lin Feng with a fierce momentum like an enraged cheetah. Dribbling between the legs, changing hands behind the back, a series of gorgeous yet practical moves made the boys on the sidelines who knew basketball exclaim in amazement. Lin Feng was not in a hurry. He opened his arms and followed his rhythm steadily. Is that all you have? Poor bastard. Gao Fei stopped suddenly, leaned back suddenly, and the basketball drew a beautiful arc in the air. Swish. Hollow into the net. 2-0. There was a deafening cheer from the aviation college. Master Gao is awesome. Torment him to death. Let him know what talent is. Wang Hao was so nervous that his palms were sweating. Brother Feng, can you do it? If not, let's just drive the car and hit him. Lin Feng ignored him and just hooked his finger at Gao Fei. Attack and defense exchange. The moment Lin Feng got the ball, his whole temperament changed. If he was a bottomless pool of still water before, now he is a sharp blade drawn from its sheath. There were no extra fancy moves, just a simple acceleration and change of direction, tearing through Gao Fei's defense as accurately as a scalpel. Gao Fei only felt a flash before his eyes, and Lin Feng had passed by him like a gust of wind. Gao Fei was shocked and turned around quickly to defend, jumping high and trying to block the shot. However, Lin Feng made an incredible pulling action in the air, avoided the block, and shook his wrist lightly. The basketball brushed the backboard and fell steadily into the net. 2-2. The whole place fell into dead silence again. The students of Jiangnan University burst into earth-shaking cheers. Fuck. Awesome. Lin Shen. This is Lin Shen. The following game entered a completely intense stage. Gao Fei has comprehensive skills and a strong body. Lin Feng's speed is faster and his rhythm is weird and unpredictable. The scores rose alternately and were intertwined. 4-4. 6-6. 8-8. Sweat soaked their jerseys and their chests heaved violently, but no one backed down. This is no longer just a basketball game, it's a battle of dignity. When the score reaches 10-10, match point. The ball is in Gao Fei's hands. Everyone in the audience stood up and held their breath. There was also an unprecedented light flashing in Lu Xuanyi's cold eyes. Boy, it's over. Gao Fei roared and pressed towards the inside with all his strength. Lin Feng held on tightly and refused to give in. At the moment when the two were in the most intense physical confrontation, Gao Fei suddenly took a step back and made a jump shot. This is his ultimate move. Everyone thought the outcome was settled. However, just when the basketball was about to slip out of his hands, Lin Feng pounced forward like a cheetah that had been accumulating strength for a long time, and lightly tapped the basketball with his fingertips. Bang! A crisp sound. The trajectory of the basketball deviated, hit the basket and bounced high. Blocked shot. A fatal block at the buzzer-beating moment. Time seems to stand still at this moment. Lin Feng grabbed the rebound and without any pause, dribbled the ball to the three-point line in front of the shocked eyes of the audience. He took a deep breath, bent his legs, jumped, and attacked. The whole movement was smooth and completed in one go. Everyone's eyes followed the orange basketball, which drew a perfect parabola in the air. Schwa! An extremely clear and pleasant sound, like a heavy hammer, hit everyone's heart hard. The ball went in. 13-10. 3-point buzzer beater.